in the AFC, the Bengals, Jags, and Jets with the Chiefs, Donnie.
Oh, I've made some really laughable ones, but Joe, you can see right there. I tweeted this out on the first day of the season.
Chiefs over Lions,
the Super Bowl. So
great minds think alike on a Donnie Football
sticking
Friday.
with that because, I mean, I can't go away from it now. They're the two teams that are likely pegged to be the number one seed.
I'm sticking with it too. I had as my coach of the year Zach Taylor of the Bengals.
Oh, I had some pretty laughable misses. Mine was I guess. Mine may be a little bit better, although the Falcons are faltering. I went with Raheem Morris. You know which one I'm still mad about? Look who I picked as Defensive Player of the Year.
Aiden Hutchinson.
This man
he was going to run away with it.
He would have ran away with it.
You had C.J. Stroud as your MVP. That was a horrible prediction, Donnie. But I had Jordan Love. All right, Limits. Donnie and I both had Chiefs-Lions in the Super Bowl. We're sticking with that. We're both proud of that. Who was your Super Bowl pick, and do you want to change it?
Yes, I would like to change it. I had the Lions over Cincinnati. Ugh. I thought the Bengals were going to get back, and Joe Burrow was going to have a really good year. I'm going to take Cincinnati out and just move a little bit further to the north and say that the Lions defeat the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, baby. That would be something, wouldn't it, Donnie?
You're cheering for Buffalo to lose another Super Bowl, Joe.
Yes, I am. That would be incredible to be 0-5 in Super Bowls. I don't blame you for Cincy. We can all laugh at Zach Taylor and the Bengals now, but there were sound reasons to pick them before the year. My God, if they just had a bad defense, if their defense was just your garden variety bad defense, they'd have 10 wins right now.
I had them winning the North.
Yeah, instead they're historically horrific. They might be the worst defense I've ever seen in the AFC North, and I saw the 0-16 Browns in that division. I'm serious. So I don't blame any of us for being high on the Bengals. I think we're a bunch of fun. Do you have cookies for us? Okay. Thank you.
Joe, those are the cookies that you like.
Yeah, I know. She heard me. And did you bake those or buy those? I think she bought them. Okay. Let's eat some cookies, Donnie, to go with our popcorn.
We can do
Limits, if only you were here.
Wish I was there.
He's had some great one-liners today, hasn't he?
He has.
Our friend Limits. All right, we're at Hampton Beer Outlet having the time of our lives, and we have a computerized fireplace behind us, Donnie. You like that?
It is nice. It's a nice little touch. How about the stocking?
Are there any treats in the
you
stocking?
Think there's anything in there?
Maybe I'll put some of these cookies in the stocking. Coming up, a Bechtold breakdown. And then in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to dive heavily into Donnie Football's prediction that the Steelers will win this game. He tried to pull a cookie on me. This is unbelievable. We used to open Friday shows, the big Steelers-Ravens for the division. Let's talk about how the game will go, Ron. Who do we think will win? I'm not going to tell you till 1:48. And Donnie tried to do that today. He tried to hide the fact that he's picking the Steelers over the Eagles. He's the only person in America doing that. But and then when I brought it up, he said, well, aren't we going to talk about that later? No, Donnie, we're going to talk about it now.
Maybe I'm picking the Eagles. Or maybe I'm picking the Steelers to beat the Eagles, Joe. You don't know that.
Wow.
How about that?
Limits.
A couple of leads being buried here.
The voice of God comes out of nowhere. Are you picking the Steelers, Limits?
You're going to have to find out at 1:48.
Okay. At 1:48. All right. We'll come back. Why don't you tease ahead to a Bechtold breakdown after I tell people what's coming up here. We also have a quiz show.
Yes.
Which everybody looks forward to.
I like the questions this week.
Is it Steagles related, or how are we doing this?
There are two Steagles questions, but I don't think you're going to get the one, so I'm going to make it probably just one Steagles question.
I'll tell you, there's nothing I like better than Steagles questions. It's back for one night only. Wednesday, December 18th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, including The Fan, will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore. Our on-air hosts, including myself. Donnie, you going to sing that night? You going?
I will be there.
Local celebrities also take the mic for celebrity karaoke to support Light of Life Rescue Mission. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Monster Brewing High Lie. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text our dear friend City Limits, who's going to tell us at 1:48 who he thinks is going to win the game. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What else do we have? Oh, yeah, our predictions at 1:48 or thereabouts. We're going to get last week's records, but I want to know how Donnie sees this game playing out. I'm fascinated by this man's prediction. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Why don't you tease ahead to Bechtold's breakdown, Bechtold?
So what did Bill Belichick have to say at his introductory press conference with North Carolina football? Somebody pulled an AB and quit in the middle of the game last night with the Rams and 49ers. And we'll also talk about some key numbers to know in the Steelers matchup, including Saquon Barkley's last game that he played against the Steelers in his career.
Thank you, Limits.
Thank you very kindly.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers injury report. We're keeping an eye on what's going on with Deshaun Elliott, as Elliott has been banged up this week in practice. Ray Fittipaldo said if Elliott is either limited or a full participant, he expects him to go. But Elliott, over the last couple of days, including yesterday's practice with a hamstring injury, did not practice. George Pickens, the same with his hamstring injury, not expected to play in this game. Montravius Adams, in the 21-day window to return off of injured reserve, currently was a full participant in practice dealing with a knee injury. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe?
Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip tonight. You can bet on things like who'll score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. That's a really good part. Just look for Friday first in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Friday first profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required, max wager amount applies, bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Unleash the ultimate brew with Monster Brewing Company's The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast. With zero sugar and dialed down caffeine, it's all about pure, bold flavor and 6.0% alcohol. This is not your average brew. It's the monster flavor you know, cranked up to 11. Whether you're a beast or just a fan of great beer, The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast are your new go-tos. So which beast will you unleash? Head over to Mike's Beer Bar and let's get nasty. Monster Brewing Company. Unleash the beast.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered in motion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's Enhanced Network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 22nd, get Thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. And keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual internet speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
Need individual health insurance? Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits with UPMC Anywhere Care. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends December 15th to get coverage starting January 1st.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Let's make sure we keep it that way. 1/3 of driving fatalities during the holiday season are related to drinking and driving. Please, if you do drink, use a taxi or ride-hailing service to get home. Have a sober friend take the wheel. And if you're hosting a party, make sure your guests leave sober or with someone who is. This message brought to you by Independence Health System.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A disappointing 2024 is basically over for the 49ers, but soon they'll be the story of the offseason. Will they pay quarterback Brock Purdy? The former Mr. Irrelevant struggled in a loss to the Rams last night. There's talk he could become the NFL's highest-paid quarterback. That's the way the market usually goes. Right now, the Niners QB isn't playing anywhere near that level of contract. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Did you know you could spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Today's Game Changer sponsor, helping the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh, is Hampton Beer Outlet. You can be a game changer too. Donate at 937thefan.com.
Having the time of our lives here at Hampton Beer Outlet. This has been really fun today. It really has. Donnie and I surrounded by cases of Corona with a computerized fireplace, a stocking, visions of sugar plums dancing in Donnie's head. Candy canes behind us hanging on the wall. You see these, Donnie?
Those are nice.
Jenny Cream in our midst. There's 30 packs of Jenny Cream here that actually sell, they tell me. It's the size of, looks like Acrisure Stadium practically. Every kind of beer you can imagine, and wonderful people to boot, including the owner, Bill Shaner, who once tried to tackle Tony Dorsett in a scrimmage at Hopewell High. Way back when Mulsey was a minnow, all those years ago, Donnie. Bill.
Mulsey was a minnow?
I meant to say when Mulsey had hair and when Moby Dick was a minnow, and it became a combined metaphor when Mulsey was a minnow. But Bill said that he was on the JV team, and every Thursday night at Hopewell, they'd be getting ready for their game, and the JV guys would play the varsity, and he wanted to tackle Dorsett, and you couldn't catch him. He was just, well, what he was, Donnie, was maybe the greatest college football running back of all time, is what he was.
And then pretty good in the pros, too.
Hall of Fame in the pros. But imagine him in high school before he was starting to get hit and any injury set in. He must have been ridiculous in high school.
My brother-in-law got dunked on by Terrell Pryor in 7th grade basketball.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's a badge of honor.
Yeah, how about that?
That's special. We're having a great day here. As I mentioned, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. So that music indicates the Bechtold breakdown. That means that our friend City Limits reads a question or gives us a topic, and we riff on it. And there's, let's just do it.
Bechtold breakdown for Friday, December 13th. Thank you, Joe. The Steelers are the fifth highest grade team this season in the NFL behind the Detroit Lions. Philadelphia is 2, Baltimore 3 at 90. The Chargers are ahead of the Steelers as well. Fourth, Steelers 88.9. Fair or foul that the Ravens and Chargers are graded higher than the Steelers?
I don't understand a word you just said, Limits.
Like PFF grade.
PFF grades overall for teams this year.
Okay, where are the Steelers, and what was your question?
I said the Steelers are 5th. The Ravens and Chargers are ahead of them. Fair or foul that the Chargers and Ravens are ahead?
Oh, boy, that's a good question.
Thank you.
I say strictly based on stats, it's probably fair. And that if you ask me the same question after the season and the Steelers are still behind them, that would be crazy if the Steelers had a better record. But right now, I'd say that's still fair. That's still fair pending further results. Bill Parcells said you are what your record says you are. He meant at the end of the season, not in early December. Donnie?
I think you could argue foul, Joe. The Steelers beat both of those teams straight up. They limited Lamar Jackson. They made him look like a very mediocre quarterback, or maybe even worse. They also beat the Chargers. I know that L.A. was shorthanded that day, losing Justin Herbert. Joe's going into a laughing fit.
Yeah, right there, Joe.
The Steelers also beat L.A. with Justin Fields at quarterback and not Russell Wilson.
Jim?
I think it's I feel strongly both ways. Can I let you know at 148, Joe, how I feel about this?
Yes.
No, actually, I know how the analytics people, they operate on the way things should be, right? Now, the Ravens should be better if they had a kicker that wasn't all of a sudden the worst kicker of all time instead of the greatest kicker of all time.
Exactly.
And the Bengals, they'd be really good if they had a defense, as you pointed out, that wasn't historically bad. What was the stat that how many times they've scored – 33 points, and they've lost 5 out of 7 times.
No team has ever done it.
It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, I agree. I think everybody is where they should be. Although I do get surprised sometimes when I look. I didn't realize. Oh, the Chargers are actually better than I thought. They had a better record than I thought based on what I had seen earlier in the season.
Yeah. Did you recognize that voice, Limits?
Hello, Mr. Colony.
I can't call you Limits. I just can't do it. Hi, Austin.
That's fine. Austin's
from
great.
Out of nowhere came Jim Colony, and we thought we would include him in Bechtold's breakdown.
Well, my car sort of drives itself here automatically. It stops by quite a bit.
Yeah, you are very good for business at the Hampton Beer Outlet.
I am. It's not like I single-handedly keep him in business because, as you pointed out, there's a lot of stuff here. But no, Bill runs a tight ship, and or I was going to say a nice ship, but then I'm mixing metaphors like you did earlier.
Did you see this man, Sander Peterson, came in and handed me his new book called Reflections on Retirement Year One? You could have written that book
2 years ago. Yeah, I could have. I guess.
And then he.
I'm on tomorrow, by the way,
Joe. He gave me beer.
I'm not really. He did, the Mad Elf.
Yes, exactly. I'm just reading random passages.
Does it suggest work at a golf course by any chance?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Do you remember the feeling of satisfaction with a job well done, Jim? That's one of the questions asked in this book.
Quite honestly, I didn't think I was doing a very good job at the end. That's one of the reasons that I stopped. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I didn't think I was doing a really good job. And then I kind of wished I'd hung around for a couple months because then maybe they would have fired me and had to pay me some severance.
Next.
Stat of the day from Pony yesterday. You might remember this one the last time that the Steelers played the Giants when Saquon Barkley was there. Saquon's career stats against the Steelers in one game. He had 15 rush attempts, 6 total yards. And Pony says that the Steelers have turned Saquon into the NFL's worst running back. All right, that's a little bit of an exaggeration. But can the Steelers have potentially repeat performance against Saquon now with the Eagles?
No. 15 carries for 6 yards?
All right, it's not going to be that bad. But what can the Steelers limit Saquon to in this game to give them a realistic chance?
That's a very good question.
I think if they limit him to under 75. What are you looking at me for?
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say if they limit him to under 75 and he has just a normal man's day, I like their chances. The guy leads the league in rushing. He leads the league in pretty much every important category for a running back.
I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to say he could go over 100 and they can still win the game. Because I think Philadelphia is probably not going to kill you through the air. So I'm not saying if he goes for 180, but I don't think giving up 100 to Saquon is going to be the end of the world here. The guy's unbelievable right now, and his offensive line is too. As long as you hold him, to me, the more important stat is I think he has 5 rushes of 50 yards or more, which is mind-blowing. I think you got to keep him from doing stuff like that. If he wants to grind out 110 yards on 28 carries, 25 carries, okay. I think you can still win, Jim.
I don't think they're going to be able to stop him. I really don't. The only thing that's going to stop the Eagles is what stopped a lot of other teams against the Steelers this year, and that's turnovers. I mean, a lot of times I've watched the Steelers defense, and it looks fraudulent. It really does. And then just when you think that they have no hope of stopping the other team, somebody creates a turnover. Whether it's T.J. Watt or Cam Hayward bats a pass or somehow the guy throws it into Keanu Benton's face.
Back to Sander Peterson's retirement book, Jim.
What page number, Joe?
This is on page 26. He writes, the ability to understand and acknowledge past achievements and personal growth through success and known failures will move us into a better place. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Next.
Bill Belichick was announced as the new head coach at North Carolina yesterday. And Belichick said, I didn't come here to leave. Well, Belichick's buyout is currently $10 million, but that's until June 1st when it drops to $1 million. Do you guys think the Belichick era in North Carolina will be successful?
I do. Yeah, he's got everybody in place to take care of the dirty work. I mentioned he's going to be like the Godfather. He'll only appear when there's a decision to be rendered, so they'll bring him up to Bill's desk and he'll say yes or no. They'll do all the dirty work. He just wants to coach football. I believe that, and he's a brilliant football mind. And I also don't buy this idea that he won't be able to relate to college kids because he's too well,
he's dating one, right?
Up. Yeah, exactly.
So obviously he's got something going there.
He has another side to his personality, and he's the greatest football coach maybe who ever lived. Yes, I think he'll be successful.
Dirty work, Joe. Does he have Steely Dan working on his staff?
He might, yeah.
Is that your favorite?
Dan Zancrilli?
No, the band, Steely Dan. You don't know that song?
No, I do. I know them. Yeah. I think he's going to succeed.
I think he's more suitable, and I know that he obviously has the background here, and like it's where his father coached. I feel like he's perfect for a service academy. I don't know if he knows what he's getting into with the current state of college football. Not that he'll be a total bust, like they're not going to only win like 1 or 2 or 3 games. But I don't think they're going to have a national title coming their way.
I'm just so disappointed. I went and looked. I hadn't looked up this early because I never really believed the whole Belichick thing was going to happen. First thing I went to look at their schedule. They don't play Pitt.
I know.
That sucks. I was really looking forward to that. To see that. But
you think Narduzzi takes a shot at him going into that game?
I don't know what he would do.
That would be
great. He wears his own cutoff hoodie.
That would be really good.
But you know what it is, and I know, speaking of Ron Cook, or maybe it was, I think it was Ron who always said this, or maybe it was somebody else. But you always root for the story, right? They say like, oh, do you want this to happen? Do you want this to happen? Who do you root for? You root for the story. This is a heck of a story. It really is. The thing I find interesting is this whole, like you said, the buyout situation, how basically they can get out of this after a year for next to nothing based on today's college economics.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a no-lose situation. I don't believe anything nowadays with stuff like this when it says it's a fill-in-the-blank year contract.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course.
It just doesn't.
I haven't believed that for 30 years. I have a question on top of that. May I butt in on your questions on Bechtold's breakdown?
Go right ahead.
It's your show, Joe.
No, it's Pomp's show, even though he's never
Not
here.
Today, it's Donnie's show.
This is Donnie's show today. Mulsey brought this up on their show yesterday. If you brought in Tom Brady right now at whatever he is, 40, what is he? How old is he, 45?
I have no idea, but I know he's doing the game on Sunday, and he's going to suck at it.
If he played for North Carolina right now with Belichick, do they win? I say they win easily. I think he'd be unbelievable in college right now. I think they'd win the national title, Donnie.
So Tom Brady's 47. He will be 48 by the time the college season would start.
He would dissect everything the defense is doing and just deliver the ball where it needs to be in like a second. He'd never get hit, and they would kill teams.
See, I think in his mind he could do that easily. I don't know if his actual ability at age 48 could.
Not in the NFL, but in college, yes.
That would be like that Eli Manning Penn State bit come to life. Right, when he kind of dressed up as a guy, and then he just showed up on the football field. He's zinging the ball all around the place, and the players are like, who the hell is this guy?
I'm serious. I think he would walk in there and they would win. Big
Man,
time.
That is kind of old, though. Would Ben be a better example?
No.
He's not that old yet. Well, actually, he's in his early 40s.
Mm-hmm.
What did the guys say on the show?
I don't think we had the conversation yesterday, actually, on the show.
Mulsey was very proud of that topic. I thought it was going to be a great topic. Yeah, I think they would win right away.
So you think they'd win it all?
Yeah.
Or you think they'd just be good?
I think they would carve teams up and win a national title with Brady at quarterback.
But they could be like the Bengals and not have a defense that could stop the other team.
Possibly, but not with Belichick out masterminding people.
Okay, I see where you're going there.
And he's going to get athletes. They're going to pay for athletes. They're going to be really good, I think.
I would actually say no to the Brady hypothetical. They would not win the national title.
Wonder Twin, next.
Kyle Shanahan last night, post-game after San Francisco lost again, this time to the Rams, said that DeAndre Campbell told the coaches that he didn't want to play in the game. They tried to put him in the third quarter, but he went to the locker room instead, basically pulled an AB and just walked off the field. I'm not playing. And Shanahan said this is the first time this has ever happened before.
Or is it Deontay Johnson?
Your question?
My question is, George Kittle even said that he doesn't even want to play with somebody like this and doesn't want to ever have to deal with something like this again for the team. Your just reaction to seeing DeAndre Campbell walk off the field and not to say he does not want to play in an NFL game.
This reminds me of the Herman Melville short story, Bartleby the Scrivener. Bartleby worked in corporate America. He was a scrivener. I don't know what that is, but it was a long time ago.
A clerk.
And he got very tired of it, kind of like this guy. And his patented line, whenever one of his bosses would ask him to do something, he would say to them, I would prefer not to, which is a great line.
I remember Bartleby the Scrivener. I remember reading that.
By Bartleby. And eventually he just walked out. So I don't know. People get sick of things here, Jim.
You want to get academic here. Think of Herman Melville, okay? He had a guy who chased after a whale and wouldn't stop. And then he had another guy who sat at a desk and didn't do anything.
Did you read Moby Dick, Donnie?
I don't think. No, I never had to read that. I'd certainly never heard of Bartleby.
Bartleby the Scrivener.
Yeah, before that. Were you guys both there the night that one of Ron's favorites, LeGarrette Blount, walked off the field for the Steelers?
Yeah, this reminds me of that too. I was not there that night. Were you?
Let's think of it's like a Hall of Fame worth of guys, conscientious objectors with Blount. James Harrison.
There was a guy in the Bills that quit in the middle of a game. Remember?
That got retired, Vontae Davis.
Yeah, a little while ago. Just said, I'm done.
You know what I want to see? You know what I want to see from Shanahan here? He has to reenact the Mike Singletary press conference on Vernon Davis. Cannot play with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
No, the guy, he doesn't want to play, then he gets suspended, he doesn't get paid. So, I don't think he can file any kind of a grievance with the NFLPA because he has one job, basically, go in there and play football. And he said no.
The highlight of him walking off the field was tremendous. Did you see it? He had a towel on his head.
I didn't see him actually walking off.
One of their people was escorting him off the field. He just left. I'm done.
Why would he need the towel? He didn't play. He didn't sweat at all.
I would prefer not to.
It was rainy last night.
And that was it. I actually love this story. I love the fact that he did it. Limits, one more.
Let's go to the Penguins last night, putting up 9 goals as the Penguins scored a touchdown and a safety, or maybe 3 field goals. Brian Rust had a 6-career hat trick. Reaction to the game.
Well, and they scored 6, I think, in the third period.
That's correct.
3-2 going into the third. I mean, they could have put the 3 of us out there, and I think they were going to let one by. I almost couldn't believe, following along to that game, how quickly they were scoring, because I almost thought, did I read something wrong? I thought it was 3-2, and then I'm seeing tweets 5-2, 7-2, 8-2. 9-2.
Yeah, we were watching something else, and I've told people I don't really watch the games anymore because I don't have to. But we'll be watching a movie or TV shows on the TV, and I'll have the NHL.com up there, and I'll have the play-by-play thing. Yeah. And so I flip back over, and all of a sudden I see they're ahead 3-2, and I thought, well, they're going to lose, right? They're going to lose 5-3 or something along those lines. And then all of a sudden I look, and it's 4-2, and it's 6-2, like you said. And then all of a sudden I look, it's 9-2. What is happening here with this team? I'll tell you an underlying thing that's going on here, and I know he had 3 assists last night. Sid, they're doing a lot of this stuff, scoring a lot of goals. And Malkin didn't even have a point last night. Mm-hmm. How do you not have a point with his line, didn't have any, they didn't figure in it at all. And although Sid made some nice plays, and maybe that'll get him back on track, I don't know. But, man, he can't score a goal to save his life right now. And, is that good or bad?
Yoey wrote that by the end of the game and then in the locker room, he was in a very good mood.
I saw that, yeah.
He did have the 3 assists. He's going to get going sooner or later. And everybody gets to have a night like this. And the crazy part is they're 1 point out of a playoff spot. 1 point.
Yeah, but doesn't Tampa Bay have like 85 games in hand?
They got
or
a couple.
Like that?
They got a couple. But still, that's wild just to be one out.
Here's another one. This is almost as good as the Bengals scoring, 32 points and then losing, 7 times and losing 5 of them.
Yeah.
Tristan Jarry allowed another goal on the first shot he faced.
That's 5 times, right? I've never
like
seen anything like it.
It's
in
something
my life.
like that. And they've overcome it a few times, too. And at least he doesn't – the one good thing I guess you can say about that is that, he's hung out to dry again last night for that goal. And, it's always nice if you can stop a few of those. But he hasn't caved since he's come back.
Joe's reading something from the Penguins' glory days here.
Somebody came in today with an old Pittsburgh Tribune review.
There it is, Joe, the little picture.
2 people did today. This was Game 7 in Detroit. Pensational, it says.
Well, there's Marian Hossa on the losing side, which that was hilarious.
Look at these photos by Chaz Palla. There's Max Talbot after his goal, and there's my column. And I remember writing it. I was never under more pressure. The Penguins just won the Cup. I was in Detroit. I had about a half hour to write that Penguins won Game 7. So it began this way, Jim. It's safe to call Pittsburgh the city of champions again. You remember the Steelers had won the Super Bowl.
I do remember that, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's also safe to call the Penguins 2-1 Game 7 victory Friday night at Joe Louis Arena, one of the great wins in Pittsburgh sports history, alongside a handful of others, including the impossible Pirates beating the mighty New York Yankees in Game 7 of the 1960 World Series.
I still like the photo with Hossa out there. If you flip it over, it's on one of the other pages. But one of the things that may not have happened, had he re-signed with the Penguins, you know who doesn't, is Orpik. They were able to. Don't you remember that? They were going to. They ended up bringing Orpik back because, and look at Marian Hossa, the poor guy.
Look at that great photo.
That is a great photo.
It's Talbot, Malkin, and Fedotenko celebrating a goal with Hossa skating away in the background. Chaz Palla came through big in Game 7.
That's awesome.
He was on his Game 7
He should have won the Conn Smythe that year. What a photo that is.
Yeah, Hossa, so he didn't. He ended up going to Detroit because, you remember, he gave them a better chance to win the Stanley Cup.
That's right.
That was the other part of it.
That's right.
And then they ended up, I think Orpik wasn't going to be able to come back because of the finances and everything else. If they paid Hossa, they weren't going to be able to pay Orpik. And then, obviously they needed him.
I loved Orpik.
So did I. Jim, you're a wonderful man, and I'm glad you stopped in today, and thank you for participating in Bechtold's Breakdown. And
thank you, Jim. Thank you, Limits. I just said Limits, didn't I?
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm on tomorrow from 9 to 11. Just thought I'd get that out there.
Awesome.
Smizek's going to join me.
Did you hear that Smizek blocked Limits and then unblocked him?
No, that was
did the same to me.
Wait, he blocked Austin as well?
He blocked you too?
Well,
that was years ago.
And then Jim,
I brokered a settlement.
Jim played middleman, and then Smizek actually reached out to me and apologized.
This is crazy.
Yeah,
he blocked Limits too this week.
He did?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Jim's got to go back on the force.
Limits.
Why, Austin? What did
Tell
you
them
take?
what happened.
I have no idea what happened. I think it was probably, if anything, maybe 5 years ago, like high school Austin got into a baseball argument with John Smizek. That's the only thing I could think of. I have no idea.
That's even better.
I have no clue
it's
why
Bob
I would be
Smizek,
blocked.
Not John Limits. You said John.
Did I say John?
Maybe that's Bob's brother.
Maybe that's why. Maybe
Bob
that's why I'm
blocked
blocked.
because he insulted Bob's brother, John.
I'm sorry, Bob.
That's Bob's resentful brother. John Smizek? Are you kidding me?
Oh, boy. Now I think Limits is in trouble.
That's probably why.
I think he unblocked you, but you can be damn sure he's going to block you again
I'm
now.
sorry, Bob.
That is amazing. John Smizek. Oh, Limits. We love you. Goodbye, Jim.
Bye, Joe. Bye, Donnie.
I love you.
Jim.
I love you.
That was Sam Grilly.
I love him, too.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models. John Smizek. Donnie, have you ever heard the likes of this?
That was an all-timer.
He's one of the most famous sports writers ever in this town. And Limits just called him John Smizik.
I had John Smiley on my mind.
Where was I here? Oh, yeah. Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. High of 30 with cloudy skies. That's your fan weather from Sun Chevy. Coming up, this is big. Donnie's going to try to get back in the ball game here. I've been beating him in the quiz show. It's a Steeler-Eagle-themed quiz show. Call it the Steagles Quiz Show. Then we're going to grill Donnie and Limits on why they think the Steelers are going to win this game. They're sort of bucking the sentiment around the country with this game, and then we'll have our picks. So it's a big 1 o'clock hour here at the Hampton Beer Outlet. You should come out and say hello. It feels like all the beer in the world is in one place, and it's right here. Plus, there's hard seltzers. Do you like those, Donnie? You drink those?
I do.
Yeah?
I do.
Sarah drink those?
Yeah, she does. They also have, I noticed, I don't know if you know what Surfsides are.
No.
Jim, I don't know if you're familiar. They're sort of like a good, like, summer drink. But Sarah is a big fan of those because they're not, like, carbonated.
Interesting.
You got, like, lemonade. They have iced tea.
They also have slushies to beat the band here. Popcorn, all kinds of treats. Me and Donnie both have a pound of popcorn in our midst here that I plan to dig into again. But that's all ahead in the 1 o'clock hour on the Part-Time Pomp and Joe show. It's a Donnie Football Friday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have announced that Miguel Perez is the organization's new Major League bullpen coach, and a trade in Major League Baseball between the Brewers and the Yankees. Devin Williams, the star closer for Milwaukee, goes to New York for a package that includes left-handed starter Nestor Cortez. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking, though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your kindness and compassion. JP Roofing and Siding. It's cold out there today. It's getting colder and colder. If your roofing and siding isn't up to snuff, you're going to feel it. This guy's been doing it for 43 years. Him and his mustache went into business together all those decades ago, and look at him now. He's the back-to-back Northeast Trifecta MVP. That means in his line of work, he's doing it better than anybody else. He's winning awards left and right. I can vouch for the work they do at JP Roofing and Siding. They've been out to the house a couple different times, did exactly what they said they would do, and I didn't worry about the problem anymore. It's as simple as that. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation at JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait. This is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
The holidays are here, and South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get behind the wheel of a rugged, reliable Jeep or a powerful Ram this holiday season. Take advantage of their exclusive December deals, such as 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at $369 per month for 42 months, or a Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $299 per month for 42 months. Happy holidays from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Look to Golf Specialties, Library Road, Castle Shannon, for great stocking stuffers. Golf Specialties, one-stop store for all golf accessories and repair needs. A gift card for customized golf club fitting. Golf Specialties. Ask Fasana's helper named Ray.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. Take $2,000 off the Mirage, America's best value car. Plus, we're paying 125% of KBB for your trade. Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington or online at jimshorkeymitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Join 93.7 The Fan's Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore for the Black and Gold Watch Party this Sunday, starting at 4:30. Enjoy great prizes, 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats. Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
And we up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrili here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it. And integrity with the court is so important too. When we make an objection before a judge, because of our past track record, because of the integrity that we bring into the courtroom, there's a pretty good chance that objection's going in our direction, that it'll be ruled in our favor, our client's favor, because we've been doing it for so many years, and they know when we raise an objection or raise a point of law that there is credibility behind it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Western PA Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG. Your home team.
The holidays are here, and so are the deals from your friends at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray and at sunchevy.com. Enjoy 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months. This deal is good through January 3rd. Must have approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms, conditions, and disclaimers at sunchevy.com. And remember, as the winter weather rolls in, and before you hit the road over the holidays, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Happy holidays from the Sun Chevrolet family to yours. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents.
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets. And for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Pierce the Veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh, with Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Eagles will play 4:25 on Sunday. Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey begins at 1 o'clock. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ah, yes, it's that time. It's the quiz show.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What a day it's been at the Hampton Beer Outlet. People left and right stopping in. E.J. Borghetti from Pitt. Jim Colony, people giving us cookies, people giving us photos from weddings I was at 25 years ago. And very oddly, I think, two different people, EJ and our old friend Sandy, who I hadn't seen in many years, my wife and I, each brought in an old copy of a Tribune Review with one of my stories in it. That just blew my mind. How odd is that, Donnie? And yet great.
I think it's pretty cool. That means they've admired your work for so long, Joe.
I've admired my work for so long.
And you look like a very young man here at the. I'm looking at.
Yeah,
there's that little
picture. I was a young man. This was 2009. That was a good column, Donnie. The Impossible Penguins, written on deadline after Game 7. I mean, certain times in your life when you're under that kind of pressure,
adrenaline rush.
Oh my God, was that pressure? Here's how it finished, Donnie. You ready? The Red Wings' arrogance manifested itself through the series. Somebody asked Chris Osgood what he thought of some aspect of the Penguins' game. I don't think about the Penguins, Osgood said. He will now. They all will, it ends, Donnie. Detroit was supposed to celebrate its 5th championship since 1997 on home ice and solidify its status as a bona fide dynasty. Instead, it was the Impossible Penguins who shocked the hockey world. Wow. What a story. That's how it ends, Donnie. I'm very proud of that.
You think that's one of your most memorable?
Yeah. I only had about an hour to write that thing. And I had to run down on the ice and interview all the players, too. I wound up talking to Brooks Orpik's dad on the ice after Game 7. Yeah. We're both from Buffalo.
What was that, like Game 3 or something in that series? Brooks Orpik on one shift had like 5
That was the year
hits.
before.
Okay,
yeah,
it was
the year
2008.
before. Yeah, he laid everybody out on one shift.
Man, that's an iconic video anytime that pops up.
Meantime, I think I'm also the MVP of this show because I just brought us honey barbecue smoked beef jerky.
That's a good move.
Big move, yeah.
Beef jerky is always a good snack.
I had a feeling you were up for that, yeah.
Very up for it.
And now we've basically had lunch, beef jerky, popcorn, and cookies. This is
We're all
incredible,
set.
Donnie.
We got a bunch of popcorn over here.
All right, we're ready for the quiz show, Limits. It's Steagles theme, Steelers and Eagles?
Yeah, a little bit. Joe, I'd like to also compliment you on your story. That was incredible writing.
Thank you very much.
Limits was a young lad when that story came out.
I mean, I patterned it after the writings of John Smizek.
Oh, yeah. Did you now? Did you like my comment in the break? Joe, enough. Come on. Let's go. All right. Here's the quiz show.
Do it.
First question to Joe. Joe, who is the Eagles' all-time leading receiver in franchise history?
I feel like somebody just asked me this, and I said Harold Carmichael, and I was wrong. It couldn't be Terrell Owens. He wasn't there long enough. I'll go with Harold Carmichael.
Joe, that's why you go with your gut. You are correct.
Oh, Donnie, I'm already 1-0 today.
This isn't good.
This is incorrigible. What's the score in overall quiz shows here?
Donnie 4-2 over, or Joe 4-2 over Donnie.
Yeah. Okay.
Donnie,
Go
next
ahead.
question to you. The Steelers and Eagles played as one team in 1943 as the Steagles during
Ron was the beat writer.
World War II.
Him and John Smizek split the road games. Go ahead, Limits.
Where did the Steagles play their home games, Donnie?
Which city or which stadium?
There were two different stadiums. Where did they play them?
Oh, jeez.
It's a great question, isn't it?
It's too good of a question.
They split time between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
So Forbes Field.
Forbes Field is one.
I have no idea what the old stadium in Philly would have been. Like the vet wasn't around back then.
It's a very confounding question, Limits. Do you expect either one of us to know
I have no idea of the one in Philly.
Yes, because I've heard of the name of this place before, so maybe you would know. Maybe.
They should have played it. They should have played in Breezewood, at least one of them.
Yes.
I don't know the old stadium in Philly. Where did the baseball team play? Philadelphia Coliseum? I don't know.
The Spectrum. That's where Rocky beat Apollo.
Give us the answer.
An old iconic venue named Shibe Park is the answer.
God.
Shibe Park.
We're off to a slow start, Donnie. My turn.
Joe, the 1965 Pittsburgh Steelers went 2-12, but they did beat the Philadelphia Eagles, the last team for the Steelers to beat Philadelphia in Philly. Who was the Steelers' coach at the time? Or, if you can't get that, name me one of the players on offense.
Dick Shiner.
That is correct.
That's literally the name I was going to say.
It's kind of an unforgettable name, Donnie, and now you're down 2-0.
Do you know the name of the coach, Joe?
Oh, boy.
Was it John F. Wiley?
No, it was not John F. Wiley.
How about John Smizek?
It was Mike Nixon.
Mike Nixon?
He had 1 year as the head coach of the Steelers.
I think his older brother Richard was up to some busy stuff, too.
That's right.
Dick Shiner had a hell of a game, I bet.
Next question
All
is
right.
to you, Donnie. Philadelphia is known as the city of brotherly love, despite everyone hating Santa Claus and wanting to fire their head coach. Something sits below Lincoln Financial Field that makes the legend of Philadelphia sports grow even more interesting. What is it, Donnie?
A jail cell.
That's correct.
Nice, Donnie.
Philadelphia has a jail underneath its stadium.
Well, it used to.
For
Does it
crazy
still?
fans. Yeah, I think it's still there.
Brian's saying no. Brian's saying old stadium.
Well, I looked it up last night and it said that there was.
That's still a correct answer.
That's
I'm still on the board.
That's a good answer.
All right, Donnie,
Skip
this is
ahead to the last. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to skip ahead to the last question?
No, keep going.
All right. Joe, this question's for you, and this is a chance for Donnie to get back in it, because how well do you know your co-host today, Joe? Mike Tomlin talked about the state championship game between the Steelers and Eagles being played and that they'd represent the WPIAL in it. Joe, the question to you is, where did the PIAA play the state championship game this year in high school football?
Peters Township.
That is incorrect.
Wait, was that the WPIAL?
No, the state championship game.
Cumberland Valley High School.
That's correct, Donnie. Donnie has tied it. Donnie was also there.
That was a cheap question. geared only for Donnie. What's the score?
No, it was Joe. That's why I gave it to you first, because Donnie knew the answer.
It's still a question geared for Donnie, whoever answered it first.
That's correct. It is 2-2, unless you knew the answer.
All right, give us the final one.
The final question? Oh, come on. Yeah. Can I give you one more? I have a great question.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Keep going.
The Steelers scored one touchdown in their 35-13 blowout loss in Philadelphia on October 30th, 2022. Nick Squibba, remember him? He made a 38 and a 29-yard field goal. But how did the Steelers score their touchdown?
Donnie?
Is this for me?
Yeah.
Yes, Donnie.
It was a Chase Claypool touchdown pass to Derek Watt.
Unbelievable, Donnie.
Nice answer.
That is correct.
That was the one where Matt Canada went crazy in the press box.
Yes.
I finally called a touchdown play 80 games into my Steeler career.
Donnie, that's a great answer. All right, we have one more before the large question.
Congratulations, Donnie. Do you want another piece of beef jerky for that?
I'll get one during the break.
All right.
Joe, 4 former Penn State Nittany Lions play for either the Steelers or the Eagles. Saquon Barkley, Pat Freiermuth, and Joey Porter Jr. are 3. Who's the 4th?
Pitt or Penn State for Steelers or Eagles?
No, this is just a Penn State question.
State.
Joey Penalty Jr., Freiermuth, and who else?
And Barkley are 3. Who's the 4th?
Oh, my gosh, a 4th Penn State player, a 4th Penn State player. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Donnie,
do you know before the hint?
Right now? What are you looking at?
What do you mean? I'm looking at Brian.
Oh, it seems like you two are in cahoots.
No.
Cheating.
I'm looking at all those cases of Mick Ultra. I don't know. I don't know who the 4th guy is.
Good question, Limits. We don't know. Give us the answer.
Offense. Well, the former first-round draft pick only 2 years ago.
Give us the answer.
Jahad Dodson, wide receiver, is the answer.
You should have known that, Donnie. All right.
Donnie is up 3-2. 10 current NFL players have played for both the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Philadelphia Eagles. Current players. How many of the current 10 can you name?
Wait, 10 what? Repeat the question.
10 current NFL players have played for both the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Philadelphia Eagles, or are currently still playing for that team. How many?
I'm confused. 10 have played for both?
Correct.
10 have played for both the Eagles and the Steelers?
Correct.
Okay.
How many of the 10 can you name that are current NFL players right now?
I get the right of first refusal here?
Yes.
I can only name 2.
You can name 2. Donnie, can you name
Donnie,
3?
You either say I can name 3 or you challenge me to name 2. And the winner of this question wins the quiz show for today.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think 2 are easy.
That's beside the point.
Yeah.
No, you can't sit here and think about it. You got to either say
Donnie, can you name 3?
I'll go for 3. I know Sayamalu and Pickett are the easy 2.
That's correct. Okay. Can you name a 3rd?
Give him 7 seconds. That's what he gave me last week.
Now, does the guy...
Look at him buying time
7,
already.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Nate Herbig.
Nate Herbig? Oh, my God.
Boom! Donnie wins! Boom! What an answer from Donnie. I am surprised, Donnie, that you did not go with Javon Hargrave.
Wow.
Oh.
That seemed like the easy answer. Or
see, I started thinking of guys that were on either one of the teams, and I knew that Herbig had a tie-in with Weidel.
I mean, there was a slight amount of cheating there because you were pausing and saying, wait, and then waiting to see if you could think of a 3rd.
We gave him a countdown.
Before you gave the challenge. I don't know.
That's a victory.
He received the countdown.
That's kind of under protest limits, I have to say.
Other players include Steven Nelson, Eric Rowe, Elijah Riley, so a lot of secondary players.
Yeah.
Terrell Edmonds, Kyron Johnson at linebacker.
Of course, Terrell Edmonds.
And
right.
the punter, Cameron Johnston.
Oh, great question.
That was a good one.
Good one, Limits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get back to Donnie now. And I guess both of you guys are picking the Steelers in this game. Not a lot of people are. And more to the point, a lot of the national people that I listened to this week think there's a little comeuppance on the Steelers here, that they're going to get physically pounded in this game. Haven't heard John Gruden's voice in a while. What did he have to say, Limits? Do we have that?
Yeah, John Gruden was talking about the matchup and how physical it's going to be, and was not very complimentary of the Steelers in his comments.
We need to introduce all of you guys to the star. His name is Saquon Barkley. Yep. And the films I have, just so you know, the offensive line, this Mekhi Becton playing right guard, he's 350 pounds. He almost killed an L.A. Ram on the second level. I really have the Philadelphia Eagles getting a boot and sticking it up Pittsburgh's ass in this game. Physical on the line, man. Mekhi Becton, Dickerson at left guard. Saquon Barkley's chasing Eric Dickerson's all-time single-season rushing record, man.
Yeah, true.
A.J. Brown, just stand over there. And as soon as they come into the 8-man fronts and start playing single high coverage, just be patient. We're going to get you the ball. That's what I'm telling the A.J. Just be patient.
Are we sure that wasn't Frank Caliendo? That's one opinion on the physicality here. I saw him almost kill an L.A. Ram. And then we had Pete Prisco, who everybody seems to hate, from CBS Sports. Let's listen to him, Donnie.
I didn't give in. I'm taking the Eagles. I think the Eagles will physically maul them in the run game, and I think they're going to have success. I know it's 5.5 points. That's telling you.
Here we go.
And by the way, 59 years, I'm sticking with the history. I'm taking the Eagles.
So there you go. Two people who talk about the physicality here. And, man, that's one of the reasons I'm picking the Eagles, because I think they have a decided advantage up front, really on both sides of the ball. But their defensive line, I think, is going to do some work. And yet, I think the Steelers are going to be very competitive in this game. I really do, Donnie. I think that Russell Wilson's going to find a way here and have a great game, and I think it's going to be wildly entertaining. But I'm picking the Eagles to win in the end. How do you see the game in your little crystal ball, and why are you picking the Steelers?
So weird things happen in the NFL. I mean, the Steelers went to Cleveland weeks ago and lost. We see teams play close games, maybe when they don't have business doing so. In this case, I think this Steelers team really just gives me a different feeling. And them behind Russell Wilson and what they've been able to do with Russell Wilson at quarterback and what he's been able to do, they're really buying into something we have not seen in a while. And even though it may seem like on both sides of the trenches the Eagles have them outmatched, I don't think it's by all that much or all that we are making it out to be. I mean, I think that Philly has an advantage there, but I don't think it's totally lopsided. And I think something else working in against Philly in this game, I do think they are going to try to give the squeaky wheel the grease early. I think they're going to try and force the football to A.J. Brown, and I think it creates an early turnover in this game that gets the Steelers ahead, and that will be integral because Philly, to A.J. Brown's credit, they have not thrown the football for a ton this year. They're one of the worst teams in terms of passing offense. Now, running, completely different story. But if they get behind in a game, they may get to a point where they have to throw the football. The Steelers have to be in some sort of command. So I think an early turnover leads to early Steelers points. I think that they can actually start to feel confident later in this game. Yeah, there is a whole lot of history working against it. I think of a Steelers team that won Super Bowl 43 that went there, and Roethlisberger got shellacked. He got sacked 6 times in the second quarter.
Does that matter? Does the history matter? It doesn't really
does.
It doesn't.
I think it's worth noting, like, hey, it's been a while since they come into this place. But there's also something else, and the guys brought this up yesterday. That was one of those places where Roethlisberger, as great as he was, he would go into Philadelphia and always have a bad feeling. And he shared as much. Like, no matter how good that Steelers team was, and we saw two really good ones under his tenure go in there and get beat up, 2008 and then 2016. I don't think Russell Wilson has that mindset. In fact, I think he is the opposite. The man is perfect in his career in Philadelphia. I think he's the man to actually buck the trend here. I think the Steelers are going to shock a lot of people on Sunday.
Devontae Smith is an interesting guy to me. I think he's an elite route runner. I think he's really good, and I think we really haven't heard much from him. He's been in and out of their lineup a little bit this year. Wouldn't surprise me if he had a big game. But that number I gave you earlier, it blows my mind. It's one of the most amazing football numbers I've ever seen. If it's accurate, and I think it is, I mean, all you have to do is it's off a website that tracks running backs and yards after contact, all that stuff. This dude has 1,043 yards this season before contact. I've never seen anything like that, Donnie. That has to be a record. Who has 1,000-yard season without getting hit? Now, he's great. We know that because he's got, 700 more after contact. But that is just an astounding number. And what it tells me, and you just heard Gruden talking about it, is that their offensive line just hammers people. I think Lane Johnson will probably do a decent job on TJ with some help. I worry about Ogunjobi not being around. I think Keanu Benton is a giant X factor in this game. I think he could be a difference maker. But that offensive line, man, they're wrecking people.
I also think it's fair to ask, because people bring it up with the Steelers the whole way through, have the Eagles seen a defense of the Steelers' caliber to this point? They played the Packers, Falcons, Saints, Bucks off the bat. Then they had their bye week. Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags, Cowboys, Commanders, Rams, Ravens, Panthers.
Good question.
I don't think any of those teams stack up to what the Steelers bring.
Great question, Donnie. Let's make our picks official next with limits. We'll get an update on who won last week, what our season records are. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, Donnie's reaching for one more of the honey barbecue sticks. I knew the beef jerky would be a big hit. Me, him, and Brian just killed a whole pack, didn't we? This is incrinculant, Donnie. You like those?
Incorrigible.
Brought to you, southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This has been a great day at the Hampton Beer Outlet. One of the more enjoyable shows I've ever had. Great place. Bill Shaner, the owner, wonderful man. Saw an old friend of my wife and I's, whose wedding we were at a million years ago, and there's photos from the wedding. Look at me, Donnie. Not a gray hair on my head. How about that?
You look fantastic.
Susie's pretty, isn't she?
That's
my wife. And then there's me dancing with a straw hat on. You see that?
Do you remember what song was playing?
No, I don't. And Bill here has given us cookies and popcorn and penguin sweaters, and we're each going to leave with a case of beer, I understand. Is that the case as well?
I'm pumped up.
What kind you getting?
I might just go with old reliable Iron City.
I love that. Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has given all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points. So much more. Look who's here now. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible, Donnie. Another old friend is here. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. That's a wonderful thing. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more on FanDuel. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rams won Thursday Night Football last night against the San Francisco 49ers as the 49ers 12-6 at home continue on their downfall. losers of 4 out of the last 5 games. As the Penguins also won 9-2 in Montreal last night. Brian Rust had a hat trick. Penguins scored the most goals that they've scored all year long in Montreal and will play against Ottawa 7 o'clock on Saturday night on the road. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't let winter catch you off guard. Be prepared with an Aaron's snow thrower. Every Aaron's 2-stage snow thrower is handcrafted in the USA with powerful engines that won't bog down in any condition. Aaron's builds the toughest machines for the worst conditions with a model to fit every need, including features like hand warmers, electric joystick shoot control, and auto turn steering. Throw back what old man winter dishes out with an Aaron's, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Aaron's dealer today.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bill Belichick's buyout at North Carolina does not make sense to me. It's currently $10 million, but only until June 1st. That feels like protection from an NFL job we were told isn't coming. After June 1st, the buyout is just $1 million. So low, it's like the school isn't worried Belichick would leave Chapel Hill. What am I missing? I'm Andrew Bogish.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is Nicholas Harry Callis for the Fan Morning Show, and let me tell you, Awaken 180 isn't just working, it's downright refreshing. I lost almost 40 pounds, and I just started Awaken 180. Also, Thanksgiving week wasn't much of a challenge either. I had 2 different dinners with my family, turkey, mashed potatoes, pie, some adult beverages. I cheated where I knew I could through advice from my coach, and it still worked. Instead of gaining the usual 5 pounds, I lost weight. Who have you heard loses weight over Thanksgiving? I didn't feel deprived for a second. The Awaken 180 program taught me how to enjoy life, stay in control, and keep seeing results. And I'll tell you what, walking through the office here in Odyssey, Pittsburgh is a confidence booster. Crowley's noticed. Doran's noticed. I get compliments all the time. I'm loving it. 40 pounds in 7 weeks. If you're ready to see real results without feeling like you're suffering, Awaken 180 is the way to go. Call 844-346-1800 or visit the website awaken180weightloss.com today.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm just flabbergasted here as we finish up at Hampton Beer Outlet. I've never left a show with this many presents. I have a plastic container of cookies brought to me by a random woman. I have a retirement book brought to me by Sander Peterson. I have photos from a wedding I went to with my wife 20 years ago brought to me by a woman named Sandy. I have an article I wrote in 1999 also brought to me by Sandy. I have another article I wrote brought to me by E.J. Borghetti about Pitt a million years ago. And Bill Shaner here at Hampton Beer Outlet has gifted me with a Penguin sweater and I think a case of beer on the way out. And basically it's like a laundry bag filled with popcorn. I don't know what to say anymore, Donnie. I've never had a show quite like this.
It's been a special one. I mean, the popcorn always gets me excited. I knew we were going to have popcorn ahead of us walking in here. I had a little inside info that they had gigantic bags, 1-pound bags of popcorn.
And then the beef jerky was like a bonus on top of all of that.
A great move by you.
It's Mardi Gras out here, Donnie.
A great move by you to yell across the store asking if we wanted some.
All right. That was good. My God, we have no time left. Limits, give us our records last week and do our picks.
We all went 6-1 last week. Donnie's 30-34. Joe's 31-35. I broke over 500, now 34-32. Army, Navy in D.C. Army's favored by 6.5, Donnie.
I will go with Navy.
Whoa. Wow.
Navy plus 6.5.
I've actually seen Army play this year. I think they're pretty darn good. That Notre Dame game was weird. I thought maybe you play them again, different environment. It might go a little bit differently. I'm going Army big here.
Fear the goat.
I'm going with the Fighting Al Villanuevas here. The injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They got your back, not your wallet. We're waiting. Who are we waiting on the Steelers' big injury?
Deshaun
Elliott. That looks like a 50-50. Did he practice today, do we know?
Not yet.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Guys, does Pitt Volleyball go to the Final Four with the match against Kentucky tomorrow?
Yes, they do. I think they looked a little rough last weekend when I saw them, and they again yesterday, but that was a pretty good team. They don't look themselves yet, but I think with a nice day off to work with Dr. Fisher, that they're going to come back tomorrow big.
I agree.
Saying yes.
Bills at Lions. Lions favored by 2.5.
Me here? I'm going to go with the Bills to win this game outright, I think. They bounced back from what happened in L.A. last week, and Detroit, they not that they've been really toying with a loss, but I think they may be due for one. I think Buffalo goes in there and wins the game.
So do I. I think that they're going to exploit an injured Lions defense.
Give me the Detroit Lions and help the Steelers with a chance at the 2 seed. Chiefs, 4-point favorites at Cleveland.
I think Cleveland's going to keep this close. They may even win the game. I think famous Jameis Winston may be on one of his special runs. I'll take the Browns and the points.
I got one for you here. Browns are ready to quit. I ain't buying this. The Browns are rejuvenated stuff. They did quit before the Steelers went in there and gave Justin Fields the big pass of the game. This is going to be a blowout. The Chiefs put it together 38-3.
I keep going back and forth on this. I'm going to say the Browns, though, do keep it close, and I know I'll be punching myself on Monday for saying it. Cincinnati's 5.5-point favorites at the Titans.
I still can't really trust what the Bengals defense has to offer, so I'm going to have the Titans here to cover. I think that Cincy can win the game, but they are incapable of running away because of their defense.
Remember, The Titans was a good movie, wasn't it,
It
Donnie?
was pretty good.
I'm going to go Bengals here. Limits, we got to go.
All right, finally, Steelers at Eagles. Eagles 5.5.
You know where I'm going here. I think the Steelers win the game 23-21, maybe a game winner from Chris Boswell. So the Steelers are going to not only cover, they're going to win the football game.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. High of 30, cloudy skies. One other note to watch here is Boswell, we know, is a 50-yard master. The other guy for the Eagles is 0 for 5 from beyond 50. However, I think that the Eagles win this game by a point. I think it's going to be wildly entertaining, and I think Russ is going to put on a little bit of a show in this one, but I think the Steelers fall just short. Thank you, Limits. Thank you to Bill Shaner here at Hampton Beer Outlet. What a place. What a time to be alive. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Brian. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye. I picked the Eagles.
Thank you, Joe.
Goodbye. I picked the Eagles.
By Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
That's what they call a good old-fashioned tease, Joe, until the very end of the show with Philadelphia and the Steelers playing at 4:25 on Sunday. Here, Donnie, as well as Mark Cavalli and Jason Mackey, provide fan game day for you. 1 o'clock, leading up till kickoff. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money. No hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn. Look how this work. Calling Top Dog. Like it's me again. Another accident. It's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit the bank accounts harder.
to trade in at Mitsu by the Mall.
The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at 0%.
Eclipse Cross, now an incredible $6,000 off.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase.
Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. It is Week 15 in the National Football League, and the BetQL model is backing a top team in a bad slump when it comes to winning against the spread. Chiefs are 12-1 this season, but have lost 7 straight against the number. This week, they go to Cleveland as a 4-point favorite against the Browns. Despite that recent slide in covering the number, the BetQL model thinks KC will get it done this weekend. Their 5-star best bet in the NFL is taking the Chiefs on the road and laying the points in Cleveland. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Ends 12/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. All remaining 2024 Hyundais are priced to go. Take advantage of 0% financing and over 40 in-stock 2024 Sonatas, Elantras, Tucson, Santa Fe's, and Ioniqs. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Tired of spending money on copays? UPMC First Care offers $0 copays for your first in-person and virtual PCP and specialist visits. $0 copays for all in-person and virtual behavioral health visits. And $0 copays for all virtual urgent care visits. Choose UPMC First Care for affordable health care that puts individuals and families first. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to enroll. Enrollment ends December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
One night, one stage. Billy Joel and Rod Stewart. Saturday, July 5th. One special evening at Acrisure Stadium. The first time together in Pittsburgh. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Saturday, July 5th. Don't miss Billy Joel and Rod Stewart.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Pand is leading the way with our great deals during Toyotathon. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Toyota. Plus, with any new Toyota vehicle purchase, you'll get the Spitzer Shield. That includes a lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance with oil changes. Hurry! Come see one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150.
Why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore for an ultimate hockey watch party Saturday, December 14th from 7 to 9. Enjoy great prizes, 360-degree viewing, surround sound, and of course, great eats at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers with a little help from McAfee Total Protection. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look incredibly convincing. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. So go ahead, manage your finances and shop online. McAfee will help keep your device's privacy and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers and Eagles Sunday, waiting on the injury report. We know there's going to be no George Pickens. The 2 question marks right now are on defense. Larry Ogunjobi, who's actually been an elite run defender, according to the nerds this year, and Deshaun Elliott, who, according to football people, has been a monster with 13 tackles in the Steelers' win over the Browns on Sunday. They were practicing today. We'll find out their injury designation a little bit later on this afternoon when Mark Cabali is in studio, a man who was watching Chiefs-Chargers on NFL Network last night thinking it was the live Thursday night game.
I'd say get out of here, but it's Caballi. That's fully believable.
For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Football Friday, a Friday tailgate on Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's time for the PM Team Tailgate Party. The PM Team Tailgate is presented by Mike Spearbore and brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We need to introduce all you guys to the star. His name is Saquon Barkley. And the films I have, just so you know, the offensive line, this Becton playing right guard, he's 350 pounds. He almost killed an L.A. Ram on the second level. I really have the Philadelphia Eagles getting the boot and sticking it up Pittsburgh's ass in this game. Physical on the line, man. Becton, Dickerson at left guard. Saquon Barkley's chasing Eric Dickerson's all-time single-season rushing record, man. A.J. Brown, just stand over there. And as soon as they come into the 8-man fronts and start playing single high coverage, just be patient. We're going to get you the ball. That's what I'm telling you, A.J. Just be patient.
Boot in the ass game. That's John Gruden. Mike Tomlin used to work for John Gruden. Typically, these guys Tomlin worked with, very media friendly. In fact, Tony Dungy saying today that Russell Wilson is an MVP candidate and would be a favorite if he had not missed the first 6 games of the season. Well, Chucky doing the opposite, saying, see this Timberland boot that people used to wear in the early 2000s? That is going to go up the rear end of the Steelers on Sunday, and that does not feel good. That's a small hole for a boot to go into. Yeah, but hey, that's the way Steelers and Eagles have gone in Philadelphia throughout the years.
Hammer, meat, nail.
10 straight the Steelers have lost in Philadelphia. Donnie, our football guy, said the Steelers are going to win this game. I think it's a half-truth, and I will explain to you why I feel that way in a second here. We do have gorgeous Charlie Borges here. John Gruden authored the most erotic moment of Charlie's life, and that was when his Buccaneers won the Super Bowl with Gruden back in the early 2000s.
He's giving us not one thumbs up that it was the most erotic moment of his life. So he is saying, yes, thumbs up.
If Gruden says it, I don't care about those horrible emails Gruden sent out. If he says that they're going to beat the Steelers badly on Sunday, what?
I still care about the emails that he sent out, but I mean, I'll take the Super Bowl.
Okay,
that's a pony specialty to just make you seem like you're just casually.
Way to leave your scruples and morals at the door in the name of winning, Charlie.
You had a nice
on all your success.
A perfect pivot right there.
And Charlie's in today because the MILF hunter Seth, who usually produces us on Friday, is on his way to Philly for this game. Now he is not going into enemy territory because he is one of these morons who lives here but roots for the Eagles. So he's going to be among his cretins and slobs on Sunday when he's at this game. All right, let me tell you why I think Donnie told the half-truth, Mulsey.
Because they're going to cover?
No, it's actually the opposite of that. I think that there's 2 ways I see this game going. I either see this game being an impossible, unlikely, shocking Steelers win where Russell Wilson makes magical plays and defies the odds without George Pickens, and he's not putting up big numbers, but he's making clutch plays, and then the defense is rising up, and they're taking advantage of the upheaval in Philly. And I was talking to somebody in Philly, and actually one of the great sportscasters in Philly history is going to join us later this hour. But it sounds to me like Philly's offense is just the Steelers' Justin Fields offense on steroids. It's run the ball a ton and never turn the ball over. Play super-duper conservative, and you can play conservative when you have the best running back in the NFL, and you also have a quarterback who's a very dangerous runner. And let's make sure he doesn't wreck the game by throwing interceptions, because apparently that's what was happening early in the year. He was a turnover machine, and they adopted the juiced-up Fields offense there, and they've won 9 straight. But what's happened is the wide receiver who's making all that money and is a star is unhappy with that kind of We have Army-Navy on Saturday. He doesn't like the fact that he's now playing basically in an option offense. So I am saying that the Steelers either shut that down and win a game against all odds, or they get blown out. I don't have close loss on my bingo card because that's actually the one thing they never do. Mike Tomlin is great as an underdog. Not great as an underdog covering the spread, just great as an underdog winning games, period, when the deck is stacked against him. I think they have like one of the longest streaks in NFL history of when they are an underdog, just winning the game, period, and not, they were a 6-point underdog and they lost by only 2. Okay, we lost, but at least you get your money. No, they win the games outright when they are in this role. And the history of this rivalry is when the Steelers go to Philadelphia, it's not one or two plays and we lost. It's you got absolutely run over and bludgeoned, and I'm actually predicting the bludgeoning to happen. But if it's no bludgeoning, then I think they actually win the game, and Mike's in the locker room on video with his players saying, like, what's the trap thing? Here's your trap. Take
over your trap.
Yeah, doing that.
You think he would have earned it at that point if he had taken over their trap?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Noel and Cowher never won there.
Can you imagine Chuck Noll, if camera phones existed, walk into your trap, take over your trap?
I think he said, give me that. Let me show you how this works. What happens is the lithium battery here.
Chuck Noll would have had a glass of wine next to his players. He'd be like, smell this Cabernet Sauvignon. This is me walking into your house, taking over your house.
Yeah, something tells me Noel would not have said, like Tomlin did, I'm going to stay coaching football forever because it's not only my job, it's my hobby. I think Chuck would have rolled his eyes.
I think the happy medium between the two is actually Cowher would have been the most insane in the cell phone, like camera phone era, like the good camera phones. Cowher after a big win.
Turn that phone off.
Turn that off. I got to cuss some more. I think Cowher would have been way – like Tomlin knows, I think, that he goes in there, does it very briefly, and then gets out of there. Like I saw the other angle of the Najee thing. He does a quick hit and run there. Cowher would be in there going nuts.
Since 2020 – the Steelers are 37-14 in one-score games.
That's easily the best in the league.
No, it's not actually. Only the Chiefs are better.
Well, they've gassed that up by this year. Yeah. Coming into this year, there was no way the Chiefs were better. How many other games have been one score? All but 2, I think. So they're 10-1.
So if you think it's going to be close, pick the Steelers. I don't think it's going to be close. That's why I have a bad feeling. But that's my point in saying Donnie told a half truth. Mm-hmm. Donnie thinks it's going to be a close game. And if you think it's going to be a close game, then I think you should take the Steelers in this one.
Jalen Hurts threw 4 interceptions in the first 3 games of the season. The Eagles attempted at least 30 passes in all 4 of those games. They have only attempted more than 25 in a game twice since.
So do you agree with this summation that they've turned into the Justin Fields on steroids offense?
The most yards, the numbers would certainly back it up. But here's the problem.
Run it and don't turn it over.
Here's the problem, though. As mad as A.J. Brown wants to be about it, they're 9-0 doing it. He's thrown 1 interception in that time.
Yeah.
And he's thrown like something like 12 touchdowns. I mean, it's working.
The Steelers take the ball away and the Eagles don't give it away. So that'll be one of the major themes to this game. Which one wins out? Who wins that game of chicken?
I don't think it's going to go the Steelers' way. I think Mike Tomlin, for all his motivational tactics and for how much he knows that guys like have pride and it's not in his DNA to go into a game and say we're kind of punting on this one. I think he knows there are bigger fish to fry. I do. And so
what would be a big fish to fry?
Baltimore to win I don't know, how about like a giant marlin?
Like what is the fish that you would get at like a fish fry during Lent?
Sorry, I got distracted. Somebody has their jacket and their bag out there and they're heading out for the day. I just got distracted.
Oh, okay. I think I know who that is.
What would be a big fish to fry?
Yeah.
That's like a typical fry. I mean, bass? Giant-ass bass?
Never had it.
Cod.
Is a cod a big fish?
You catch the right fish, yeah.
It's a thick fish.
Thick?
Yeah.
T-H-A-C-C? That fish is thick?
Thick with 2 C's.
When I made fish tacos, it was a bitch to cut it up. I did, and Amanda said I should cook more often because it was good, and I'm like, I'd rather watch football.
So you did the opposite of when you get asked to fold the laundry, do such a bad job she never asked you.
It was one of those things where I wanted to prove that I had it in my bag.
Yeah, but then you didn't want to bring it out of your bag ever again.
Yep. Tomlin, by the way, while you're ruminating on what you're going to say about this game.
I know what I'm going to say, but you just decided to take a fish detour here, so you can do whatever you'd like here.
Steelers point totals in Philadelphia with Tomlin as the head coach. 6, 3, 13. They're averaging 11 points a game there, man.
Well, if you watched last night's...
Less than that.
If you watched last night's nightly sports
3.
call, you know what my prediction is already. But I know you didn't. That's okay. They're not going to win, and they're not going to keep it...
They're averaging 7 points a game.
Inside the spread. They're not going to keep it under 5.5.
We're in lockstep here. We think that it's going to get ugly on Sunday.
I mean, I define ugly because here's my basic thought. It just reeks of like a 21-10 game for me, where the Eagles never feel like they're being threatened. Like it could get to 17-3, or not 17-3. It could get to 14-3, and then maybe the Steelers put together a good drive and get it to 14-10, but then the Eagles go right back down the field. Or I could see it being 21-3 and the Steelers tack one on at the end. I just think that they are going against a team that is a mirror image of what they would like to be, but is just better almost across the board. And you can overcome that in the NFL, especially when you're on your home field, I think. But they have shown no ability to overcome it in Philadelphia. If this game were at Acrisure Stadium, I think it would be much closer. I think the Steelers would have a very real chance to win. I think the line would be a lot smaller, but it's not. It's in their personal, funhouse mirror kind of place of horrors, where they just turn into a different and terrible football team no matter how good they are otherwise. I think the problem here is the Eagles are probably going to run the ball enough with Hurts. If I were going to identify and pinpoint one thing that's going to make a difference.
13 rushing touchdowns.
He's got more than Barkley.
Wow.
He's got 13. Barkley has 11. They're going to run the ball with Hurts.
Stat right there.
And I think that's going to be the thing that decides this game. Is the fact that they not sell out to stop Barkley, but that they are focused on Barkley, and you almost forget the fact that, wait a minute, the other dude there who can run the ball, the quarterback, is literally leading the freaking NFL in rushing touchdowns.
All right, we have not taken a lot of calls this week because we have been on the road. And from a technical standpoint, it's a little bit harder when we're not in studio to get your third voice on the show, which is a very valuable voice. We also don't have Donnie today because Donnie was at a beer outlet in Hampton called Hampton Beer Outlet, very appropriately named, eating a 1-pound bag of popcorn that he actually got through the entire bag over the course of 4 hours, which is very impressive.
So it wasn't like a challenge for him.
He ate 1 pound of popcorn while he was saying that the Steelers are going to shock the world and win in Philadelphia for the first time since the Beatles were on the Ed Sullivan Show. 1965.
Do you know who Ed Sullivan was, Charlie? He was not paying attention.
Ed Sullivan?
Yeah. Do you know who he was?
He goes, I remember Steve Sullivan. He played for the Nashville Predators. He was a nice
Am I on the right track? Ed O'Neill played him? No.
Ed O'Neill played Ed Sullivan?
Ed O'Neill, the guy from Married with
You're
Children?
thinking of Al Bundy.
Yeah.
Yes, Ed Sullivan, Al Bundy.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Many such cases of confusing the two.
What is going to happen Sunday in Philadelphia? Do you have a feeling that the Steelers are going to finally break the curse there? Much like the Penguins had a curse in Philly for all those years. Or do you think it continues with no George Pickens in the Steelers' miserable history there? Donnie is calling for the upset. How about you? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Tell us what needs to happen for the Steelers to upset the Eagles and win this game when we come back at 412-928-9370. First, a gorgeous Charlie Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins last night won 9-2 over the Montreal Canadiens. Ricard Raquel had 4 points. They try to get back to NHL 500 tomorrow night against the Ottawa Senators. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. I want to tell you right now about Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall, and year-end. Guess what? That's the perfect time to do. Trade in at Mitsu by the Mall. Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange Event has new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. Now, you can also take $2,000 off on the Mirage, America's Best Value car. They're paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade at Mitsu by the Mall. And that means you're getting your deal your way. So you know that's a very great day. They're also giving you all-wheel drive Outlanders right now during the Holiday Exchange Event. up to $8,500 off. $8,500, or you can finance at 0% on Eclipse Crosses right now. It's an incredible $6,000 off plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. Tim Ferrara, the general manager, and the team there, they want to put you in the Mitsu that fits you. So come get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the mall or online at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Pompiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, South Hills Lincoln, and Leon's Billiards and more. Let's go. We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $185 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Egan Ford's got it, and now's the time to buy from one of the largest commercial vehicle dealers in the tri-state area. From now until year's end, businesses can write off the full purchase price of work trucks using the IRS tax code section 179.
Over 200 dumps, crane trucks, box trucks, chassis, transits, and more have all been discounted. That's Megan Ford in Connellsville, where trucks are cheaper in the country. 724-547-FORD or MeganFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
We know that we're not defined by the first possession of a football game or the first 15 minutes of a football game. For that matter, probably more times than not, you're more defined by the last possession of the game or the last 15 minutes. Oftentimes we spend a lot of our time and energy in terms of growth and development in those areas, and we'll keep working in some of the areas that you mentioned.
Didn't have the fastball at the end of the first segment. I should have said, coming up, I'll tell you why you guys can get your errands done during the first quarter of Steelers-Eagles. And people would have said, ooh, what does he mean by that? And then I would have played that Mike Tomlin clip. Then I would have told you that another subplot to this Battle of Pennsylvania on Sunday is that both offenses generally nap through the first quarter of games. Definitely the Eagles, and to a little bit of a lesser extent, the Steelers. The Eagles have not scored on an opening drive all year. In the first quarter of the entire season, we're in week 15. They have 21 punts and 4 touchdowns. They are the lowest scoring first quarter offense in the entire NFL, and they have played 13 games and have won 9 in a row. And I was told that it's because their offense basically is like Muhammad Ali early in a fight.
They rope-a-dope?
They just kind of feel the opponent out. Or Floyd Mayweather used to do that a lot too, right? He would just kind of dance around early in fights and tire the opponent out.
Yeah, he just would bore people to death.
Well, that's
fighter and viewer.
That's kind of a positive spin on what they're doing. Like, oh, they're just trying to get a feel for the game.
Holy
Come on
crap.
now.
It took them till their 8th game to even score in the first quarter.
And the Steelers don't have an opening drive touchdown all year. That's actually one of the things that Arthur Smith has done worse than Matt Canada, if you believe it. Matt Canada's first 15 plays working a little better than Arthur Smith's first 15 plays scripted. They haven't come out and set the tone, if you will, in a game all year. They've had Chris Boswell field goals.
I think they like the idea the Steelers do of we're going to come out, we're going to be physical, and sometimes that just means
Let's
running
get
like
physical. You think they're listening to Olivia, what's her name?
Newton-John.
Yes.
Dead?
Olivia Newton-John. Okay, that just because someone's dead doesn't mean you can't listen to their music anymore.
Where would you rank physical
There's a Bob
on
Dylan
her,
movie coming out
discography?
right now. We're still listening to his music. He's been
alive.
Gone. Okay, I didn't know that.
Get out. No, you knew that. That one doesn't fool me. You knew
swear
Bob
to God.
Dylan was alive.
Bob Dylan looks. You know, I found out's alive today. I almost died when I heard he was alive. Dick Van Dyke.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jimmy Carter.
Dick Van Dyke, 99, still doing his thing.
Jimmy Carter in hospice care for 2 years. There has to be a record for the longest time somebody has spent in hospice care, and Jimmy's got to have broken it.
The peanut farmer.
Man, you think of the regimes he's outlasted in other countries, like around the world. Unbelievable, this guy. You just completely threw me off. Olivia Newton-John. Where would you rank Let's Get Physical on her singles?
I don't know any of her other songs, Chris. I've just heard that one for years.
Gotta believe we are magic.
Never heard it.
No?
No.
What about all the stuff she did for Grease?
Grease Lightning? Oh, those aren't. That's.
She still sang.
Yeah. I don't really think of those as her songs, though.
Do you even know where she's from? Where she was from?
Australia?
Good. Okay, so you somehow know that.
Yeah. I'm just buying time here because I said this is, I thought, a huge game. Let's get some thoughts on it. And
You're vamping.
Nobody wanted to call in and give 2 cents on the game,
Did
which
we
I'm fine
break our
with.
listener habits because we were on the road for so long and they were just so used to us kicking it around and doing little
I said the Steelers are going to get blown out. Donnie said they're going to win, and John Gruden said they're going to have a boot put up their ass. I thought that would be enough motivation to get some Steelers
Gruden
fans.
desperately wants to get back into coaching. Just desperately wants his shot again.
And that's why he's now working with Barstool. He thinks this is like his Belichick route.
I think he's doing like a little bit of like image rehab. Look at me, I love football. I'm a football guy, and he's just insane about it, and he wants somebody to give him a shot.
Do you think if like Robert Morris Football said we've got a job for you here, John, he would just take it because he wants to coach that badly?
I think it'd be a pay cut from
Of
wherever
course
they're
it
probably
would be.
getting to him at Barstool. No,
But maybe it's like Belichick, where he just is so
what's the lowest
obsessed
end,
with coaching.
What is the lowest end job, head coaching job John Gruden would take? I think he would take a job at like a mid-tier to bottom-tier Power 4 school.
So if West Virginia had called him, he would have said, I'm game?
I even think lesser than that. So, is Texas Tech, would you consider them better or worse than West Virginia?
They don't have
typically?
a coaching vacancy.
No, but if they did, where would you consider them? I'm talking about broadly.
They've had one great year in my lifetime, and that was when they had Michael Crabtree.
He would go coach at Texas Tech if the job was open there. I just think the Steelers, my bottom line here is I think they're probably going against right now in terms of when you take health into account, relative health of teams, they are going against top to bottom the best roster in the entire NFL, and I don't think they're going to have enough in the tank to beat them, specifically not in their building. I think that this might be a close game after 15 minutes. I also could very easily conceive of the Eagles coming out like gangbusters and actually shoving the ball down their throats and going up 7-0 early, and at that point, you might as well go get your laundry done.
Russell Wilson has done a very good job of spreading the ball around, but the spreading the ball around is usually once he figures out that George Pickens is not the correct person to throw the ball to. Pickens has been the Steelers' first read on a passing play, the guy that the play is designed to go to, on 75 passing plays this year. If you had to guess who is second on the team and with how many?
Targets?
So 75 times George Pickens has been the first read on a play. Somebody had to look at the tape of these plays and say, that's where Russell Wilson...
This is just the first read.
Yes. 75. Who do you think second?
I think it's probably Harris.
Wrong. What's the note? How does Joe say it when something wrong?
Wrong. Wrong.
Okay, what do you think the number is then?
So 75 times Pickens through 14 or 13 games has been the first read.
Mm-hmm.
I think the number is under 35.
Very good. 33 is the number. And it's Calvin Austin.
Little Calvin.
So, dude, look at that drop-off.
I mean, that makes sense,
It's a difference of 42 plays. That's how...
Does any other team have a reputational disparity between wide receiver 1 and everybody else, though?
No, that's why the Steelers...
needed one.
Hunted and snooped around for one for months.
You know what's funny about Austin, very quickly? He's got 4 touchdown catches.
Well, Chris, take your time, my friend. You don't have to go very quickly here.
No, I will go very quickly. I don't know. Whenever
you want to be quick, but don't hurry. That's what John Wooden said. So just...
Well, you're burning daylight here with this John Woodenism. He also told his players that they were going to work on putting on socks for 15 minutes because if they didn't and they did it wrong, they'd get blisters.
They also had their first few practices with an invisible ball.
You know what? You got me on this here. Has anybody ever been christened a saint of coaching in a given sport while people were more willing to ignore the real reason the guy was a great
they had
winner?
NIL at UCLA.
What was the guy's name?
Sam Gilbert.
Thank you. He had Sam Gilbert just throwing money at these dudes left and right, but instead we're going to deify John Wooden because he taught guys how to put on socks correctly. Anyway, the Wizard of Westwood, I was going to say something you would have said there, and that would have made people mad. Anyway. I, again, lost my train of thought
Let's get Cam and Monroeville's thoughts. Hello, Cam.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, man, we're good.
I just had a few thoughts about what I think the Steelers need to do to win on Sunday.
Sure, let's hear them.
I think that we need at least 2 turnovers at any point in the game. And then from a red zone standpoint, I just think we at least need to be above 30% scoring touchdowns in the red zone. I feel like we can't settle for Boswell's toe this time around whenever we get into the red zone.
The turnover thing is, I think, the biggest impediment to them winning because the Eagles have the same philosophy as the Steelers. We don't care if it's boring football and we're just running the ball every time. We will not throw interceptions in this game. We will not give them the ball. And also, by the way, breaking news, it's not official yet, but just from the way the conversation is going in the locker room right now, it looks like Elliott is going to be out for this game.
That's not
so
good.
They lose a defensive
That's
playmaker.
a run stuffer. I thought you were going to say breaking news and reference something that looks like it's imminent and it's going to affect a different team in town.
Oh, well, you could tell me that. That's a tease for the next segment. We also go to the other side next with the sideline reporter and the self-proclaimed king of Philadelphia sports media. Are A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts going to get in a fight in this game? Is Kenny Pickett going to make a cameo? All that coming up. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins won last night by a final score of 9-2 over the Montreal Canadiens. They look to get back to NHL 500 tomorrow night when they visit the Ottawa Senators in Ottawa. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the most impactful things that's ever happened to me. Losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks, keeping that weight off, developing so many healthy habits that have just improved the way I feel, improve the way I look, just improve my quality of life. It's funny, I say quality of life. You know what's one of the first things you'll notice if you take the plunge with Awaken 180? Probably like the first couple days you might even notice this. Definitely after the first week to 10 days. You are going to sleep so much better than you were prior to the program. That was my experience, and that's been the experience of a lot of people I know. I just have had so many good things happen in my life because of Awaken 180. And why does Awaken 180 work, you ask? Because the approach is simple and yet, very detailed. They come up with a program that's based on a lot of different things, science and nutrition. Your coach does. You execute it. That's the simple part. They do the complicated stuff for you, and then they check in. You have that coaching every week to keep you accountable, and then even after you reach your goal weight, that coaching is free for life. Now is the time. 844-346-1800 or online, awaken180weightloss.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, Frisco fan, what has happened to your Niners? Look, I'm not saying that either team looked great last night, but one team definitely looked worse. Your team. Y'all were terrible last night. On a night when you had to be the opposite of terrible, because y'all had to have that game. The Niners' season was hanging in the balance. It was on the line last night. But you never would have known that based on how they showed up. I'm Jim Rome.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Today's Game Changer sponsor, helping the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh, is Hampton Beer Outlet. You can be a game changer too. Donate at 937thefan.com.
You know the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other.
Let's get the view from the other side. I think the Steelers are going to get their asses kicked on Sunday, and I'm not even really that mad about it because it's all about Baltimore the following week and then spoiling the Chiefs' Christmas fun. Our next guest is the sideline reporter for the Eagles and is the king of Philadelphia sports media and has been for a long time. He's known for wearing mink coats on the sideline at Eagles games, from what I've heard.
You ever put one of those coats on? You ever, not his personally, but
No,
you ever worn one?
I've not. You?
I think my great aunt used to have like very fancy coats like that, and she would like you got to take them to a specific place to get like cleaned and all that stuff. Like it's a big to do.
Well,
it's a very valuable piece of attire here.
Because our guest for the other side is a big deal, and that is Howard Eskin from WIP in Philadelphia. Hello, Howard.
Hey, hello. Well, yeah, if it's cold enough, I'll wear the mink coat. Now, if I was in Buffalo, that would be a joke. That's always cold. But Pittsburgh, I guess, kind of gets cold at times. I think Sunday, I think it might be in the 40s, even though the game starts basically, and the sun will be down before the first quarter is over. But I'll deal with it. By the way, just to let you guys know.
Yes.
I'm not only and the king, anybody that gives themselves a nickname is fraudulent.
Agreed.
Like LaFraud James is a fraud. He gave himself King James. Who named him the king? Pete Rose actually gave me the name, and it stuck for years and years. But I also got a doctorate in May, so I'm also a doctor, King PhD, if you want to really do the whole.
Congratulations on all your
now,
success,
Howard, hold on. I have to ask you this. If you give yourself the nickname, it's no bueno. Didn't Howard Stern give himself the nickname King of All Media?
It might have been in the story because he was King of All Media. I mean, I don't know that I'm King of All Media, but that's not why he named me.
No, you are the King of Philadelphia media.
Yeah,
sports
that one counts.
Sports
Pony
talk.
gave it to you.
Hey, listen, I've done 8,000 sports talk shows in my career, which I think is more than anybody else in the country. So whatever. I mean, I walk in the locker room one day, and there was a story that somebody did about me on TV before I went to TV, and he said he's the king of sports talkers. I walked right in the locker room. It didn't take 10 seconds. And Pete Rose said, the king.
Yeah.
You're the king. And then it stuck. But
kind of a flex,
whatever.
humble brag on your part.
Listen, I just do what I do. If I wear a mink coat, it's got to be cold enough. If I do things,
41 degrees on Sunday. Is that mink coat weather for you, Howard?
Nah,
No?
it's got to be under 40.
Okay,
it's got to be under 40. I have a standard.
I'm going to start you with this one. The feeling on Kenny Pickett from the Eagles' perspective, is it we just have a boilerplate backup, or do the Eagles actually think they have a future starting quarterback in waiting, and he's just blocked by Jalen Hurts?
Well, I'll tell you what I see, and nobody at the Eagles is ever going to say they think he's the future quarterback of the Eagles. But, I mean, I see Kenny Pickett. I like their third-string quarterback better than Kenny Pickett. It's Tanner McKee, who came out of Stanford.
Yeah.
He doesn't move as well, but he's got a stronger arm. He makes really good reads. I'm watching him in practice.
Definitely bigger hands.
Anything else. Yeah, well, yeah, bigger hands.
We've got people working in our promotions department here, Howard, who, by fact, we measured hands here once when Kenny was here.
A nice
Bigger
young lady
hands.
has bigger hands than him. Documented.
Yeah, hey, listen, he's a backup quarterback, and he's probably a good backup quarterback, but you're not going to be able to be successful if he has to play more than maybe 2 or 3 games, if that's the case, if your quarterback gets hurt. But nice enough guy. He's a backup quarterback.
Is he going to have to play in this game when A.J. Brown strangles Jalen Hurts mid-game? Is
Good
that
question.
something likely to happen?
Okay, you guys it's out of control here in Philadelphia. And then
Well, you can blame your son for that. He's the one that goaded Brandon Graham into saying everything about it, Howard.
Well, I was there. I was part of the show, too. And we didn't goat him into where we both do the show. And we didn't goat him into doing anything. He was prepared to say what he said, and then he kind of walked it back the next day. But the reality is A.J. Brown opened it up, said he opened it up because he wanted to get it out there, regardless of the passing.
Oh, we lost him. Well, we were just finally getting somewhere with that, Charlie.
Man.
Charlie, want to try to call him back, or do you think he hung up on us because he didn't like the fact that I blamed him for the incendiary quote that
he's
happened?
still on the line, so I'll just give him a call back.
All right, thank you. Maybe he muted himself. He's an older man. Sometimes you hit the mute button with your whiskers of your beard or something, and you don't know it.
Man, you're in full goading mode here.
Oh.
An older man.
He is. He's like in his 60s.
That's old now?
He probably wore a mink coat in 1991 when the Steelers lost to the Eagles in Philadelphia. Do you know who the starting quarterback was that day?
For the Steelers?
For the Eagles.
Wouldn't have been Randall.
No. He was hurt.
Who the hell would have been backing him up?
It's a crazy one.
Is it like where Jeff Steagles, the punter, was somehow?
No, it was a quarterback. Do you know who started for the Steelers that day?
I would assume Bubby.
He did.
Who would Bubby have lost to? How about Billy Joe Hobart?
No, I'll give you a hint. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
But he didn't win it, obviously, with the Eagles.
He did not. Because the Eagles didn't win one until Nick Foles,
right.
so I don't think he was a backup in 91 and then again in 2017.
Pony, I can vamp here and try to guess it while we're trying to get Howard back on the line here.
Jim McMahon.
No.
Yep. Jim McMahon was the starting quarterback.
He's one of those dudes I just completely memory.
Did we just get the middle finger from Howie? Here, Charlie? Or is he back? Okay.
Oh, working on it. He might be going through a dead zone here. What was he? I think he was, about to say A.J. Brown kind of brought this on himself?
I have no idea what he was about to say, but I thought it was going to get pretty juicy there.
He said A.J. Brown opened this thing up. I thought at first he was going to say we were being ridiculous about it, but I don't think that's the direction he's headed.
I also thought we were going to get maybe some juicy stuff on Pickett. We actually did. He said the guy's not even their best second.
That was a preseason story.
He's not even the second best quarterback on the team.
That was a preseason story. People were saying that the hardcore 700 level style Eagles fans.
Is that how big the stadium is there?
Well, that was the old thing at the Vet, the 700 level.
You ever go to a game at the Vet?
No. I've never been to a game.
It's like taking your life into your own hands.
I've never been to a game at Citizens Bank. I've never been to a game at Lincoln Financial or whatever it's called. I've only been to a game at whatever they're calling the Flyers Arena now, which I actually had the rare good experience of. Sat behind a Philly fan and his kid, and the guy was like, we don't like you because you have a Talbot jersey on, but we're nice people.
Charlie, you're good, brother. We can call it a day with Mr. Eskin. We tried. You're good. We tried to get the other side, and we got Pickett, and we were about to get maybe an explosive take.
Is that maybe something where you would go to yourself, Pony, and look in the mirror and say, should I have, knowing that some things can happen with phones, should I have asked about something other than Kenny Pickett to start with?
No, I don't conduct every interview thinking that the phone's going to drop. You can't do that.
But would Pickett maybe have been better suited for...
Howard Eskin back with us from WIP, the Eagles sideline reporter.
I'm telling you, I lose the call when I kind of tell you what a fraud Russell Wilson is. I mean, that's why I think...
You've been big on frauds this segment, Howard. First you started with LeBron, now you're going in on our quarterback who's never lost in Philly.
Red zone, Seattle won with defense. Bill Belichick would not have won that Super Bowl if Russell Wilson made the right read. First of all, Pete Carroll should have run the ball, but that's another story. So,
Howard, I hate to break it to you, but our quarterback's playing better than yours right now, and it's not even close.
Well, I don't care about numbers. I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to use your eyes. You're right on the sideline. You're really going to come on the air here and say that Jalen Hurts is playing better than Russell Wilson?
I think Jalen Hurts is 45-19 since he started at quarterback. Russell Wilson is lucky to have found a job. And I'm going to
Jalen Hurts is lucky that the best running back in the NFL lines up next to him or behind him on every play.
All right, can I tell you a background story of why? First of all, Russell Wilson had an office in Denver. That's a disgrace. And what does that say to your teammates? You got an office. Who the hell are you? But I'll never forget this. They were in Philadelphia for a playoff game years ago. He was with Seattle. And after the game,
he won.
Well, yeah, he won the game. After the game, he didn't like the food on the plane, so he held up the plane. 6-hour flight back to Seattle. He held up the plane until they got the food that he liked on the plane. Are you kidding me?
What were they providing on the plane? Chicky and Pete's?
I don't even care what they were providing. You get back to Seattle, it's not fair to the rest of the teammates. They were eating the food.
What was the A.J. Brown stuff we were about to get into? Because we never heard that.
Yeah,
it cut out right before the A.J. Brown stuff.
Or are you gonna make it a big deal, Howard? We didn't catch that.
No, A.J. Brown kind of opened it up and said it was the passing game. Mm-hmm. So, he could have meant Jalen Hurts, and Jalen didn't see him. At times he was open. He could have meant other things. But the passing game certainly has to be more effective, especially when a team, and there's going to be a team that kind of shuts down Saquon Barkley more than teams have shut him down. A.J. Brown, and, he spoke, what's today, Friday? He spoke on Wednesday. He got it, cleared the air. I'm good. Jalen and I are good. They're strangling Jalen. It's all good. You have to win games. In Philadelphia, there's drama, and then it creates more drama around the country. And I get it. But I think the Eagles, because this got their attention, I do think they're going to beat the Steelers.
So we all agree on that. But if the Steelers were to win the game, how do you think they do it, Howard?
And what a hypothetical question. How are they going to do it? Luck. But I think turnovers. Turnovers win this game. And I guarantee you, it's a guarantee, the Eagles will get at least one turnover out of Russell Wilson. Now, turnovers, it's not.
Howard, do you have a charity that you like?
Yeah, I support SPCAs. I support Eagles Autism, which I've raised about $700,000 for.
How about this? I'll make a $500 bet with you right now that it won't happen. And if I'm wrong, I'll make that he won't turn the ball over.
$500 bet to the charity of our choice.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Okay, that Russell Wilson will not throw at least one interception.
Yes.
Okay, you're on.
Let's go.
You're on. It's just like
I'll be sending you my information on the charity I like here, Howard, and we'll make sure we get that to people here for the Christmas holiday.
Send you mine too. I mean, this is like stealing money, and I should be taken out in handcuffs for even allowing you.
Which a lot of Eagles fans do when it's game day. Howard, thank you so much. We'll talk again soon.
Get out of here.
See ya.
Guys.
Yeah, you got a jail in your stadium. At least you used to. Good guy. You like my chances there with that bet?
Nah, no, actually.
You think Russ is going to throw an interception?
He might throw one. Yeah. I like their defensive backfield.
Because I was going to say, would you like to get on board with me and you cover 250 and I'll do 250?
No, because I already am going to owe $1,000 to a charity of your choice because I got in on a very, very bad side of a Penguins.
You're not buying the Penguins comeback here?
No.
Did that get a little too confrontational, Charlie? You're the man that's navigating this. What did you make of it?
I mean, I felt like I did the worst job of anybody in that interview. I should have been cutting them off more and goofing around more.
Guy kind of acted like a dink, and I don't even think the Steelers are going to win the game, and I felt like I had to defend our honor in that interview.
You were getting after it.
Yeah, I mean...
You guys were getting after it. You were providing
Russell Wilson the other day.
You were providing big entertainment for the masses.
I got to stick up for my guy.
There were two entertaining people in that interview, and I wasn't one of them,
Oh, my God. Here comes self-deprecating Malsey.
It's just the truth, Pony.
Howard was a nice man. He said he never had a bad day in his life.
I like that he just said they should take me out in cuffs.
Yeah, he's about to owe me $500.
He's owing the charity of your choice.
Something tells me he's going to block my number between now and Sunday night.
You should tell him the charity of your choice is the Human Fund. Money for people.
Here is Sweet Feet on the Fan. Hello, Sweet Feet.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Did you think that guy in Philly was a jerk?
Yeah, he was a little squirrely. He's a little squirrely, but...
He's made millions of dollars to be that way, so you know.
So his take was that Russell Wilson was a bad guy because he held up a plane for food? Come on now.
I mean, they must have had some bad food.
I agree.
I told him Chicky and Pete's. That's the big Philadelphia staple.
It is Philly.
Right. The city of no brotherly love, right?
What do you got for us on this one, Sweet?
Yeah, well, how are you feeling
going
about
down here, brother?
We both are predicting a bloodbath, unfortunately.
Well, it just depends on which team comes out. Like, they come out with the similar game plan that they had against Cincinnati, where they score, they dump the ball, they put pressure on the defense, and they're going to definitely have to come out and play some defense, shut down the run, and make Jalen Hurts beat them. I don't want Saquon Barkley to have the ball, but I would rather see Jalen Hurts force him into some interceptions. And
all right, Sweet Feet. So you're saying that's what they need to do. Are you calling for...
What are they going to do, Sweet Feet?
The last time they played Saquon Barkley, Sweet Feet, Ben Roethlisberger had more rushing yards in that game than Barkley. It is a strange but true stat. Are you calling for the Steelers to hold the best running back in football in check on Sunday afternoon?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that'll be one aspect that they will accomplish.
And so are you calling a Steelers upset win in Philly for the first time since before Sweet Feet was born?
Definitely. Steelers upset win in Philly, and they bring back the real cheesesteak.
Ooh, the real cheesesteak. What makes a real cheesesteak, Mulsey? You have to have cheese whiz on it, right? And not
no, it's Whit Whiz or...
Yeah, so what would you consider an authentic cheesesteak? You lived in the state right next door to it, Charlie.
No,
you need cheese whiz on it?
I can tell you this: Geno's and Pat's. Geno's and Pat's though are like the tourist trap cheesesteaks. If you're a real one, you go to like John's Roast Pork in South Philly or something like.
Would you recommend Steelers fans going to those places in Steelers garb, or are they going to get their food spit on?
I don't know. No, those places aren't going to spit on your food, but they might not exactly be too cheery about serving you.
Find a hole in the wall, you'll find a better
John's Roast Pork is legit. I mean, you know what I am?
Hole in the walls are hard to find, brother.
You know how I am about melted cheese? John's Roast Pork in South Philly is legit. Like, I ate the cheese, I ate it so fast because it was so good that I don't even think the cheese had time to melt fully.
Did it give you the runs?
No, it was phenomenal, man. It's like literally a top 10 sandwich I have ever consumed in my entire life.
Here's Mr. Science on the air. Hello, Science.
Science!
Yes, science. Hey, just as a matter of qualification, I did not make up that nickname. It was given to me. So.
Well, I don't really. You know what? I generally agree with that, but I didn't want to. I don't know. Howard was getting on my nerves there, so I didn't even want to.
He just walked right through the King of All Media thing. Howard Stern absolutely gave himself the nickname King of All Media, and people have gone with it.
Anyways, sorry to put you through that.
That's okay. That's not a problem.
What do you got for us, Mr. Science? Give us a scientific breakdown Sunday. Science!
Science. I actually took a day off of science today, but I'll tell you what I feel. Saquon Barkley, I think, is going to rip us apart. I really do. I'm with you guys. That guy's been a beast since he came to Philadelphia. He's, his career has been resurgent from, his switch out of New York, and I don't think we're going to stop him. However, I do think
now that technically counts as your hypothesis for this game, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So now we have to
run several experiments and have a control group and everything else.
Now, is Mr. Science making these claims about Saquon Barkley as a Penn State fan who happens to live in Pittsburgh, who remembers his great days in State College, or is this an objective Mr. Science take?
No, this is objective. I went to Pitt. Okay, so
so then that really means something. The fact that you're willing to compliment a former Nittany Lion.
Mr. Science, I just feel compelled to tell you right now that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell since we have you on the line.
Yes, indeed. You are correct. That is correct.
What do you make of my take that I'm not sure if atoms actually exist?
That one, I have to say there's a lot of evidence that refutes that.
You can say more honestly to Pony your real thoughts, which are that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard a person say.
Yes.
Poor guy just wanted to get his take out there, and he's getting hit with parts of the cell. You know why Saquon Barkley is so much better this year than he was with the Giants?
Because he has massive quads.
Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Mekhi Becton, and Lane Johnson.
Jurgens, like the,
like the hand cream,
hand lotion.
There was an actor named Kurt Jurgens who was in a Bond movie as the bad guy.
Can you say lube?
Well, lube and hand lotion are two different things.
I think Jurgens is more in the lube category.
No, it's hand lotion, Pony.
I bet if we put up a Twitter poll, Jurgens, lube or lotion, people would say lube.
No, you're being deliberately dumb about this.
No, I'm not.
You know people would say lotion because that's what it is.
Okay. What was the last thing you were going to say there, Chris?
He's just got a way better offensive line.
Lane Johnson is maybe the greatest right tackle of all time.
Landon Dickerson's a monster. Mekhi Becton has reinvented himself with Philly. Mailata's pretty good. Jurgens is the one dude people don't even know that much about, but that's why he's so good. He's running behind an absurd offensive line.
412-928-9370. What is going to happen in Philly? Is it going to be more of the same? 10 straight losses there. Will the Steelers end the drought, or do you think we're going to see a massacre? An Eagles blowout. 412-928-9370. More of your calls coming up on that next. Plus, Mike Tomlin bitching about the schedule on McAfee show, which leads to a question about Sunday's game. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I'd like to tell you guys first about the Wet Go Car Wash. And I was just there 2 days ago on a Wednesday, a hump day. Driving through there, Amanda said, let me take Stella to Actually, no, Stella didn't have to go. The nanny was there. So I had a little bit of a freed-up morning. Stopped at Wet Go, and car looking clean. There's a lot of salt out there now on the road with snow and ice and whatever else. Easy for the car to get dirty. One day it looks clean, the next day it's not. And that's why it's so good to have an unlimited pass, because you can go every day. You can go more than once a day, and you don't get charged any extra. Go a ton. Go a lot. They don't charge you more and say, wait a minute, you're taking advantage of us. You went 20 times in December. Doesn't work that way. Makes a great Christmas present. You make it a stocking stuffer. You know why it's good? Because people are going to use it. So many Christmas presents get repurposed, regifted, or they just never get used. This will. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited is where you sign up. And give the gift of unlimited car washes with the Wet Go Car Wash.
Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men in a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Are you interested in helping other people as a licensed therapist? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online accredited Master of Arts in Counseling degree that can be completed in less than 2 years. Financial aid is available. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. All right, Friday night NBA action. Lots of games going on here. In fact, one of them involves Cleveland and Washington. Bub Carrington, the ex-Pitt guard in this game, and Cleveland is a gigantic favorite of over 17 points. How about that? Also, the Lakers are in action tonight, and it looks like LeBron is not going to play. That line right now is 8.5, as the Lakers are a pretty big dog in Minnesota. So right now, FanDuel is something called Friday Firsts, which means you can bet on things like first basket to be scored, team to score 15 first, so much more than that. These props are available. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew to take advantage to claim your Friday first profit boost. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both. Offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pierce the veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh. With Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and if you're planning on asking her to marry you this Christmas, you better have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford from a reputable family-owned business. And now through Christmas Eve, save 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casdy Village, and Peters Township.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Join 93.7 The Fan's Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore for the Black and Gold Watch Party this Sunday, starting at 4:30. Enjoy great prizes, 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats. Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The real reason the Grinch's heart got bigger, he's at Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. These are prices that are so out of sight on the 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsair. Over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we know that George Pickens is out for Sunday's game in Philadelphia. It's looking more and more like Deshaun Elliott will not play. He did try to practice today. We'll get an update a little bit later in the show from one Mark Cabali. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Football Friday on Friday Tailgate on Pony and Muller.
The Fan is Covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for the PM Team Tailgate Party. The PM Team Tailgate is presented by Mike Spearmore and brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I try to keep the present challenges our singular focus. And so behind the scenes, organizationally, obviously, I've made some decisions about how I structure the calendar. I made some day-to-day decisions in terms of keeping guys upright, giving guys rest days and so forth. But it hadn't been anything that I've addressed in the big room, if you will, or in front of the group. I just don't want to give it that amount of credence at this juncture. I'm sure everybody's aware of the schedule. You know, our job this week is the Philadelphia Eagles, and so I'm going to delve deeper into that, probably more with the collective on the other side of this game. Right now, we're in the midst of a 7-day cycle in terms of prep, and so things are business as usual, but it's going to quickly change once we get on the other side of Philadelphia.
Commissioner Goodell trying to punish the Steel City.
Unbelievable.
I don't like that at all. All right, we'll talk for you, you know, because you get to Philly, Saquon's so good.
Hey, and please do a good job of it.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Mike Tomlin with Pat McAfee letting it slip a little bit. Some of his true colors coming out, that he is not thrilled with this 3-game and 11-day stretch. And he said he'd be making some decisions, and that a lot of those decisions would manifest after this week when they start to get into the routine of not being in their normal routine. So we do get a confession from Mike there that this is not the best. Not bitching like the Chiefs are about it. I don't know if you saw any of that, Chris. They're not thrilled.
The Chiefs bitching about something?
Their main gripe seems to be that their bye was in Week 6, and they're having to play all of these games in a row, and now a lot of games in a short amount of time.
If I were the Chiefs,
like
I wouldn't
be getting preferential
treatment. I wouldn't be bitching about anything because thanks to officials' calls in certain games, they're about 3 games better than they probably otherwise should be.
Like here's Kermit the Frog Mahomes here, articulating his gripe.
What was it like when you first saw the schedule come out to see kind of this little layout here?
Yeah, it's not like a good feeling. I mean, I'm excited to play on Christmas, to hopefully get back from what we did last year, but you never want to play this many amount of games in this short of time. It's just not great for your body, but at the end of the day, it's your job, your profession. You have to come to work and do it.
Yes. So I'll do it, but I'll do it kicking and screaming in my Kermit the Frog voice, putting ketchup on steaks and whatnot.
Sorry, I was distracted there for a second. Already your bet with Howard Eskin is generating big responses. I'm getting DM'd from a woman who listens to us from Philly. She said, I'm the My Guy Pat Fry girl.
Yes.
And she said, I miss 1 hour of the show and this bet happens already. So people are already taking big notice of your tweet about Howard Eskin's bet with you.
He just wanted to come on the show and F around, and he found out that he's going to owe me $500 here because I don't think our new friend of the show, Russell Wilson, is going to go in there and start turning the ball over willy-nilly. But you don't even agree with me on that. I don't even have your support. You're on Eskin's side. You're a Benedict Arnold in this. I don't even have you as an ally. You're a frenemy here.
I just have to be honest with my takes here, Pony. I can't, I cannot tell a lie. I'm like George Washington.
So I'm all for authentic Mueller. That's why my stance on this game is you should be very pragmatic about it. You should not do everything in your power to win it because of the games that are ahead very quickly, and they are way more important. And so just as a illustration of exactly how I feel, Justin Fields played 0 snaps against the Browns. I'd like to see a lot more of Justin Fields in this game. Not necessarily because I think it's going to help the Steelers win the game, but it's going to take a little bit of tread off the Russell Wilson tire. Like, you know what would actually have me coming in here in just a state of mind where I was just a basket case and ready to smoke an entire pack of cigarettes and pace around the room for the entire 4-hour show.
Russell Wilson getting hurt?
Yes, if the calf strain that has been really cooperative and we have not read or heard anything about it, all of a sudden popped back up in this game and became something that we had to worry about for the rest of the season.
You just said it, though. Have we heard any reason why that would be the case? It seems like he's actually healthy.
No, but he takes a hit, he twists it or something. There's a tweak.
Now, that could happen to any part of his body, though, in any random play.
Now you're going to do you could walk across the street and tweak it. There's just as much.
I said on any play. I didn't say walking across the street.
But you know how people take it to the extreme with injuries.
But I didn't.
I know. But I thought you might, so I tried to.
So you did a preemptive.
I did.
A preemptive attack on a point you thought I might make.
Would you punt on this game?
I would do one of those quarterback punts where you'd line up the quarterback and then decide, he's just going to give it a little pooch kick. Roethlisberger very good at the pooch kick.
He was. Roethlisberger has been the good luck charm for Pitt volleyball. They're 9-0 in the big man. Although I shouldn't call him big anymore. I should call him now Medium Ben is in attendance for these games. Because he's lost. I bet he's down to probably from a 38 waist down to like a 34, I would say. Just based on what I've heard. Yeah, I think you guys are the same now.
Actually, no, more like a 33, 32.
Congratulations on your success with the week in 180.
What are you?
I'm in the same ballpark.
You're not, though.
No, I am.
You're not giving me a number.
I'm either 34, 33, 32, somewhere in there.
No, you aren't.
Yes, I am.
I bet you're 36 and you don't want to say
No, I'm not a 36. If I wish we had a pair of jeans here, I'd slide right into those 34s. We could do it on camera, too. We have the means to do that.
Oh, that's the content our listeners crave. Let's watch this man wriggle into some jeans.
You don't think our boss is like, anytime like Starkey's shirt came off in studio for some kind of like bet that he won or some kind of contest, that went right up on our social media channels.
We decided that our listeners could not get enough of Starkey's chest.
Here is Atkins on the Fan. Hello, Atkins.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Appreciate you guys taking my call, man.
Yeah. You think it's going to be a blowout on Sunday?
I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be a close game just on how the basis of the two teams on how they play. With Pickens being
That's great news because the Steelers almost always win close games. Their record in close games is phenomenal, Atkins. In fact, the only team since 2020 with a better record in close games than the Steelers is the Chiefs.
And I'm feeling a little comfortable. I'm just a little shaky with Pickens being out and with the news of Elliott being out. By the way, I have a question. Who's Elliott's backup?
Probably Casey would be the guy that would fill in for him.
I like that. That he's a hitter.
He is.
So, I think in order for us to win this game, and it's not really a stretch, but it could be, we got to have at least 3 turnovers and a big splash.
Wow.
At least 3 and a big splash special teams play.
If only we could get a good luck charm in the stadium like Atkins, that would be maybe something that would be helpful to the cause. If only you could tell us that you were actually going to drive to Philly and give their fans the double bird and tell them.
I'm actually going to the game.
Well, there you go. How about that?
I've got my tickets about a month ago. And I've been pounding my chest.
And since you're from Easton, you probably know how to fight because that's the home of the Easton assassin, Larry Holmes.
You're damn right.
And are you going to wear your Steelers garb loudly and proudly, or are you going to go incognito, Atkins?
Man, I'm putting on the Steelers hat, the hoodie, the jacket, the gloves, the matching sneakers.
There you go.
Now, are you going to be in the 500 level, or are you going to be sitting with the bougie types in the club?
No, I'm actually I got some good 50-yard line, 200 level.
My man. All right,
he is going into the club.
Well, if the Steelers do win, you got to call back in on Monday and let us know how it went, okay?
Even if they lose, I'll still give you guys a call.
I want an update on how it was with those morons.
Mutants.
Yeah, I was stuck on both M's there.
Dan Zangrilli liked to use the term mutants.
Dan Zangrilli, I wonder if he has a take on this big Kyle Tucker trade. He's headed to the Chicago Cubs.
Don't worry, some site called Baseball Trade Values that I keep seeing people use over and over again says that this is a wild overpay by the Chicago Cubs. Memo to Baseball Trade Values. I don't give a rat's ass. We're talking about it as a guy like,
That's the attitude the Steelers need in Philly. I don't give a rat's ass about 1965. I'm sick of hearing about that. I don't need to hear about the way Bobby Hoying lit us up in 1997. I don't care about Carson Wentz having the best day of his life against us in 2016.
I don't care about A.J. Brown literally laughing at the Steelers while they tried to defend him on his way to 3 touchdowns.
I don't care that Lito Shepard stepped on Ben Roethlisberger's hand and he had to leave the game. I don't care that Jeff Reed scored our only points there in 2008 and then probably came back to Pittsburgh and started.
I actually don't care about that stuff. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they won the Super Bowl that year.
They lost there in 79, too, when Wilbert Montgomery had a big day on the ground for the Eagles. Yep.
Was Harold Carmichael on that team?
He was. He only had one catch that day.
Held him down.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. How you feeling about Steelers Eagles? Our last caller said they need 3 takeaways to win the game. Bryant McFadden will weigh in at 3:30. More of your thoughts? Would you punt on this game? You heard Mike Tomlin say he's not thrilled with the schedule. He wants Pat McAfee to go bitch to Roger Goodell about it. Quick timeout, and we're right back. First, a headline from one Charlie Borges.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow, 1 o'clock at the Pete against the Sam Houston Bearcats. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, Mr. Filipponi.
Craig wants us to keep our pants on, by the way, even though he's a content lover. I just got that message from him. Sorry, Craig. He wants to keep it PG now. Here, he wants a nice family-friendly program, apparently.
Family-friendly?
Yeah. He's going Jim Gracie on us.
I didn't say it. You said it.
Let's not try to push the envelope.
Don't call somebody an idiot. Say they're acting.
You take that envelope, you put that right in the paper shredder.
Don't you dare push it. Pull that thing back.
You start to say nice things about Philadelphia. You start to tell everybody that Ben Franklin was from there and that was the original capital of the United States, and we should be very respectful. The Liberty Bell is a national treasure.
Great movie.
All right, let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. I am not going to bet the Steelers on Sunday. You know who I am going to bet? This is going to maybe shock you. I'm going to take the Browns against the Chiefs. I think Cleveland is going to be frisky in that game because I think they play better in these situations. They just got blown out by the Steelers. Now everybody thinks Jameis sucks again. That's when Jameis, like the Undertaker in that meme, revives himself and lights up the Chiefs defense, and the Browns at 3-10 shock the world and hurt their draft stock and ability to take a quarterback in the long run. It's one of those bad wins for them. So that's what I think is going to happen. They're also plus 4.5 on FanDuel, and right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if they win on FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. FanDuel.com/Andrew to turn 5 into 150. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus specials expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
We have Charlie today because our new normal Friday producer, the Cougar assassin, Seth, is on his way to Philly to hang out with all of his ruffian friends because he is an Eagles fan, unfortunately. So we've got Charlie in, and Charlie just lied to me and said, I can't play an NFL or college football bed coming back, which was just a way for him to get Bruce Springsteen on the air because him and Bruce go way back.
They're chums.
I said I couldn't find it, not that I couldn't play it.
Oh.
Well, not being able to find it. Then not being able to find it by definition meant you weren't going to be able to play it.
Meanwhile, he's in there going, "Baby, we were born to run." He loves the boss.
Bruce Springsteen, if he started a concert right now, wouldn't be done by the end of our show.
Is Bruce Springsteen from the part of Philly or from the part of New Jersey that roots for the Eagles or roots for the New York teams?
Asbury Park.
That would be that's kind of a split area between all three.
Well, go ahead, sit on the fence there, Charlie.
It's literally a fence. Like, you have half of Jersey.
You know what? I don't even care. I don't even know why I asked.
I'll turn my mic off.
Wow. Man, Dad coming down harsh on Gorgeous Borges today.
Yeah, and Donnie, meanwhile, is giving Joe the catnip take of the Steelers are going to go shock the world in there and beat the Eagles.
This is incrinculant.
Holy horse balls, you buried the lead here, Tom.
He literally said that. I heard him say it. You buried the lead.
Holy vulture testicles. I can't believe we didn't start the show. We should probably talk to each other before the show starts to figure out.
Holy bison balls.
All right. And we've got some people that want to talk about this game, which is good. We've been on the road the last few days, so we're back in our friendly confines. Gives us a chance to talk to you. Here's Rich in Forest Hills. Hello, Rich.
Hey, maybe stating the obvious here, but I think whichever team runs the ball the best is going to win the game. I think it's going to be
Who do you
close.
think that's going to be?
You know what? I think the Steelers. I think the Steelers are better at stopping the run than they are at stopping the pass. So I think the Steelers have a shot. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means. But I have a question for you guys.
Well, hold on a second, though. You say it's not going to be a blowout, so we lose our best weapon, which keeps the safeties honest for Philly. So they're going to bring everybody down to stop the run. And you think even in that situation, we're able to run the ball on them?
I think we will be able to run the ball. Okay. That's my opinion. We'll see. I mean,
they got dudes all over that roster. Jalen Carter's a monster on their defensive line.
They can put Big Jordan Davis in there to stop the run too.
They got dudes everywhere on that roster.
But let me ask you this question.
Sure.
I'm not a big Tomlin fan. I've called your show before and railed on Tomlin. But I got to tell you, I think he's having a pretty decent year this year.
I'd go beyond that. I think he's having a really good year, and if they win this game, he's going to probably be the Coach of the Year favorite.
Well, here's my question, though. Do you think it's any coincidence that Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator not so much the offensive coordinator, but on the staff while Tomlin's being reborn into the
No, because he's much better. He's much better than Matt Canada.
Well, no, I'm not talking about play calling so much. I'm talking about moderating the overall.
Like, what do you mean?
Just moderating the overall game. The approach that changes at halftime. I think it's a two-headed monster.
I do not. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you continue to call in. But
I have a feeling I know where the end point of that call was.
That
Arthur Smith should be the next Steelers head coach.
Arthur Smith is like
no, I'm very serious.
Co-head coach kind of in a way.
I thought it was Tomlin's having a decent year, but really Arthur Smith's doing all the work, or the majority of the work, is the sense I got from that.
Interesting.
And that maybe Arthur Smith should be their next head coach.
I mean, like I said, it's not all sunshine and rainbows with Arthur Smith. They haven't scored a touchdown on the opening drive of a game all year. And when we were still living in our personal hell, which was watching Matt Canada coordinate Steelers offenses, one of the big things I and others would say very astutely was that, so you work on a plan all week. You devise, this is the best way to start a game. And then it never produces a touchdown. And that was like a scarlet letter for Matt Canada. Well, lo and behold, the same exact thing has happened to Artie this year. And, man, what a bonus it would be to go in there and score an early touchdown on an opening drive and put Philly behind the 8 ball, which they've done all year, and, frankly, they've gotten away with it. And it's like the Dennis Green, they are who we thought we were, but we let them out of it. We let them off the hook, exactly. The Eagles have 21 punts to 4 touchdowns in the first quarter this year.
Steelers need to win the first quarter and win the third.
They are a notorious slow starter.
Well, they got to win the first and win the third. The Steelers are the best third-quarter team in the NFL, and I feel like the Eagles are generally a team that picks up steam and the ball rolls downhill.
Yeah, they're a great fourth-quarter team.
And so you gotta make hay in the quarter they suck in and in the one that you're great in.
Love that expression. How does one actually make hay? Is hay just something that grows out of the ground and you just collect it and bundle it together?
You bale it.
Bale it, yes. You don't bundle it, you bale it. You're right about that.
Is hay something that just grows out of the ground? Is your question?
Is hay a man-made thing?
No. Hay,
so we started making hay? Is that where the expression came from?
No, it's just grass, dude.
It's just dead grass.
Yeah. Cut and dried.
Oh.
It's like dry grass.
So where did that expression come from? You got to make hay. They're talking about hay, like this hay, right? Is there another hay? Like it's not hay, H-E-Y, like hay. You got to make hay, like something big.
I'm trying to find out where this came from. You know what? We don't have the usual quick idiom.
In the meantime, we'll go to Tim in Saxonburg. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
Tim, can you take us off speaker and talk?
Yep, sorry about that.
You're good. What do you got for us, Tim?
Hey, so just a quick thought on this. I have the Steelers always play well against teams that do not pass well. And Jalen Hurts is a quarterback who I think 6 games this year threw for under 200 yards.
But they've won every one of them.
Yeah.
Understood, but like our defense usually gets picked apart by passing and plays better on the defense.
Well, can I say something right now, though, Tim? I think here's the problem.
You go with the Lamar Jackson thing, that's true.
It's true, but I think
I was going to go with the Lamar Jackson.
But in Hurts's case, they're not passing it because it's been a winning formula. Like he has shown in the past the ability to throw for big numbers, including the last time they played the Steelers. He lit them up.
Yeah, the final score of that game was 35-13, Tim.
And it was not as close as the final score indicated.
Understood, but I mean, we also have different players on our defensive, especially in the cornerback, than we did back then too.
So you're calling for the upset?
I'm calling for a close game. I'm calling for a walk-off field goal with Boswell.
Well, there's a better chance Boswell makes it than their kicker because Elliott has had a horrible year for them. He's almost gotten cut. He doesn't make any long kicks anymore.
What's his effective range? 50 tops?
I don't even think it's that. I think it's probably like 45 and in. He's been just dreadful, and it's not. Doesn't make things any easier when you're there and everyone in the stadium thinks you're going to miss and they're like calling you names and they're not really building up your confidence. They're saying, hey, Elliott, you suck ass.
Their fans definitely would turn on them if it was like 14-0 after one somehow.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. You can join the show, 412-928-9370. Bryant McFadden is going to do that next. We'll see if he believes the Steelers will shock the world without George Pickens in Philly. But first, Charlie Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers-Eagles in Philadelphia on Sunday. Kickoff scheduled for 4:25. Don't forget to tune in to the pregame show with Donnie Football beginning at 1 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
There was a song that once said the heat is on. The heat is on. The heat is on. And the heat is on with McVay. They'll put it on for you if your heat's not working, furnace problems, blowing out cold air. Nothing's blowing. Zero blowing going on. That's where McVay can step up right now. They are the leaders in heating in Pittsburgh. They service the entire area. Do a great job servicing. So get in touch with them today. CallMcVay.com. I trust them, and you should too. When you need heat on a cold night, like 18 tonight, you go with McVay.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's Enhanced Network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Mitsu by the Mall.
The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off.
Take $2,000 off the Mirage, America's best value car.
Plus, we're paying 125% of KBB for your trade.
Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday Firsts in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Friday Firsts profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray. And Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new, all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry! Our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, we're already seeing backups on the inbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be moving slowly from Carnegie into the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You ventured into the attic and garage for your holiday decorations and suddenly remembered what a cluttered nightmare it was. Before you put it all back, give us a call. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is a personal goal of mine before I die to go to an Army-Navy game. And I'm pissed at myself that I haven't done it during this chunk of time when Navy is just made up of all kids from Pittsburgh. Some of them...
Go Navy, beat Army. Feel good about saying that today.
Some of them are very close to Chris Muller.
Yeah, I mean, Eli Heidenreich is...
your best friend.
Distant-ish relative, not even.
And a huge fan of yours.
On my wife's mother's side.
They might be listening to the show right now as he prepares to beat Army.
No, he's like a really, well-prepared kid who's doing serious things, so he's probably not listening.
So maybe not listening live, but we'll listen back later on
the
tonight
Odyssey
on our
app.
Odyssey app and podcast page.
Like I just did to listen to myself saying I don't give a rat's ass about a site called Baseball Trade Value.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Bad news for the Steelers. All three guys have been ruled out. Pickens, that was not really a
surprise. We knew that.
Deshaun Elliott is out.
Ogunjobi
out.
Not great.
Ogunjobi, I was stunned to read this week that as far as defensive linemen go, he is the third best in the league when it comes to run defender win rate.
Which if it was a stat used to praise, I don't know, Myles Garrett or a defensive lineman in the division, you'd say is a horse crap stat that no one should care about.
No Pickens, no Elliott.
I didn't hear a denial there, Charlie, when I accused him of how he would selectively cherry-pick that stat.
Add that up. Put it into the pony calculator.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep.
Eagles by 3 touchdowns.
That was the pony calculator, Charlie, if you've never heard it before.
Bryant McFadden, Steelers Super Bowl champion. The year Bryant and BMAC won a Super Bowl with the Steelers in 2008. They went to Philly and lost 15-6, and Ben got sacked 8 times. Anything else from that game stick out, BMAC?
No, don't remind me. That game felt like it was 5 hours. Every time we looked, Big Ben was either running for his life or getting sacked. And it was a close game, to your point. But Brian Dawkins was an animal that game, as I recall as well. So it was like a defense-type ball game. Unfortunately for us, their defense made more plays than what we did, and we took the L that particular day.
What the heck happens when you guys go there? I know that was that one game, but it's gone back 60 years basically.
10 straight losses there, BMAC.
See, that's the thing. It goes back 60 years, back to the 60s, but we have to remember, number one, we don't play Philly every year.
Nope.
It's always it's always like quarterly, and then usually when we do play Philly, sometimes it's happened. They played us back then in Heinz Field. You know what I mean? So we don't go to the link often, but when we've been, we've lost. And hopefully that bad string comes to an end this upcoming Sunday.
Do you have a good feeling about that?
I do. I have a good feeling because – and the reason why I have a good feeling is, number one, our offense has really been playing really good football, playing with confidence. Our quarterback has done a great job. And even last week, the defense that we went up against is a very, very competitive defense. You can say whatever you want to say about their overall schedule, but you don't want to play the Cleveland Browns on the wrong Sunday, and Myles Garrett can wreck a game by himself. Bouncing back, covering the spread easily, beating them by double digits, that's a plus. And our defense, when you look at our defense on all 3 levels, I heard about the injuries that we will sustain on the defensive side, missing Elliott and Ogunjobi, but we still got dudes on the defense. You know what I mean? So this is going to be a tall task, but I like our chances.
BMAC, I think this is what the kids say now, like people in their 20s. I'm going to keep it a buck here, all right? That is, on the other side of the state, I think the best roster top to bottom in the NFL, and I just don't see how the Steelers win this game when they're not at full health because those guys are good everywhere. Their defense just looks like the Georgia All-Star team halfway through it. I mean, everybody they have seems like they could be a second-team All-Pro at worst, and that's what kind of gives me pause. I think the Steelers are a really good team, but I think they're running into a big bully this week.
Okay, so my rebuttal would be most bullies don't want to fight a bully, right? And to your point, they're not a physical team as one would think with how well they run the football. They execute well, but the one issue for Philly, they have gotten off to slow starts the entire season.
Yep.
They have gotten off to slow starts. So I find it hard to believe through 15 weeks of the NFL season, you've been getting off to slow starts, and all of a sudden you're going to show a different hand. No, you are who you are at this point. So for Pittsburgh, if they can get off to a fast start, which should be available because the trends tells us Eagles have getting off to a slow start. That can be a great way to jumpstart momentum, take the crowd out of the game. And secondly, you cannot turn over the football. Even a week ago, right, you look at what Carolina did. If Xavier Legette catches that football, the Panthers actually beat Philly.
I said the same thing, but apparently he's too busy eating raccoon on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm not eating raccoon.
Did you hear him say that?
That ain't in my diet. Yeah, yes, no question. I mean, a lot of folks eat raccoon. A lot of people eat possum.
A lot of folks. He's the first person I've ever heard.
You doubted me when I said he probably eats it. He's in the sticks. He's in the middle of rural South Carolina.
There's no supermarkets there? There's no Winn-Dixies?
I'm from the South. I'm from the South, man, so that's a common thing for some folks. Not me.
B-Mac, I told Pony people eat squirrels, people eat rabbits down there, and he acted like he had never heard any of that.
I have not.
Yeah, gator, frog leg.
Here's a question for you.
Those things I have actually
I have
heard
a question
of. I've
about
had gator before.
Yeah, it's like chicken, basically, if you get it fried.
Yeah, we at Florida State, we usually eat gator during the week we play Florida.
Yeah.
That's a routine.
I'm not going to bring up what happened this year, but continue, Mosley.
No, it was a COVID year. It never happened. It was a COVID year.
Here's a Legette question. I heard from somebody that like knew of him when he was at South Carolina, like followed that, was following the SEC and had heard him speak at South Carolina, that he sounded like a dude with a Southern accent. But now that he's gotten to the NFL, it's almost become funny that he says some of these words almost ridiculous.
So you're not buying it? You think it's a put on?
Do you think it's plausible that this guy knows this is good for the Xavier Legette brand to say some stuff in a funny way, and he's doing a little bit of a put on?
The raccoon thing.
Well, no, I might be buying the raccoon thing, but like they had him say asparagus, B-Mac, and it didn't even sound like a word. And I think there's maybe a little bit of a put on going on here.
Interesting.
Whoa! What are you trying to call potential fraud alert?
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm just saying that I heard the guy when he would talk at South Carolina. It was like, yeah, he had a Southern accent, but he didn't sound like he was almost like he's doing a movie character now.
Interesting.
You know what? I would hope not, because I'm cut from the cloth of being authentic and being genuine.
Same.
And not putting up a certain image to sell a buck, to earn a buck. That's how
he wants to earn some bucks. This has become a Xavier Legette interview. If he wants to earn some bucks, he needs to catch Bryce Young's passes.
Saquon Barkley, he only had 6 rushing yards on 15 carries the last time he played the Steelers. Can we bog him down again? B-Mac, obviously not to that extent, but can we make sure he doesn't beat us on Sunday?
You know what? We can, but the issue when you play against Saquon, he can be going into the fourth quarter with 20 yards on 12 carries, and then
he pops a big one.
He can pop a big one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about Saquon, what makes him so deadly. So being able to sustain a high level of play is an issue, but the bigger issue for Pittsburgh is playing with the right gap integrity. I remember, guys, when we were playing against Chris Johnson, I think it was 2008, and Dick LeBeau told all of us as a defense, right? Mm-hmm. He said, even the guys in the secondary, if you don't play with the right gap integrity, he can take one 50 or 60, and we have nobody that can catch him on our team. And we had a defense that had speed. We talk about Ike ran 4.2. But Dick LeBeau said if we don't play with the right gap integrity, he will take it yard. And you have to be disciplined for 4 quarters. And Saquon, you have to approach Saquon the same way, because he's a guy, when he gets to the second or third level, good night. Look at what he did against the Rams. Remember, before he brought the long one against the Rams, they were doing a pretty good job against him. So I'm excited to see, can we sustain a disciplined mindset in terms of gap integrity against Saquon Barkley, because if you don't, he can get skinny to get through any hole. He can give you a one-cut move, and he can go.
With massive quads.
And then he can hurtle over you backwards like it's something he does every day.
In a video game.
B-Mac, if you were covering A.J. Brown in this game, would you be chirping at him from the jump about, like, hey, he's not looking your way? Jalen Hurts, he's not even looking at you, man. I don't even have to cover you. He doesn't even want to throw you the ball. Would you be trying to make that whole situation worse by jawing at him?
You know what? I wouldn't say that, but I think the type of trash talk that would be deserving to A.J., bruh, he ain't been looking at you the whole year. It's something about his game that he ain't trying to throw you the ball. I thought y'all was homeboys. If that's your homeboy, why he ain't throwing you the ball, bro? I would be throwing you the ball every time.
Would you toss in something like he isn't even throwing you the ball, and they've won 9 straight, so it must be working?
I mean, whatever you can to kind of get him more mad at Jalen than for him to get mad at you. Because one thing about AJ now,
he's a tank.
Guys,
he is a tank, dude.
And the last time he beat us, he mossed us and made fun of us. He was pointing at our guys in the end zone.
It was like somebody's big brother playing with the neighborhood kids.
And remember, guys, listeners, remember before we played them the last time, he was kind of a bit disgruntled because he wasn't getting opportunities. And then Pittsburgh rolled into town, and they started to force-feed him the football, and he cashed in every opportunity. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the same game plan similar to what they displayed against us. Was that 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago. That was on Halloween weekend.
That was
not good.
I
was going to say, sorry, Chris, do you think that we can move the ball without George Pickens? Because what if they put all those elite defenders in the box? What the hell are we going to do running the ball in this game?
We can move the ball without George Pickens. Now, having George Pickens will make it easier. The thing about us, moving the ball against their defense, you know who's going to have to be huge in the passing game?
Freiermuth. I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it.
Yes. They're vulnerable in terms of their linebackers, especially in between the 20s.
I thought Bond was basically playing like Jack Lambert this year. That's what they were trying to tell us, that they've got this linebacker that they found in New Orleans who they've turned into friggin' Luke Kuechly.
Zach Bond is having a career-like year, no question. But in terms of the passing game,
Nakobe Dean's a small guy. They can go. They got to go after Nakobe Dean. He's fast, but he is not a big dude at all.
They can exploit the linebackers, especially to your point, Nakobe. Nakobe has really been a good player for them, but in terms of passing coverages and zone drops as well, because you look at sometimes when they go in their zone drops, there's some loopholes in certain areas of their zone.
B-Mac, I wanted to ask you one more thing, because I don't think the Steelers are going to win this game, and I think this is going to be the reason why. The wild stat in this game for me is that Jalen Hurts actually leads the team and the league in touchdown runs. He's got 13. A lot of those are little tush-push plays and whatever down by the goal line. But
I hate that tush-push.
When he gets I think this is going to be the story. They sell out and they go hard to stop Barkley, and then he's just pulling on some of these zone reads, and he's a tank when he gets rolling downhill. He is not a small man trying to tackle him in the open field.
Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback. Their offense is better when he's running the football. Now, I've been calling for him to run the football more because I think they're better. But Sunday, I hope he don't. Because the thing about this, guys, when Jalen Hurts is running the football, it's like preparing for 12 guys on the offensive side. He's +2. He's the quarterback.
Can we use the Lamar plan against him? Do you think the Lamar game plan works against him?
I think so, he could, but the thing about Lamar compared to Jalen Hurts, we play Lamar every year. So we're more accustomed to his style. We're more accustomed to what he brings to the table in terms of quarterbacking and running backing. For Philly, we don't see Jalen Hurts often, right? So now you got to have a game plan that you have to be able to adjust on the fly depending on the flow of his game. To your point, he is running the football more so than he did a year ago. He is running the football like he did during that Super Bowl run, and we saw how it worked out. So if Jalen Hurts is running the football, like I can just go back to when I played with the Steelers and we were on defense. We hated running quarterbacks because they're +1. We can't prepare for an extra player. 11 guys is what we prepare for. But preparing for 12 guys is hard. Not to mention he can throw the football when given the opportunity. So you have to understand in these situations, Jalen Hurts can become a runner at any given time. And I know Saquon is getting a lot of praise for his individual success, but Jalen Hurts has been just as deadly when he's running the football in terms of providing extra success for their offense.
Final score?
All right. Well, now wait a minute.
Yeah.
Roll the tape back. I was pretty close with my prediction last week, if I'm not mistaken.
You were pretty much spot on. You nailed it.
I was spot on. So I'm gonna give this prediction right here. I'm going 23-21 Steelers.
MVP?
Ooh.
Well, that wasn't a good sound. That sounds like you just
MVP
had
of this game.
A bad bite of gator or
the guy
something.
who gets the award in the Keystone Rivalry state championship game. Who is it? Wow. Okay, against that big left tackle, Mailata. Thank you, B-Mac. We'll talk next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you go. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let our friends at Channel 2 handle that. Mark Cavalli is in the building. He was watching a riveting Chiefs-Chargers game that wasn't even played last night. He was on replay, and he thought it was live. But he's got all his ducks in a row now, and he's going to join us next. But first, a message from Mulsey.
It is a message from Mulsey about tech. Now, I am not a tech expert. Strange thing to say to start a message sort of about tech, right? But listen close and follow along with me, and you'll get it. Like all of you, I am online a lot. I might be doing shopping. I might be doing the banking, the finances. We're all using our phones to do that anyway, right? Or I might just be browsing the web, computer, phone, whatever. And I am very much a person who's concerned about the scams that we all hear about. You probably in the last week, in fact, I'd make a very safe bet that we've all received in the last week either an email that looks suspicious in our inbox, like not one in spam, but in your inbox, and or a text message that looks kind of shady, right? And trying to keep track of all that can be very stressful and be worrisome, but it doesn't have to be, because McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. Won't have to be concerned about scams, identity theft, data leaks, and threats on your PC. McAfee will help keep your devices, your privacy, and your identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Giant Eagle, your one-stop shop for all your holiday gatherings. Deals for Days means tons of discounts on all your favorite celebration items. Featured items are only available at amazing prices for a limited time. Don't miss out. Giant Eagle and Market District's Deals for Days for the holidays.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. Plus special designer appearances. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist?
You don't say.
Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Beginning on January 7th on ESPN, keep up, it's golf. Never mind that Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are two of the brightest offensive minds in the game, and they combined for exactly 0 touchdowns last night. You know, that's the only game all year in the NFL played by any two teams where a touchdown was not scored. Make that make sense. I'm Jim Rome.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $340 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $215 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This evening, mostly clear with overnight lows around 20 degrees. Increasing clouds through Saturday with highs in the low 40s. Mainly cloudy Saturday night with lows in the upper 20s. And a wintry mix and freezing rain possible early into Sunday. Then afternoon highs making it to the low 40s with rain. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
KDK FM. HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bad news on the injury front for the Steelers. Not only is George Pickins out Sunday in Philly, but two defensive starters, Larry Ogunjobi and Deshaun Elliott. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. It's a Football Friday. Pony and Muller tailgate on 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's time for the PM Team Tailgate Party. The PM Team Tailgate is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I was the next man up. We predicate ourselves as a defense that prides themselves on smashing the run. So whether our top run defender is out or not, we still got to do that.
Why have you and Deshaun worked so well together?
He does his job, I do mine.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It is almost 4 o'clock on a Football Friday. That means kaboom. Did you give yourself that nickname, Mark, or did somebody do that for you?
Oh, man, that might have been of all people, that might have been Mike Byers, the legendary O.J. Mike Byers from the Beaver County Times. O.J., because...
You mean the OG?
OG? Oh, no, he's O.J.
O.J. Simpson?
No, everybody called him O.J. for some reason.
Oh.
I can't remember why.
Did he run like O.J. in high school or something?
He and Tony Dorsett once combined for 2,000 yards in high school.
Oh, so he was like responsible
for 17
for
yards.
Yeah, 7. I gotcha. I like that.
Yeah, I think it was something like I wrote a story once about Ryan Clark. So this was 18, 20 years ago, whatever it was, and he made the big hit on somebody. And when I wrote it, I put some color into it, and I said, and all of a sudden, kaboom! And he read that, and it just
you became the big kaboom.
I guess.
Does McAfee call you kaboom?
No,
those guys
don't.
don't.
So.
Mike,
I don't think they know that. I don't think they know that in the Midwest yet.
Is Pittsburgh the Midwest?
No.
What is it?
Northeast or Mid-Atlantic. I don't know if it's the Northeast. I would definitely call it the Mid-Atlantic.
Is it East Coast or is it Midwest? If you had to pick one of those two.
East Coast. I mean, you got to drive 6 hours to get to the
Okay,
coast.
you just said it's not the Midwest.
We don't feel Midwest. I'm with Mark on this. We don't feel like a Midwest
What
town.
do we feel like?
Mid-Atlantic.
Mid-Atlantic.
I just gave you a choice of two.
Then I would say East
make
Coast.
Up a third.
Then I would say even though we're not near the coast, I would still call us East Coast.
We're not the South. We're not the East Coast. We're not the North.
There's nothing west about us.
We're not West.
We're not even Midwest.
We're the gateway to the Midwest.
I thought
Some
that
would
was
tell
like,
you.
St.
That's
Louis.
St. Louis is the gateway to the West.
Yeah. I didn't go into the arch. I was afraid of it when I was in St.
Better arch, St. Louis Arch or Golden Arches?
Well,
I've been to the Golden Arches many more times than I've been to the St.
How about
Louis
the one
Arch.
in Breezewood? Tomlin was making that out like it was the greatest place on planet
the
Earth.
one in Altoona, right? I think I'll skip that one when I'm heading to Philadelphia. But
oh, you're making a joke about Luigi over there, huh?
I'm not making a joke.
No, I think you are.
I think that's exactly
you can
what
read
you're
that
doing.
any way you
How?
want to
There's
read it.
no other way to read it, Mark. That's exactly what you're doing right now, man.
You just chuckled after you said
you know
it
what?
because you just.
I found that quite interesting. He mentioned Breezewood, and I mentioned this on the.
Then he mentioned the Whippeal, and that was the wrong
That's
year
what
to
I
be
said.
mentioning a
That's what I said.
Whippeal
They haven't
versus
won
Philly.
anything.
Yeah,
got murdered in
First
those
time
games.
since like 92 or 93, the Whippeal has not won a state championship, and he's comparing it to that.
Man, you've adopted my attitude towards talking on the radio because you said something that pissed people off this week. My Lord.
What did that?
That Pickens shouldn't play until the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, why? I mean, first of all, it's going to be hard for him to get healthy until the Bengals game, right? And if you're at the Bengals game, it's probably going to be decided where you're going to be at that point. Why not wait? My point was,
well, I get him loose in that game. That way he's not going cold into the playoff game.
I don't think I would. If you're at that
clearly
point,
you wouldn't because you literally said you wouldn't play him until the playoffs.
I would not play him. I mean, I don't even think I would play him if everything was on the line. A home game was on the line for the Cincinnati.
Well, then you might go into the playoffs on a 4-game losing streak. Then
that's fine. I'd rather go in.
Fine.
I would like to go. I'd rather go into a 4-game losing streak into the playoffs with 110% healthy George Pickens than maybe 70%.
So now you're coming around to my idea. Let's start resting guys in this game then.
No.
If it's all about being healthy, you just said that with George.
I will not go down that route.
You just said rest pretty much a healthy George against the Bengals to be extra safe. What's the point of trying to go all out to win this game?
Well, you're not going to go all out. You're just going to play who you always play. You're going to do what you always do. You're not going to go into a Philadelphia game and say, I'm going to put Justin Fields in because Russell Wilson needs 7 extra reps of rest.
Why not?
I mean, I just think that's ridiculous.
You just said rest your best player if you've lost 3 games in a row.
Because he is injured and you don't want to have
No, you pretty much implied that he wouldn't be injured for the Bengals game, that you wanted to be precautious to get him to, quote, 110%.
We're talking about grade 2 hamstring.
I know. And
a hamstring can go right like that. Boom.
But you're implying that if the trainer said, yeah, we think he can play against Cincinnati, you would still say, let's be on the safe side and rest him against – yeah, okay.
Yes.
So how is that really any different from what I'm saying, Chris?
You guys keep this going. I'm enjoying this.
I don't see any benefit of sitting
anybody
in Philadelphia.
Russell Wilson in this game?
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Chris.
Well, I'm asking Mark. I know you're saying that, Pony. What's the point of playing Wilson in this game?
What, I mean, because he's a starting quarterback of a team that's 10-3.
What if the calf strain started barking again?
Hayward's old. Rest him.
T.J. Watt just might have a pec tear waiting to happen.
He might, Somebody might.
I do think it's curious that you feel like it's much more important that like the risk of playing Pickens with a home game on the line would not be worth it. You'd rather go in with a 4-game losing streak and just not have courted that risk. That was eye-opening to me.
If we're going to Week 18 and things are pretty much decided, yeah, I would sit Pickens. I would sit Watt.
Would you sit Russ? If they are locked into where they're going to play and who they're going to play, would you sit Russ for Week 18?
I guess it would depend on how many snaps that
Fields has, because we can't. Well, then just play Kyle Allen at that point. Seriously.
But Mark, you're saying about like deciding things. This game has no bearing on the AFC North. You lose this game by 30 points, you come back and beat Baltimore on Saturday, and you win the division.
I just don't think it's a good precedent to go into a place with a team that's one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the league and say, we don't need this one, so we're going to play Isaiah Loudermilk a little bit more. You have to keep that momentum going. And
Tomlin admitted on your boss's show that basically that this is a joke by the NFL, and he wants Pat to go bitch to the league about it.
Well, maybe not this game right here because it's still a full week.
If Pat were going to go bitch to the league in a formal Park Avenue capacity, would he have like a cutoff shirt and tie?
Oh, like the AD at North Carolina yesterday?
Does Pat have, or like, here, Mark, I'll give you a WWE reference. Would he look like Val Venus and Right to Censor with a cutoff tie and shirt and everything like that?
I don't even get that reference, and I find it funny because the guy's name's Venus.
Well, he was a porn star originally, and then he became all-pro censorship.
Yeah, the big Valboski.
The Godfather became the good father. He didn't have hose,
Mark,
and he
you've
wasn't
been pretty good
anymore.
You feel pretty. You've done a pretty good job of predicting these Steelers games this year. Do you agree with Chris and I that without these guys, they're going to get crushed on Sunday?
I don't think they're going to get crushed. I think they'll lose. But I don't think they're at the point where they're going to go in like the last couple of times they were in Philadelphia and just
I think they're going to be down like 21-3 or something, or 14-3, and never feel like they're in the game. I just think they're going against right now taking everyone's health into account. Because I think the Lions have the best roster if they're all healthy.
A hornet's nest.
This is the best roster in the NFL in Philly right now, health-wise. Oh. Dude, tell me where there's a weak spot on that entire roster.
The past couple of weeks has been the quarterback, but
as a passer.
Oh yeah, they're 9-0, and he leads the league in rushing touchdowns.
I said to Chris, they're basically running the offense with Fields. They're just much better at it.
That defense can throw Jalen Carter at you, Jordan Davis.
But those guys, I think, are a little bit aren't having the best of years. They're huge, right, and they can block things up. But I don't.
I think Carter's been an absolute animal.
I think Jordan Davis has been pretty much of a disappointment.
I agree with that. I think they would tell you that too.
So I would probably, if Ogunjobi was in, would probably take the Steelers.
Do you think they can shut down Saquon Barkley? The Steelers. Do you think they can actually stop him?
They're going to do everything in their power to do it.
I know they're going to, but do you think that their efforts will pay off?
I think they can stop him in the running game, but that doesn't mean they can stop him altogether. Or sometimes they can just fling it to him, and he has, 30, 40 catches on the year. I don't think he had any last
Mark,
week
you watch these games
he can get some yards.
You watch these games with a very keen eye.
Even if they're the game from last week.
Hey, now.
True.
Hey, now.
How did you think Chiefs and Chargers was the game last night?
Well, it's a really I can explain it.
Well, we got time here.
First of all, I have the Fire Stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go on the TV. So at the top, it gives you like suggestions. So I click it on. I'm like, okay, I'm not going all the way through find my Prime app. It says, oh, game's on. I hit it, click it, go lay on the couch. And what do you do when you lay on the couch and you see a boring game and you're not even paying attention? You're scrolling on your phone. And I'm just looking. I'm thinking, okay, I'm watching a little bit. Then I'm thinking, oh, I can't believe it. Trent Williams, man, Kirk Herbstreit misidentified him. And I'm looking, boy, the Chiefs stink. And I'm not looking. I'm not paying attention much. Kids are yelling, how do you do division? And you're asking the wrong person. And all of a sudden it hit me. I looked at him like, it's the Chiefs and Chargers. What in the world am I doing?
Can we go back to the kids are asking me, how do you do division?
Yeah. You should have handed him a calculator.
You know what? I got a really good thing now. When my daughter asked me how to do long division, I'm like, you just want to give me you just want me to give you the answer. That's not going to do you any good on your test. I'm thinking, I don't think I know.
And then she is, I was going to say, you are just covering incredibly for not actually knowing.
I wasn't really 100% engaged in the game as it was, so that's how I got through.
Mark, Ogunjobi, the same things that were used to give Myles Garrett the Player of the Year last year, dubiously. Ogunjobi is rated out as like the best run defender in the entire league as far as win-block rate goes, or beating the block.
Block win rate.
Yes, block win rate.
He doesn't even know the term.
Block win rate does not result in tackles, apparently, right?
But he's defeating blocks, so he's theoretically.
Because I said to Chris, I felt all year like he's been a disappointment or not an impact player, and here's this stat that says he's actually been great at that one job. Do your eyes tell you that?
No, I mean, no.
No, okay.
I mean, at some point you have to make plays. I mean, you can beat the block, have the block win rate, whatever it is, whatever the stat analytic of the week is, which seems like,
I mean, Aaron Smith wouldn't make plays per se, but the way he
defeated blocks.
Yeah, but that's not what you ask these defensive linemen to do.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
In this defense now, it's a playmaking position.
Yeah, I mean, compared to 2-gap, 1-gap type of.
So do you think Elliott's a big loss?
Significant, because you can make an argument that he was, I guess outside defensive player of the year for him. I mean, of course Hayward and Watt are in there, but he's been that good. Minka's going to have to step up. KZ's a different player than Elliott, so I would imagine those two flipping a little bit, and I think you have to be very, very careful.
More snaps this game. That's a power running team, a Landon Roberts or Peyton Wilson.
I mean, early on it's going to be a Landon Roberts because you're going to have to stop that run game. But like I said, you can put him in the situation of the 3 wide receivers and the tight end to force him off the field as well, then run it up there. That's why it's very key to have good defensive line play. So Benton's going to have to play well. Loudermilk's going to have to play a little bit better. I think, was Adams questionable?
Yep.
I don't know how much he'll be getting in there as well, but if you don't stop it is the cliche you hear constantly. You don't stop the run, you don't have any chance. This is times 100. You have zero chance of beating the Eagles unless you stop this guy.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. You know the voice and the face. Mark Cavalli in studio with us. He's changed the background on his phone to Harry Callis in a Christmas costume, a Santa outfit. Where did you get that?
Well, apparently Harry Callis is a big deal in Bethel Park something. And the funny thing is, he was given awards yesterday, and it was on like social media, and he was behind a lectern or whatever the heck that
podium,
and you could barely see over his head, so it really caught my eye. So I was scrolling through it and found the very festive picture of Mr. Callis.
Callis had an unbelievable moment yesterday.
He did.
We went for our 93.7 fan lunch. And we walk into, with the entire staff, we walk in, and Mark Madden is sitting at the table right next to ours. And Madden says to Callis, "Oh, you must be Harry Callis." And Callis goes to him, "Who are you?" And then he told Callis to get lost.
Was Callis? Oh, I can see Callis not knowing who he is.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he have a Twitter beef with Madden at one point?
It was under the same auspices. Yeah. It was like, I don't know, who are you? I don't know who you are. Hello.
Yeah, so Callis big timed him.
That's pretty funny. Both sides.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. More with Cavalli next. First, a gorgeous Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines. Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins won last night by a final score of 9-2 over the Montreal Canadiens. They look to get back to NHL 500 tomorrow night when they play the Ottawa Senators in Ottawa. From Morgan to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Year-end at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. It is the perfect time to trade in. Shorkey Holiday Exchange event. They've got all new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. You could take $2,000 off on the Mirage. That is the best value car in America. At Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, they are paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. That's fantastic. It's unbelievable. Here's some other great deals. New all-wheel drive Outlanders. I drive an Outlander. I love it. Up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. You want an Eclipse Cross right now? Those are an incredible $6,000 off, plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. This is the time. Get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. You can visit them, North Huntington, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, or you can always go online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Maybe there's a reason to watch Tennessee versus Cincinnati on Sunday. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Cincy season all but over, and Tennessee is toast. But when they meet in the Music City this weekend, there could be points. The BetQL model has over 46 points for Sunday's showdown as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
'Tis the season for adventure. That's right. South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters Township has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get behind the wheel of a rugged, reliable Jeep this holiday season. Take advantage of their exclusive December deals, such as 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee for $199 per month for 24 months, or a 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee XE for $299 a month for 42 months. Happy holidays from South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. See dealer for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
you guys traded for Mike Williams, you said you didn't know yet if he was the right fit for this offense. Given the sample size that you've seen from him now, do you feel comfortable saying that he is the right fit?
Keep watching. Very much in development. Again, as I've mentioned, seen some quality playmaking in practice. Thought last weekend was a significant step in seeing some more, and so let's hope that continues.
Mike Tomlin. You know people want to see more of in this game? Ben Skoranek.
Dirtbag.
People are loving Ben Skoranek, man. I like him too. He's a...
Arthur Smith called him a dirtbag.
In a good way?
He's a dirtbag.
What's that mean?
He's willing to get his
nose dirty.
Some dirt under his fingernails, Pony. You as a blue-collar man would know all about that.
I talked to him before even Arthur said that, and I said, play all these positions, man. What do you call yourself? He goes, football player. I'm like, oh, man.
He say it in that voice, too, like he was trying to be the Joker.
Very, very monotone. You would think that he,
football
the guy who has a, I don't know if it's a mullet, but longer hair, and
yeah,
you would think that he would be a little bit
like a personality guy, like Gardner Minshew.
Boom, straightforward, no nonsense.
Man, I wouldn't even mess with him if he feel like his hair's a mullet. He might just think that's the style of the day.
Mark, who do you think is going to be the leading receiver for the Steelers in this game? Malsey said Mike Williams.
I thought I said Calvin Austin.
Oh, Calvin Austin, that's right. I said Jaylen Warren. I think it's going to be something odd. I think it's going to be somebody kind of off the board.
We're talking about targets, receptions,
yards.
It's not going to be any of the running backs when we come to yards.
Why not? Last week, 48 yards was the leading receiver. You're telling me Jaylen Warren can't do that in a game?
What, did he have 24 last year? What week? And he had, 6 targets last week? I mean, it's not like he had a ton. I mean, even Najee the week before.
I don't know. I don't see our receivers getting open against their corners in this game.
All you need is one big one, and that's why if you're going total yards, your best bet would probably be Austin to be able to break one.
They've been the best team in the league at suppressing big plays in the passing game.
And the Steelers are the best team in the league at creating them.
Well, you know what? We'll put it, give them their test. We've been talking about this team can win any way possible. You want to play defense, you want to kick field goals, you want to run the ball, you want to pass the ball. I mean, if you're going to go out here now, you're going to probably want to limit possession time on the other side.
I was going to say,
right?
that was we said that when George was healthy. I don't feel like they can win a shootout on Sunday. If the game's in the 30s, I'm going to pick them to
What I'm saying is now they have the ability to now switch from 2 weeks ago where they put up 44 points.
Now it's back to Steelers-Ravens.
Yes.
Oh, I think Tomlin 16. Loves like the thought of what this game could be, like a slop fest.
Yes. I think that might be their only opportunity to win.
I just think the Eagles are very well equipped to win those. This is an insane thing I'm going to say here.
Oh,
is that probably
a break from
just in principle.
The usual stuff?
No. Are we actually not giving Calvin Austin enough respect as far as the player he's turned into?
I think he's had a nice year.
He's their leading receiver for touchdowns if you just go by the wide receivers. Freiermuth has 5. He now has 4 though. The dude actually is. For somebody I thought was never going to truly develop into a threat at this level, he actually is. He's a guy that I think would strike some fear into my heart if I were Vic Fangio, because if you let him get behind you one play and Russ has time, you probably are giving up a touchdown.
And Adam Thielen killed Cooper DeJean. Not that that's apples to apples because they're not built the same way, but at least a guy in the slot did do a number on them last week, Mark.
Yeah, I think Austin's played pretty well. And
I'd draw something up early for him where you try to max protect and just hope you get something and just throw it deep.
We're killing the Eagles for their slow starts. How about what we draw up? We haven't scored a touchdown on an opening drive all year, Mark. What's that all about?
Bust his rear end for saying we.
Go ahead. I'm just ranting here.
I mean, if he says we, Twitter's going to be more mad at him because they don't want him to be considered part of the
We gave
team.
Matt Canada hell for never drawing up opening drive touchdowns, and it's the same thing this year.
But the difference was Matt Canada wouldn't draw up second quarter touchdowns or third quarter touchdowns or fourth quarter touchdowns either. So if there's going to be one thing that you're going to give him a pass on, it would be that. But, yeah, it would be nice to get out to an early lead if you're the Steelers. I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know how the script goes. I mean, the script is so vague. It's not like they go play 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They just basically pick the 10 favorite plays. It doesn't mean that, I mean, when you think about script, you think there's I'm going to run this first play. This is going to be my second play. It just doesn't work that way. I don't know even how much people use a script. I never even asked Arthur about his script. So, I mean, I tell you one thing, though. Russell, and I've went through a couple games recently, is those first couple drives, He's went to like 5 different receivers and 6 different receivers in the past 2 or 3 games of not repeating throwing to that guy. You know what I'm saying? He'll go with Najee, then Jalen, the Van, the Freiermuth. Maybe that
is that a calculated effort you think to get everybody involved? Feel like everyone's into the game,
involved, or to be able to see how they play certain guys, certain situations.
My big concern about this is without Pickens, I just have not seen. I haven't seen one Arthur Smith seemingly scheme guys open that often.
Well, he did with Austin. He's
done it with Austin. Austin's fast enough to get open too, a little bit on his own, but I just worry about them creating separation. Quinyon Mitchell looks like a stud. DeGene might have given up yards to Thielen, but like DeGene still looks really good.
We talk about Tomlin games on the other side. This might be a Tomlin game on the side of nobody's giving him a shot. Let's go in there and.
Well, he's been really good in those spots.
Can you name the game? Tomlin's a 5.5-point dog in this game. In his career, can you name the biggest regular season win he's had as far as largest point spread against him? They were a 9.5-point underdog.
You gonna give me a year?
It's in the last 5 years.
Last 5 years is probably, you said 5. It must have
last
been
3 years, and it was a home game. Let's see if you can get it with all those hints. They were a 9.5-point underdog, and they won.
Haven't played the Chiefs at home in a while.
Nope.
Oh.
5, 4, 3.
I don't like pressure like
2.
this. I will say the Jets.
Brady Buccaneers when Mitch came off the bench, 9.5-point underdogs. But no, he's good in these spots. But like,
I say the Jets,
except not in Philly, where his teams
that's the other thing. Like, I do think if he wants to play the classic Mike Tomlin game, they just are unfortunately way better equipped. And I say this like, and people probably think, oh, it's typical sports talk topic. I think one of their chances to win is if A.J. Brown loses it and just takes himself out of the game, because it's obvious that he and Jalen Hurts have a problem with each other now. Like, I know that's tabloid stuff. People don't like to hear about that.
Sometimes the stuff in the tabloids is true.
Right. People
Sometimes
like,
Jennifer Lopez really doesn't like Ben Affleck anymore.
Talk X's and O's, talk real ball. That's real ball. Their best wide receiver is obviously pissed at the quarterback and doesn't think he's doing a good enough job at getting him the ball. The quarterback's response was to say, this is the quarterback I am. If you don't like it, too bad. This is what I'm going to be.
Then probably the most well-respected veteran
Graham,
on the team.
who's out for the year, by the way.
Mark, you know what happened if this was a Ben situation? He'd throw A.J. Brown about 10 times in the first 15 plays to try to quell the situation. That's what he would do with AB. He'd force it.
Do you think Ben would go rogue if like the game plan was to not do that? He would just say, screw it, I'm going to do this?
I think the game plan basically would be to do it, though, because they knew they had to get
the game plan would
Antonio.
be whatever Ben wanted the game plan to be.
Yeah, that's the difference. I mean, with Russell would throw to the open guy. Ben throws to the guy he wants to. I mean, at least from time to time.
Mark, how do they run the ball in this game on the Eagles? How do they do? You think they can do that?
Yeah,
effectively, consistently.
I think they can run it good enough. I mean, we're not going to be looking here Sunday at 8:00 and seeing some crazy numbers, but you can run effectively and hold on to the ball. You don't need to have the 12, 18-yard, 25-yard gains. If you're able to move the chains, do the 3-4 yards per carry and stay on the field, I think that's how you win.
So if they put 8 in the box, you think the Steelers say, screw it, we'll put Pruitt and Washington in the game and we'll just run it at you anyways?
Nah, I don't know. I think
they will put 8 in the box.
If they do put 8 in the box, they're going to trust Russell to be able to do something.
Well, he is undefeated there. He let everybody know that. And he's never lost a state championship game either, apparently.
And according to Howard Eskin of Philadelphia, he held their plane up on the tarmac so that they had better food on their flight for him personally the last time they were in there for a playoff game. That's what Howard Eskin said. He said Russell made their plane wait to leave so that he could get food he liked on the plane.
Wasn't he in the news recently?
He was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, you can Google that if you want.
Because I mean, I'm not too familiar with him, but that's always cracks me up when people from the outside has negative stuff.
Has Russ been pretty good in that respect as far as you can tell in the room?
He was very nice to us when we met him on Tuesday.
I don't see anything.
Like, do you see guys like actually, is he approachable to those guys? I know that when we see him on camera in Hard Knocks, it's like the dapping up, but is he one of the guys in that room?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it.
Much as he can be.
You saw the Hard Knocks with Broderick Jones in the huddle, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And I asked him about that Broderick, and he thought it was funny, and he says the guy's just unbelievable. And they all love him. Yeah.
So he's taking jokes if they're cracking him. He's cool with it. Okay.
He's fine with it. What I've seen now, what's how he dealt with stuff in Denver and Seattle, I can't say. But what I've seen from him here is what you see is what you get for him. I mean, everybody seems to love him.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. A Dorn Dickerson prediction on this game that I want Mark to hear when we come back. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt volleyball in action tomorrow. The Elite Eight in the volleyball tournament. They play Kentucky. The match will begin at 5 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Philipponi.
Mike's Beer Bar will be there Wednesday for our big Christmas karaoke event. You should swing by and see us. Not only that, Mike's is the premier place to watch sports and drink beer in town. So Saturday, Army-Navy. Sunday, Pittsburgh-Philadelphia. Hockey Saturday night, Pittsburgh and Ottawa. Get over to Mike's. Take advantage of their 80 rotating taps of local beer, craft beer, including all the great Christmas beers that are out. Steak on a stone, wings, burgers, they got it all. Meet me at Mike's today. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's.
Join 93.7 The Fans' Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore for the Black and Gold Watch Party this Sunday, starting at 4:30. Enjoy great prizes, 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats. Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray, and Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money, no hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn, look how this worked. Calling Top Dog, like it's me again. Another accident, it's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit the bank accounts harder. Any accident, Top Dog Law.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success motto is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at McKnight Road and Sovereign Street in Ross Township. Expect a slight delay in both directions. I'm Kyle Horonheiser.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. Plus special designer appearances. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Today's Next Game Changer sponsor, helping the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh, is Hampton Beer Outlet. You can be a game changer too. Donate at 937thefan.com.
It was Christmas Eve again, and the drunk tank.
4:30.
An old man said to me,
Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. The Eagles offensive line, yes. They make a cameo later. The Eagles offensive line puts out a Christmas album every year. So this is Jason Kelce singing.
I know Jordan Mailata.
He sounds like the dude from Disturbed. Or like when Disturbed tries to do the sound of silence. And
Tries
they try to.
To.
You love that version, don't you?
Yep. Absolutely great version.
Would you listen to this, Charlie?
Disturbed or the Christmas album?
The Christmas album by the Eagles offensive line.
Nah, I'm good.
I hate the Eagles, the actual band, and I don't like this any better.
Good thing Donnie's not producing. Jason Kelce's like his favorite football player of all time. He would take offense to that.
There has to be some auto-tune going on.
Oh, yeah. Jason Kelce doesn't sound like that. It sounds like an actual, like, gravelly singer. He sounds like Tom Waits.
Burrow Ives.
You can pod this down, Charlie.
The piano has been drinking.
Are you aware of the time Dave Wanstedt put out a Christmas album? Mark?
am not.
Here it is
in all its glory, one of his big lead singles.
Here's a sample off that.
Silent night, holy night, always calm, always bright, round yon virgin mother and child.
Here's the best part.
Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace.
Yeah, that was not as popular as the Terry Bradshaw album that
I
went
have
out.
two thoughts coming out of that. How he says mild will never not be tender and mild.
Did you know that was a real thing, Mark?
MAUHLD, mild. And then here's a thought.
I never knew Baldwin had an accent.
He's got one. You get all these people in like a church setting, right, singing like the recessional hymn. Better chance than not that more of them than not sound like Wanstedt when they try to sing. So how the hell does a room full of generally bad off-key singers end up singing something that sounds passable as a group of like 500?
You should officially invite him to your party next Wednesday.
Dude, if we got Wani to sing that song...
Doran's his BFF. He should put out the invitation. Put out the bat signal.
Bring the house down. Honest to God, if he's in Chicago right now, which isn't he, probably?
Maybe in Florida for the winter, he might be one of those snowbirds. If we could
just get Wani to get into a recording studio and record a song for karaoke, I think it would bring the house down.
I give him credit for having the balls to put out a Christmas single.
Question about that single, Pony. You would know since it happened on your buddy Danny Parkin's old Chicago show.
Yeah.
Did they intentionally drop out at parts for Wani solos?
Yeah, they did. They scripted parts in for him to be the...
And he knew, but he knew going in he would have his little solo parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
He rehearsed and practiced.
I could tell he practiced.
Didn't Giannotti used to do Christmas songs?
Yeah, it's like Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty funny if I recall.
Well, yeah,
like
I mean,
Baby It's Cold Outside, a duet with Vinny and Ron. He did that.
That's kind of a creepy song for real, though. Baby, It's Cold Outside, is it not?
They're trying to now do that with you on the midday show. Did you know that? Trying to turn you into Christmas song fodder, Malsey?
You two are very popular, by the way.
Up on the housetop, Malsey waves. His favorite Steeler linebacker was Lauren Taves.
Was who?
Lauren Taves.
Mark on the housetop, Malsey waves. His favorite linebacker was Lauren Taves.
That's not good.
Mark, your reaction when that started to play was to like seize up like something horrible had happened.
What were you going to say about the two of us?
Oh yeah, I broke my glasses the other day. So I stop in to get my glasses fixed, and I'm checking out, and the guy looks at me and goes, "Hey." I'm like, "Oh, hi." He goes, "I see you on the Pump Show." Yeah. He goes, "By the way, I hear you on that radio, too." Boy, do I hate that Filipponi guy.
Wow.
I was like, he goes, "I can't stand listening to him. Everything out of his mouth makes me upset." Then he pauses a little bit and goes, "You know who else I don't like? That guy with the big head."
And who was that, Chris?
No, it's somebody else.
Man,
that was the.
And I'm like, okay, nice to
That
see
was the
you.
big.
Wow.
That was the big takeaway from our Russell Wilson Sierra picture. Is wow, Mulsey has a humongous head.
So he's hate listening to everything that gets said.
Yeah, I
on
need
the
to
show.
shout out
Jeez.
our pal Johnny the Barber, who has
Man.
had this show on YouTube streaming in his barber shop all day and wants us to know. Wants a shout out for
thank
his
you.
buddies.
Well, buddies, you got a shout out. Here is Doran's prediction on what's going to happen in this game on Sunday.
Off the wall prediction. Here we go. Kenny Pickett will have a touchdown in this game. Yes, he will.
Mark, would you bet on that?
No. He's thinking it's going to be a blowout, and he's going to get the.
That's what I.
That's
why I think it
I
could
might do
happen.
an alternate line thing where I pick Kenny Pickett over under 0.5 completions. I might take that. I don't know what kind of number you'd get there, but I would do it. If Kenny came into the
Kenny's
game,
not coming into a game that's a competitive
unless
game.
Hurts gets injured. Like if Hurts
Yes.
actually suffers a real injury, can you imagine our show on Monday? If the Steelers are down like 17-3 in the early third quarter, Hurts goes down with an obvious like severe ankle injury. In comes Kenny Pickett, and the Steelers just roar back to victory.
Mark, is he so disliked because of how things ended and him basically wimping out late in the year and then asking for a trade that if he played in this game, they'd really want to rough him up?
I don't think the Steelers care. No.
You think the fans?
No, I think the fans just didn't like the fact.
No, I know the
that he
fans, but
quit,
I just wasn't sure if
wanted out. I think that's the big thing there with him.
Sure. I just was curious if the players would want to take it out on him.
I don't think the players really.
I think the players would smell blood in the water on the field, though, if he was out there.
Do you? I mean, we're doing trivia here.
Okay.
When was the last time Kenny Pickett threw a touchdown?
When was the last time Kenny Pickett threw a touchdown? Well, he has not thrown one in Philadelphia yet.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. We're looking, obviously, last 3 games. The Indy game, Trubisky was in.
played.
When did he get hurt?
He got hurt in the Arizona game, but he missed
didn't-
a touchdown pass in that game. Actually, a couple probably.
He didn't throw one against New England, did he?
I'm going to say it was the Cincinnati game.
Funny thing is, I should have an answer, but I don't.
I think it was too, Pony.
Well, it's Freiermuth, right?
I think he hit a touchdown pass in the Cincy game. I don't think he threw one after that. We were doing that same thing with Claypool. His last touchdown catch for the Steelers was he hasn't had a touchdown catch since like his second game with the Bears, and he's out of the NFL.
Did he not throw a touchdown to Derek Watt?
He did in the game. No, Claypool threw a
Claypool,
touchdown
yeah.
pass to Derek Watt the last time the Steelers played in Philly. It was their only touchdown pass in that game. They lost 35-13, and Claypool threw the only touchdown pass in that game.
Kenny Pickett game logs, last touchdown pass.
Charlie, you have it?
I got it.
Mulsey, go right ahead.
What do you want?
You're stealing his thunder.
Charlie, take it.
The last one that I can see is against the Tennessee Titans on
that-
November 2nd.
Oh, so they must have had a rushing
That
touchdown in that
20-16
Cincinnati
barn
game.
burner. But I even remember from that game him missing Pickens on that crosser that would have gone for like an 80-yard touchdown.
You think that's even a potential bet? You think they even have that?
No,
on the
they don't
board?
have that up.
No,
I don't think they have Fields stats up on this game.
The receiver for
You're gonna
that
have to-
touchdown was one Deontay Johnson.
Well, that probably was his first touchdown.
The Deontay's catching on. Other guys are saying that they don't want to go in and play.
You might have to call
happened last night with the Niners.
You might have to call Mario from Blawnox to get that bet in. Pick it. Old school.
How many people you think named Mario actually live in Blawnox?
I was going to say Luigi, but I really stepped back on that one. So.
Well, yeah, you really stepped back because you still just said it and started laughing. So.
Well, I was going to say Luigi, but I'm like, I better not say that. So I went with Mario.
Now you've said it twice.
Mark, who do you think is going to be the MVP of the state championship game on Sunday?
Commonwealth.
By the way, where does people that live in Breezewood go to high school at?
We talked about this. There are no people that live in Breezewood.
It's part of a much bigger like township, and that's what it feeds into. The actual population of Breezewood, they don't even count it, because it's like there might be like 40 people that could say they live in that area, but it's part of a much bigger township. So that's what it feeds into. Yeah, I'm saying the township has its own high school.
Mannheim, though.
No.
I don't know.
Mark, who's going to be the MVP of this game?
MVP of the game
Yes.
for Steelers?
No, just who's going to.
Well, Barkley. I mean, how can you not say
If you think
Barkley?
the Eagles are going to win, then pick an Eagle.
Actually, I'm going to just go a group. I'm going to say that the Eagles' offensive line is going to pretty much push around that front seven. which would then lead to Barkley
pushing around T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward.
Which would then lead to a big game.
Better be
for
careful.
Barkley.
If I tweet that out, you're going to end up in Cam's phone. You're going to end up in his folder.
Like I said, I don't believe.
Well, you will be with saying things like he's going to get pushed around. That gets you into the phone.
Well, I could say that as a group. It doesn't mean it was him.
So he personally will not get pushed around.
So he doesn't get pushed
the
around,
rest
and
of them,
Watt
though,
doesn't get pushed around.
Everybody else gets pushed around.
The rest of them, though, are getting turned into just.
Who wins the matchup, Lane Johnson versus T.J. Watt?
Well, I mean,
I think Lane Johnson's good enough where they're going to let him go mano a mano for as much of that game as they can.
Lane Johnson's getting a little older.
He's a crafty
So Watt's
veteran.
going to have a good game. Hayward's going to have a good game, but the Steelers get pushed around up front. Good to know. Landon Roberts, if you're listening, you're the guy that Mark thinks is going to get his ass kicked on Sunday.
No. I'm afraid of him.
So Roberts isn't either. Roberts isn't getting pushed around. Hayward isn't. Watt isn't. Highsmith is getting served his lunch by
I
Mailata.
like Highsmith.
Okay, so those four guys are going to be
Patrick
fine.
Queen is going to get absolutely dominated.
No, I think Loudermilk's pretty good, too. I think he's been playing well.
So actually, they're going to get pushed around, except they're not, and they're going to win the game, not lose it.
It's all going to be Minka's
By the way, you got to give me that eye doctor's address so I know where not to go.
It wasn't the eye doctor. It was another guy there was checking out next to me.
Oh, it was just another patron.
He goes, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He just drives me nuts.
You know what?
That bald-headed guy, too.
So I think, honestly, I got the worst of that. He at least knows Filipponi's name. I'm just that guy with the big bald head.
Yeah, big bald head.
How did Crowley avoid the scorn of not driving people nuts? He's just openly a West Virginia fan on the Pitt station. How is he avoiding widespread criticism?
I think Crowley's just a lovable little character.
What is he, like a character from Peter Pan? He's a lovable scamp.
He's a little, not everybody takes him seriously.
Is he one of the little rascals? I'm self-deprecating more than he is.
That's a good point, Mark. He is the king of self-deprecation.
And everyone hates my guts even more. It doesn't even give me sympathy.
Not everyone hates your guts, just the guy that was at the eye doctor's.
I need a doggone dictionary with some of the words you pull out, so people are probably thinking, that guy thinks he's better than me. Am I not right? Is there some words that he says that you're like, what in the world?
Well, then I run him by Donnie, and Donnie's
here's
the
bit.
filter here.
What is he talking
Mark,
about?
here's the bit he does. He goes, Donnie or Charlie, do you know what that word means? Now, 100% of the time, he knows what the word means.
Okay.
But he asks them to try to make me look bad.
No, not to make you look bad, just to let you know, like, hey, you need to now give the definition of the word so people know what you're talking about.
My real problem here is I talk like I'm talking to him because I know he knows the words I'm using, but what we're both really doing is talking to the audience, and sometimes I lose sight of that.
Maybe Mark is saying that the guy at the eye doctor thinks you're talking down to him.
Or Johnny the Barber's buddies are just thinking, what is this guy talking about? You're talking down to me.
That doesn't explain why he hates me so much, though.
I think that kind of explains itself.
I always say the same thing. I'm like, this Pony, he's a good guy. That's just shtick.
Now, what do you say about me when people rip me?
I wasn't quite expecting the big bald-headed guy, by the way, as I'm walking out the door.
It sounds like when people rip me, you're probably like, yeah, he's kind of a jackass.
I was going to say, oh, by the way, before you leave, I hate that big bald-headed guy, too. Okay.
We have an answer from
He needed to tell you that on the way out. Wow.
We have an answer from a listener named Fred. Everett School District is where Breezewood residents would go to high school and school. Okay. Everett School District, which looks like it's about the literal size of Allegheny County.
All right.
So
Breezewood. We'll be I'll be driving through there with one Jack.
Now, will you stop?
Oh, you guys are tag team.
Oh yeah, you know what? Hathorne's driving out, and I found the perfect opportunity just to sleep while somebody else drives. So I'm like, hey Jeff, you got any room in the back of that 93.7 the fan van?
Well, you're technically one of our employees. You're on the payroll, so you're allowed to do that.
Oh, it's like, listen to this schedule, though. He goes, oh, you want to leave at 8:30? 8:30 in the morning, we're going to leave for Philly. Mm-hmm. And what time are you going to get back? 4:30 in the morning?
Jeff's hardcore.
Jeff is hardcore. He probably has like,
Who's the hardest working man in Pittsburgh sports, Jeff or Pomp? I'll throw Pony in, too, as a
part-time Pomp. No, it's not me.
Jeff's
I try to work smart, not hard.
Jeff goes from everything. I mean, he goes from Steelers.
Well, he wasn't at our luncheon.
Because he was covering stuff.
Yep.
I mean, Jeff is just a machine.
He's built different, as the kids say.
He is built different, so I would have to put him on top of the list. Pomp, you got to give it to Pomp. He's been doing it for 40-plus years, and he's still got the drive.
Then now he's working here full-time.
As Joe Starkey would call him, part-time Pomp.
All right, Mark, thank you.
All right.
Pony's eyeballing something else on that monitor.
I'm trying to find the clip of the guy that called into our show and tried to give the suggestion on how the Steelers get through to Pickens, and I can't find it.
Oh, where he was. Didn't he say they should take him to
every day?
It was something about how he needs to take him to old battlefields or something like that.
I thought it was the guy that said, "Anybody go in that locker room and say, what's wrong with you?"
Hey, what are you doing?
That guy?
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 18 degrees. More on Steelers Eagles next. It's the PM team.
It's me first, Malsey, right now. I want to help your snack game this weekend when you're watching football because Daisy Sour Cream's got their French onion and ranch sour cream dips that they just launched, and they are awesome. They have launched them onto the grocery store shelves. You need to grab them off the shelves because they're going to make wings. They're going to make chips. They're going to make the veggies you might be eating on game day as your snack so much better. Real herbs and spices with these Daisy Sour Cream French onion and ranch dips, and they're made with ingredients you could find in your kitchen. What are you waiting for? Enhance your snack game with Daisy Sour Cream's new French onion and ranch sour cream dips.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallkerRoofing.com. Craig Gallker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Need individual health insurance? Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits with UPMC Anywhere Care. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends December 15th to get coverage starting January 1st.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Good morning, Big Freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays, and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 18.
Weather brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of McKnight Road at the intersection with Sovereign Road. Expect some southbound delays in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men and a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes.
Ho, ho,
2
ho.
Men and a junktruck.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line, golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Heisman Trophy is presented tomorrow evening, and the 4 finalists are Ashton Genty, Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, and Dylan Gabriel. However, I think only Genty or Hunter could actually win the award. Genty has been the best player in college football all throughout the year, but the two-way star Hunter has been the most explosive. And it'll be fascinating to see how the votes play out tomorrow. I'm Zach Gelb.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, K-O-S-T-O-S, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, K-O-S-T-O-S, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pierce the Veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh. With Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
This holiday, it's game on with Fios Home Internet. Because for a limited time, when you switch to a Fios 1 gig plan, you'll get an all-new Xbox Series S on us. So what are you waiting for? Unbox a new Xbox this holiday season. Yeah! Cool. And get all the speed you need to game, stream, and play on our 100% fiber optic network. All you have to do? Switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet and get the Xbox Series S on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. Fast internet, new Xbox. Now, that sounds like a win-win for any holiday. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Verizon. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Must install and maintain Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 14 days and redeem within 60 days thereafter. One Xbox Series S console per order while supplies last. One offer per eligible Verizon account.
The OmniLink is 2024 Corsair. 24 months at $389 a month plus tax with a total of only $2,500 due. This includes your first payment, plate, and all fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond the Lincoln Monroeville, offer ends January 2nd.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers and Eagles, obviously Sunday, and 3 big names out for the Steelers. One huge name, obviously George Pickens. Deshaun Elliott, their leading tackler last week, out for this game. So is defensive lineman Larry Ogunjobi. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It is a Football Friday, a PM Team Friday tailgate on 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for the PM Team Tailgate Party. The PM Team Tailgate is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Is there anything you can do sort of tactically?
Yeah, that's a hard one, I think. Just physics, they know where they're going, they got a yard to go, and they get a head start because they know the count. And so there's no way really to get the heads up on them in terms of when we can attack them or getting the jump start on them. So that's probably why that play is so successful.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Yes, that is something you have to deal with when you go play the Eagles, the tush push. They tried to outlaw it because it was so successful. The competition committee, headed by one Mike Tomlin, said no. Just because something works all the time means we should outlaw it.
If you could get a guaranteed 3 yards with the tush push every play, a team could do that. Would you?
That's how I would close out every game.
Well, no. What if they were guaranteed to get it every single play of the game and they could do it? You'd win a Super Bowl. You'd never be stopped. You'd win 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Would you enjoy watching that?
No, I would not. I think I would the first year.
The novelty of a team just 3 yards at a time going down the field, every drive, a uniform. How many plays to go 70 yards and 3?
But if every Sunday I was just spent watching a team tush push it, no, that would not.
At some point, Hurts is going to get hurt doing that, I would think.
Well, maybe that's why Doran said bring Kenny in, and Kenny will score a touchdown. Maybe
for storyline purposes, by the way, Kenny having to play meaningful snaps in a close game is orders of magnitude more interesting than anything else that could happen.
The whole idea that it is an unstoppable play and there's really nothing the Steelers can do about it because they know when they're going to drive forward.
Mm-hmm.
If it's that basic and it's that easy, then why can't every team do it? It should not just be in the Eagles' repertoire. It should be available, and it should be almost 100% for every team. I think it's about having an advantage because you know when you're going to push forward.
No, I think it's unique. I think Hurts is actually the thing that makes it go, and that's going to tick off O-line stands out there, people who love line play.
Because previously they said Kelsey was the one who made it go, and now he's not there anymore, and it's not like their center now is an all-pro player.
Think
he's just a guy.
I think it's Hurts for a very specific reason. What is he, about 6'1", 230?
He has a little battering ram in him, Mulsey.
But he's low to the ground. Like, I don't even think Josh Allen could get away with it as easily. He's too tall. Hurts is built like a bigger, but like proportioned the same way as Russell Wilson, and the dude squats like 600. He and Saquon could have like a quad off on that team.
Oh, I was getting called out for my squat form today.
What were you doing, rounding your back?
That has been a complaint in the past by my trainer, but today it was letting my...
Are you going past parallel?
What do you mean by that?
Like, so okay, I'll go down. You're going all the way down.
Yep.
And your butt is dropping below the level of your legs. Your legs are going slightly past parallel to the ground.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I don't always do it.
How much weight's on the bar?
It's in kilograms, so I'd have to convert it.
You working out?
I'm not doing 600 pounds. I can tell you that much. The bar isn't bending.
Now, are you using what is colloquially known as the squat condom?
No, not today.
You're just going raw?
Just raw back squats.
See, I respect that, dude. You putting chalk on the hands or anything?
No, it's not a matter of like getting a grip or anything like that. It's just my feet sometimes come off the ground, and that's not good.
You got to drive through your heels. I'm sure your trainer is telling you that. You want to squat back,
push,
drop into your heels, and drive through your heels up.
The Steelers would still be in first place with a loss on Sunday, regardless of what the Ravens do in New York against the Giants, and they will beat the Giants. It's all about the game on next Saturday against Baltimore. That's why I would say this is a house money game. This is a win it, great, lose it, no sweat game. Because I don't even feel like it's a bragging rights game.
See, you know what it truly actually is? You're going to hate me for saying this. It is the rare example of a true just get out of it healthy as you can game.
For two teams with double-digit wins. Yes. Think about that. Like, is anybody saying that about Bills and Lions on Sunday? No.
Because the Lions are getting hunted down by
the Eagles.
Actually, no, the Eagles do have some stakes, because if the Lions lose, then suddenly the Eagles have a crack at it.
Yeah, but we're not looking at it from the Eagles' perspective.
Oh, no, but you said for both teams it's a get-out-healthy game, and I do agree with that, but the Eagles have more
No, you said it was a get-out-healthy game.
I thought you said for both teams after I said that, to suggest that the Eagles, you said for two double-digit win teams.
No, they're right. I didn't phrase that properly. I mean, I meant to say, in a matchup of two teams with that many wins,
it's a get-out-healthy game.
It's crazy that you would say that about the Steelers, but it makes sense.
Yeah,
it actually is kind of crazy, like a Fox kind of thinking here. I don't feel like Tomlin tries to gin it up as some state championship game. It's not like beating the Eagles, we now are able to lord over Eagles fans for the next 4 years.
No, you don't think about it. Like, the most memorable Steelers win over the Eagles in recent memory, or even in this century for me, is just the one where they beat the TO team.
And
that was because it was preceded by them beating the Patriots finally and handling that team, and the fact that they were beaten two undefeated teams.
Maybe there are people going to the game who would say this, and they don't want to have to drive on the turnpike, pay an arm and a leg for tolls, tailgate the game. It's not great weather. It's okay December football weather, but it's not like you're sitting out in 75-degree weather.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people that are actually like spending a lot of money and taking a lot of time for this game, those people don't want to go watch a blowout. They don't want to go out and watch a bad game. And I'm not saying I want to see that either.
Mm-hmm.
But what I am saying is if they do lose, and it does look like a lot of these Steelers-Eagles games in Philadelphia, I'm just not going to be that mad about it. I'm going to be like, all right, flush that down the toilet. Don't even like look at your crap after you go. Just immediately hit flush.
Now, do you typically make it a habit of peeking to see how things look?
I think every human being does that.
Yeah, I was trying to shame you, but everybody does
it. Immediately flush it, and on to Baltimore in 6 days. There's going to be very little. I mean, we'll talk about the game on Monday because that's what we do.
But it's going to be more about its Ravens week and its division title on the line.
I have a hard time believing that this is a game that is going to get people all worked up and screaming and yelling at each other.
It'll get them worked up in a good way if the Steelers minus their best offensive skill guy and two important defensive players. I think if they go out there and win, people will be extraordinarily fired up.
That is why I said it's a house money game, because it only goes one way.
I know, but you were making it seem like it wasn't even going to like register almost no matter what.
I was talking about it from a negative standpoint. Like there isn't. The morning show always runs these promos for Monday morning shows. It's the morning after or the morning after. It's like, hey, it's the morning after a great game, or we're mourning a loss. Mm-hmm. There's going to be no mourning this loss if they lose. The only way it would be
is if
somebody gets hurt or somebody calls in and says, guys, I went to the game and their fans are such a-holes and it was such a bad experience and I'm never, ever, ever going to do it again. I made that mistake and I won't do it again. I get those kind of fans who are making that trek feeling that way. But if you're just watching the game on your couch or you're going out with your buddies to watch it at a bar, if they lose, I'm just going to be like, all right.
Let me ask
Beat the Ravens on Saturday and all is right in the world again.
Let me ask you this. If the game is out of hand, like at halftime, it's 24-3 Eagles.
Yep.
And they're getting the kick, would you consider actually switching? and watching something else as your primary.
No, hell no, because it's a Steelers game. I thought you were going to say, what would I do? Like, how would I handle the rest of the game if I'm Tomlin? I would give the offense, the starting guys, one more series, then I would probably get them out of the game and rest them for Baltimore.
I think that's if you're getting smoked like that, I think that's pretty.
Cavalli's over here saying don't play George Pickens until the playoffs.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
He's already taken the long-range view of things.
I don't think home field advantage is as important as it's made out to be, but if you have a Bengals game that would somehow be for home field in the first round or not, like I would risk George Pickens for that. I would want to play at home. I would want to win that game. And then suddenly there would be the idea that sitting him for that one extra week would make these notoriously dodgy hamstring injuries like infallible. It would be definitely better if they just sit him. I don't know if I buy that.
412-928-9370. We're just a couple minutes away from Open Phone Friday. Let's get a head start taking your calls on Steelers Eagles. And the first guy up is Sean in the north side. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. Hey, Chris. I am an alum of your same high school, played with many of your same coaches on the basketball world as well.
Oh, nice. Those coaches usually were driven crazy by me when I played.
I'm much older, though. I'm much older. Dave, who's your coach was my assistant coach. I had Mr. Graham. But anyway, I digress. So one thing I think you guys are failing to miss here is there's still a shot for a number one seed.
Yes, but everything has a cost-benefit attached to it, Sean.
Okay, so like this week we win. I think I heard one of you guys say earlier that Cleveland may upset KC.
Yes,
we're in the hunt.
You need also Detroit to beat Buffalo to really feel like you're
which
in
is
the hunt.
possible. I mean, Detroit's favored.
Detroit's favored. They should.
Very likely.
I wouldn't say it's very likely. That's probably the best game of the week.
So okay, so let's say that. Okay,
so you're basically saying you got to treat this like a serious business game.
Throw it away. The second point I want to make is...
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you can throw it away if you get the sense early in the game that you're not going to win. You've got 2 games after this in a very short amount of time. If it were regular scheduling and you had a week to prepare for every game, I would be inclined to agree with you. But Tomlin all but admitted on McAfee's show that this is effed, that this is a FUBAR situation, that the NFL basically screwed them with this schedule. And he also said he has to manage it and make some decisions about it. So part of making decisions, I think, is living to fight another day, Sean.
You know, okay, tough schedule, Crimea River, whatever. I'm not suggesting that this isn't, a potential. They could lose. But what I'm saying
could
is,
lose. They've lost 10 straight there, Sean. Could. It's likely that they lose. They're a big underdog.
Okay, look, 30 years ago doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with today.
All right, so let's talk about today. You don't have Deshaun Elliott. You don't have George Pickens. You don't have one of your best run defenders. They've won 9 in a row.
We have some badasses on defense.
They have one of the best offensive lines in football and the league's leading rusher.
Let me ask, okay, well, what happened to King Henry?
He's still really good, but Barkley's on pace, I think, to break the single-season rushing record.
He is. But,
King Henry was averaging like 5.5 a carry, and then they just didn't give him the ball for some reason in the fourth quarter of a close game.
I got you. The dude is bad. He's fantastic, no doubt. However, I feel like we had a real good shot to stop him. And when you stop him, and I think I heard a caller say it earlier, you stuff that run game. Okay, let's see what they can do with the pass game. Let's
be careful what you wish for, because the last time Jalen Hurts decided he wanted to throw the ball in the Steelers, A.J. Brown was basically taunting guys as he caught his third touchdown.
3 touchdowns, yeah.
Okay, there seems to be some challenges between those two guys, but whatever. Let's put that aside for a second. So I mean, this is like a Ravens game to me. It's the same thing. I mean,
well, then if you think it's a Ravens game, then you should pick the Steelers to win. If you think they're playing the Ravens, the Steelers always beat the Ravens, and they beat the best dual threat quarterback in the NFL.
It's very similar. I feel it's very similar. I think we got a really good shot. I mean, it's an away game. It's it's a tough game. It's Philly. It's there's a lot of things stacked against them. But I don't throw this one away, and I don't think that we should feel like if we lose, big deal. We just got to go win the next. I feel like we should really want to win this game because we have a shot at number one.
Sean, I can promise you something right now between you and me. If they win, you can call in on Monday and you can say, hey, I told you so. They had a chance. They slayed the dragon. They went in and did something Chuck Nolan and Bill Cowher never did. They won in Philadelphia. I will give you as much time as you want to gloat about that. I'll be happy too because they beat a good team. However, I can promise you one thing. If they lose, you will not be pissed off and say they blew a golden opportunity. They're in trouble now. You won't say that. You'll say, hey, we'll move on to Baltimore. We beat them. We're going to win the division. Then all will be right in the world. This game will be forgotten, and no one will cry a river over it, to use your expression, if they lose the game. People just won't.
I think it will be a blown opportunity, a significant blown opportunity, because I think we have a real good shot of beating KC, too. I really do. So
okay, you can. Thank you, Sean. We gave you as much time as possible, and thank you for knowing Chris Muller's friends from North Catholic basketball.
He was my head coach.
Your head coach. Well, you would consider him a friend, right?
More often than not. I think there were times he probably wanted to throttle me for decisions I made on the court.
Really? A throttling?
Not like Homer and Bart Simpson.
How about Bob Knight?
No. I think he just usually what happened
I think throttling was maybe too harsh of a term there then.
Then usually it was Chris does something dumb, Chris is immediately stapled to the bench.
Jeff is in South Park, our number 2 fan. Hello, Jeff.
Oh my God, I'm live. I can't believe it. Okay.
Can't believe what?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yes, Jeff, we were out of the station for 4 days. I've gone over that today. It's very difficult to take calls when you're playing more road games than the 05 Steelers, so we apologize.
Agreed.
We haven't talked in a while.
You. Agreed. I'm not blaming you.
Who are you blaming? Should we take it up with management?
I'm blaming myself for not being able to get out to any of your remote things.
Oh.
I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit. I was off on Monday.
So you're taking your anger of yourself out on us, is what it sounds like, maybe a little bit.
No. It just sometimes your brain gets a little bit fried. You're on hold, and I hadn't been on in a while or whatever. But that's neither here nor there. How are you guys?
We're good. Do you expect the Steelers to go into Philly and win on Sunday, Jeff? Give us a path to victory, if you will.
So I'm not going to call for a win outright. I think they could lose in a heartbreaker. I absolutely disagree with you that it's going to be a bloodbath because for 2 reasons. Like this whole historical thing where we can't beat Philly, haven't beaten them since the Johnson administration. I mean, we play them so infrequently in Philly. It's really kind of hard to establish any sort of connected pattern. I do think in Ben's case, that it did get in his head. And so, yeah, Ben, anytime he went there and he was already having a bad feeling about that. We don't have Ben anymore. I think Russ is a completely different animal. Mm-hmm. And so, the other thing, though, is, too, as of right now, they have momentum. It's not like they're coming in. I mean, they have a winning record, but you can't say that they're winning with, smoke and mirrors.
Are you talking about the Steelers having momentum or the team that's won 9 in a row that they're playing?
No, I'm talking about the Steelers. I'm talking about the Steelers and why I don't think that they would get blown out because they do have momentum. They are playing well. They're 6-1 since Russ took over, and they're not doing it with smoke and mirrors like the 2020 team did where they went 11-0, and you're like, how the hell are they doing that? So, they have momentum, and I just don't see it being like a lamb being led to the slaughter.
Then you should pick them to win because when they're in close games, they usually win. That's the Tomlin trademark.
I really think it could be close, and you were talking about the scenarios where people aren't going to be upset. I think if they do lose a close one, your emotions in the moment take over so much that it's like, man, you're going to feel like they really blew it if they lost a close one like that. But I disagree that it's going to be a bloodbath. I think Russ is going to play well. I actually think the injury that hurts the most is Ogunjobi. That one hurts. But
more than
I don't think
Pickins.
they're going to get blown up.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Ogunjobi a bigger loss than Pickins, apparently. Interesting.
Maybe Jeff thinks it's going to be a roll around the mud game.
Open Phone Friday. I like when we get pushback from our listeners. Chris and I don't always see eye to eye on things. One thing we've seemingly agreed on today is that Sunday will not be a fun afternoon for the Steelers. We are both picking them to lose and lose by a rather large margin. I don't like no George Pickens. I don't like Deshaun Elliott being out. And I don't like the Steelers' history in Philadelphia. How do you feel about this game? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. If you want to talk us into a Steelers upset win for the first time there since 1965, by all means, please do so. But it is Open Phone Friday, so that means you have carte blanche to call in on anything. 412-928-9370. Charlie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won last night by a final score of 9-2 over the Montreal Canadiens. Ricard Raquel had 4 points that look to get back to NHL 500 tomorrow night against the Ottawa Senators. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
I like that you say NHL 500, Charlie. I think for the hockey people like Jeff in South Park, I like that you're super serving part of our audience that knows that term and appreciates your use of that term. Anyway, you know what else you probably appreciate this time of year? A comfortable home, especially when it's very cold like it is right now outside. You know what's something you probably don't appreciate? If your windows aren't up to snuff and they're letting in cold air and letting out warm air. Fix that if it's happening right in time for the holiday season with Universal Windows Direct. You got to call my guys there if you are having issues with your windows. Their exclusive Super Spacer technology makes their windows perform better, last longer, help your home stay insulated against Jack Frost nipping at your heels and all that stuff. That means reduced heating bills and a lot more comfort when you're inside. If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there is no limit. You could buy 24 and get 24 free in your window-filled home. Universal also offering 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Guess what? They're also backing these windows with a true lifetime warranty. So don't wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays and call Universal Windows Direct today. 412-545-6003 or visit uwd.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
For this game, if they are still in an upbeat mood despite some downtrodden injury news. George Pickens, guys like Caballi saying might not return until the playoffs. Deshaun Elliott, who has been one of the most pleasant free agent surprises in Steelers history. He has been a rock back there at safety, coming down, making plays against the run, even being involved in some big takeaway plays. He is out for this game. And it would appear to me, if the Steelers are going to beat the Eagles, to be kind of an all-hands-on-deck game. Unfortunately, some of the hands, and I'm bringing up hands because it is Kenny Pickett's team that they're playing.
Well,
some of the hands are unavailable.
It's a team Kenny happens to be on at this point.
Yeah. But Dorn's calling for a Kenny touchdown in this game.
I mean, I like bets like that. It reminds me of the old fantasy football leagues you hear about where a quarterback recording a tackle is worth 100 points. And if it happens,
never heard that before.
It wins your league. Yes, you have. I've told you about it.
Oh. Was I paying attention?
No, standard operating procedure. Charlie liked that one.
I heard a Charlie chuckle as Mike wasn't even on any.
Chortle and Charlie on that one.
What was so humorous about that, Charles?
No, just my droll, sarcastic tone.
Yeah, I like the banter.
Well, that's good. I mean, we're getting paid on that, so we better be doing
a good job of it. Open Phone Friday is like one of the – it's free. We just open up the phone lines and say call in on anything. And one of the things we see on the text line all the time is, why don't you guys take more calls? Why don't you let the fans talk? We're literally dedicating a segment to that right now. So it's if you want to get a takeoff or you want to bring up something about the game or you want to talk about anything, by all means, 412-928-9370. Let's start with one of my favorites. This man called for a big Steelers season before it started, and he's probably feeling pretty good about that prediction. I'm talking about one Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do remember that game in '65. Back then, though, not every Steeler game came on television, so I remember listening to it on the radio.
They won 2 games that year, Anthony. They were pathetic, and one of the wins was against Philly, who was equally bad.
Oh, they were, yeah. I think that was the Kent Nix, Dick Shiner group.
Shiner was not actually the quarterback that day. I think it was like Bill Leslie Nielsen or something like that. I'd have to have Mulsey go double-check that.
Maybe. It might have been Bill Nelson.
Bill Nelson.
Hey, Anthony, you didn't probably watch this guy play, but you were close to being able to watch him play. Pony did not put Chuck Bednarik on an all-time Steagles team comprised of Steelers and, of course, Eagles. Did he err in not finding a spot for Chuck Bednarik?
I couldn't push Lambert, Hammer, Watt off the team, Anthony.
Well, he was a great player, Bednarik. I remember when they used to play at Franklin Field in Philly.
Yes.
I
think Joe Green once punted a ball into the stands there at Franklin Field, if I'm not mistaken. He was so enraged.
I mean, you had a motley crew before Chuck Noll. I think Mike Nixon was one of the coaches.
And Noll never won there, Anthony. He lost there in '79 with a team that had won, I think, 12 games in a row.
What I do remember about when they go venturing off to Philly is some of the greatest teams in Steeler history went out there and got waxed.
Bingo. 79, 08.
Right, including the Super Bowl 70 teams.
So what are you calling for on Sunday?
And then we're beating them. It was horrible.
Do you have a good feeling about it?
I do.
You do?
Because Russell Wilson's 6-0.
Yes, he is.
Against them. And Russell Wilson has just added something to this team that has been missing since 2017, really.
And that is?
That is veteran presence, able to audible, and he keeps his composure, something we haven't seen in a long while at the quarterback position around here, where they either do pirouettes or run backwards or doing all kind of nonsense. Couldn't hit the side of a barn, but he's accurate.
Anthony, if the Eagles score, if the Eagles score 20 points in the game, who wins?
They won't.
But if they do, humor us.
A lot, but Pittsburgh will still win.
Okay.
Pittsburgh's going to score more than 20.
Oh, so you think they're going to do pretty well without George Pickens?
I do.
Okay.
I honestly do. I watched last week against Carolina. They were not that good.
They were not. I agree with you on that. Thank you, Anthony. You can call back in on Monday and gloat about a Steelers win if that's what happens. And we're hoping that
he predicted
Russell Wilson
14-3, did he not?
He did. We're hoping Russell Wilson has a huge game. We're also hoping that Russell Wilson doesn't throw an interception. If that happens, then King of Philadelphia sports media, Howard Eskin, owes me $500, which will go to a great charitable cause. I think I will donate it to our For the Win charity drive to benefit the Greater Pittsburgh Women's Center and Shelter. So how about that, Mr. Eskin? Stuff that in your mink coat.
What color's the coat?
What color's the mink?
Isn't there more? Couldn't they dye it somehow? Or I think they're white, right? He wears some very interesting suit and tie combos on the sideline.
Here is Ron in Pittsburgh. Hello, Ron.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Ron.
Hey, I was just thinking, we've been waiting for, Mike Evans to get involved. I know it took
Mike Williams. Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer on the Bucs.
But we get it. We know who you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm hooked on Fox today. Bear with me. I apologize.
All good.
Same thing. Like Scotty Miller, he made a heck of a catch, down the sidelines at the end of the game last week.
I agree.
Feel like, if Russell Williams gets that practice with them this week and Watt's been a little bit quiet, not saying he hasn't been trying. I just feel like, if the defense steps up a little bit and somehow or another, they have a good practice and
how do you think the starting running back is going to do in the game?
I don't know. I think it's going to be – sometimes you feel like he's tripping over himself when he has an open field.
Who are we talking about?
Are you talking about Barkley or are you talking about our running back?
Yeah, our running back. What's his name again?
Well, I think Warren will do fine, but Najee Harris sometimes.
There it
I
is,
feel like with Najee.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I apologize.
All good. We got you. Thanks. Good stuff.
You seemed mad at me when I corrected Mike Evans. Then he immediately hit us with Russell Williams.
Yeah. Ron might be a little nervous or he's scatterbrained and got a lot going on a Friday.
He had takes, though. He was ready to
go. He's a good man. He can call back whenever he wants.
Now, the concept of Open Phone Friday, Pony,
yes,
is to talk about whatever and whenever people want. I see Alex on the line here is kind of calling in from left field.
He'll get his take off. Here's Patrick in Seven Springs. Hello, Patrick.
What would be better than beating the Eagles with our first strings is bruising their egos by putting in our third strings.
Thank you, Patrick. Here is Darren in Mudhall. Hello, Darren.
Hi. So I was wondering about Roman Wilson and why we haven't seen him a lot. And
he's on injured reserve.
I know he's on injured reserve, but how long does it take for him to heal? And do you guys think that this can be a potential Super Bowl matchup coming up?
It wouldn't be my first pick for a Super Bowl matchup,
Yes, I do
but I
think
think
so.
it's plausible that these teams could meet, yes.
Yes, I absolutely do. And I don't think Roman Wilson is going to get on the field for the Steelers this year.
The moving train, very hard
Which
to catch up.
stinks, because I was excited about that draft pick. Alex is on the air. Hello, Alex.
Hey, I wanted to switch topics a little bit and present to you guys my idea to fix the horrendous baseball extra innings rule.
Okay.
This is the part where you tell us your idea. Sorry, you cut out the very start of that. Can you start from the beginning?
How are we fixing it? How are we making baseball
we should
good again?
start the 10th inning with the bases loaded. Why not?
How would that fix the current rule, which is the ghost runner on second?
It would end the game even faster, I would imagine, which is the whole point of the rule.
Not necessarily, because there's a top half of the inning and you can't have a walk-off with the team that bats first.
Fair enough. I guess I was.
Why don't we have a home run derby between each player's best home run hitter, and the first guy to not hit a home run is eliminated?
See, I like the creativity. It sounds good.
Thank you, Alex. Here is Glenn in Bethlehem. Hello, Glenn.
How are you guys?
We're good.
I live on the eastern side of Pennsylvania, just north of Philly. But the only reason I have a little hope is they went to Seattle last year, and I didn't think they were going to win in Seattle. I mean, it had been 40 years since they won there.
That's a good point. Historically, that's a good point.
They got out in front of Seattle, and I think that's the key to this game. You
Right.
cannot fall behind, because they fall behind all the time to this team and just get their butts whooped. But even the game that Ben played, I was at that game.
Yeah.
Ben got the ball last, and he moved them a little bit, but then they just fell apart, and the Eagles just sacked them and killed them and basically ended the game. But I think if you can get in front of them, I think they have a shot. I mean, the Eagles aren't playing from behind.
Well, they played behind a lot because their first quarter offense is so bad. Just point of order here. Thank you, Glenn. That Seahawks team last year didn't even make the playoffs.
This is arguably the best team in the NFC if you want to squint and say they're better than the Lions.
This team's 11-2.
They've won 9 in a row.
Coming up next, more of your calls, 412-928-9370. What do you have to say about Steelers-Eagles? We've had a rash of callers that are feeling good about this game. Would you put yourself in that club? Plus, our tale of the tape. We go position by position. We'll see who has the ultimate edge in Steelers-Eagles. But first, a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops is not in action until next Saturday when they host Sam Houston Bearcats at the Pete. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 12:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall. It's the perfect time to trade in because the Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has great deals on a bunch of new Mitsubishis. And to help you take better advantage of those deals, they are paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. So you can get new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. $5,000, yes. Or you could take $2,000 off on the Mirage. That is the best value car in America. Other great deals at Mitsu by the Mall as well. Okay, you've got all-wheel drive Outlanders. Now, I drive one, and I love it. 7-passenger capable, but it drives like a car. It's awesome. Right now, deals on those up to $8,500 off or finance at 0%. An incredible $6,000 off right now on Eclipse Cross plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. It's time for you to get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich, and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win for you, their fee is only 25%, because that's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
5:30. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Ray Fittipaldo joins us Thursday, and here I am doing a read for it on a Friday. Brought to you by Super Lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, your home team. Injured in an accident? Visit LGKG.com. Now, music means it is time for the tail of the tape. We will go position by position and tell you as the edge in Steelers-Eagles on Sunday, taking into account players who won't play for both teams. Quarterback, I'm going Steelers. Yes, Jalen Hurts has put the kibosh on the turnovers. He has put an end to those, and his team has won 9 in a row. But he does not have the ability currently of beating you with his arm the way that Russell Wilson has during this hot stretch for the Steelers. And yes, Russ is not the threat with his legs that Hurts is, but the primary responsibility of a quarterback is to pass the ball. And Russ isn't turning the ball over either. So I would take in a vacuum Russell Wilson over Jalen Hurts currently. Malzy?
The primary responsibility of a quarterback is to put points on the board, and Jalen Hurts has accounted for 29 touchdowns this year between his arm and his legs. And despite the fact that A.J. Brown is extremely pissed off at his quarterback, and it seems very much like a personal beef, Jalen Hurts, since the Eagles started winning every game that they played, 9-game winning streak after a 2-2 start, has thrown 1 pick and has thrown, looks like 12 touchdowns. He has the narrow edge still, especially because of his legs over Wilson.
How about at running back? Do we even need to?
No.
Okay.
Move on.
We'll both go Eagles there. Wide receiver. Quickly say Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and
Yep.
George Pickens. How about tight end in this game, Chris?
I do think Freiermuth has a slight advantage over Goddard.
How about Grant Calcaterra?
Grant Calcaterra is solid. If you take the Dallas Goddard numbers and put them together with Calcaterra, you've got a Voltron tight end that's better than Freiermuth. But the Steelers have big Darnell Washington.
Arthur Smith came out and said best run blocking tight end in the league,
I'm going to give the Steelers.
I said about him when they drafted him.
I'm going to give the Steelers the nod because Freiermuth has more touchdown catches than those two combined. Washington's a big, tough blocker, and apparently Michael Pruitt's getting involved in the offense now.
Yeah, Pruitt's not going to break a tie for me, but I do think, what are you doing right now? How do I view you currently? Freiermuth is on the ascent. He's playing his best ball. He's more involved than he's ever been, really, in the Steelers' offense, going back to, you have to go back to Ben Roethlisberger and Pat's second year to find a season where he was kind of in the mix like he is now. Eagles have decent tight ends, not great. All right, O-line's got to be easy,
Eagles.
Slam dunk Eagles.
One of the best in the business still.
All right, defensive line is where it gets, I think, pretty interesting. Jalen Carter has had a big second year, but I still think Cam Hayward is a superior player. But then you take into account that Larry Ogunjobi is out for this year, but I haven't acted like Ogunjobi is some big-time cog or piece that they can't replace. So I'm going to give the Steelers the narrow edge here on the defensive line, Chris.
Slight edge. They've been more disruptive. If Carter, I think, is the highest ceiling player of all the players are talking about, he could be the biggest game wrecker. And that's no disrespect to Cam. It's just Jalen Carter was probably the best player in his draft class as far as pro readiness. Jordan Davis has been a little disappointing, but he is a massive human being. I bet most of our listeners have no idea who their other – they play technically a 3-4, it gets listed as. most of our listeners, I don't even think, could pick their other defensive lineman who starts out of a lineup.
Edge rusher, pass rusher, we're all going to
Steelers.
say Steelers. That's not even worth debating. Inside linebacker, they've got Zach Bond having an all-pro season. Is that enough for you to say Eagles?
I think he's the best inside backer right this second on either team. He is playing like a madman. He has been very impressive.
So is that your pick?
Yeah, Eagles by a whisker, not a huge gap. And by the way, their other inside backer, Nakobe Dean, has some limitations because he is not a very big guy, but he is extremely fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna ultimately agree with you, but I do think it's
close.
by a nose.
I don't want to disrespect any
Wilson,
of the Steelers
Roberts,
backers.
and Queen is a pretty good triumvirate. All right, corner. I gotta go Eagles because of the year Quinyon Mitchell is having. The rookie, he's basically turned into a shutdown guy already in year one. Dezeen's played pretty well in the slot, and they still have Darius Slay there. Big play Slay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that it's the Eagles there. I just think this is just a very well-constructed team.
Now we get to safety where Deshaun Elliott is out for the Steelers. Let me see if Reed Blankenship is playing for the Eagles on Sunday, because if he's not, then that means two starting safeties are out for this game.
Hey, you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there chirping.
Oh, he's a huge talker and a huge pain in the ass.
Well, I think that was the big story before we found out Pickens wasn't going to play pretty early in the week was C.J. G.J. was going to go after him.
Blankenship came back from his concussion, so they have both of their starting safeties. Does that have you leaning Eagles?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
I think if Elliott was healthy, I would probably say Steelers. So that means it's still pretty close.
I'm going to go Eagles.
That's not a good sign, by the way, that with Minka back there as an $18 million man, we're saying, yeah, one other guy who's not Minka's out for the Steelers, so we got to give it to the other
Special teams, clean sweep for Steelers.
Definitely
I pick them
kicker.
Special teams every week.
Do you know right now?
Mann is their punter who's had a good year. He had a cup of coffee with the Steelers.
You know what, though? Corliss Waitman, other than one
huge game last week,
very unfortunately timed shank against Cleveland, has been rock solid all year.
All right, here's a tough one. Coaching.
I'm of two minds here. I think Tomlin's done a better job because I think he's one game worse with, I think, a slightly worse roster. Maybe not slightly worse, a worse roster. They're still both good teams. Sirianni, I think, is a complete clown half the time. I'm going to give it to Mike and the Steelers. I think Sirianni, I know they've won 9 in a row, and he's managed to kind of right the ship, and he and Hurts seem to have patched up whatever weird issues they were having. But for a team that's 11-2 and one of the betting favorites to win the Super Bowl, do they not cut the profile to you of a powder keg ready to go off at any time? Like, they're really good, and I think they're going to win this game comfortably.
Yeah.
But there feels like something percolating there that could blow them up in midstream.
I wrote down Steelers originally. I crossed it out and wrote Eagles. I think Vic Fangio is...
Oh, for taking coaching broadly, not just head coach?
It's the coaching that the team,
I thought of it as head coach. Sorry. Then I'm going Eagles, because Fangio...
is the best defensive coordinator in the... And I would say that actually...
Vance Joseph?
No, the guy in Kansas City. Spagnuolo's the best. But then I would say Fangio second. It would just be disrespect. I think Mike's had a very good year. I think he's had a great year. And, yes, it looks like it's come close to going off the rails for Philadelphia several times. The dude was just in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. What am I talking about? Our coach hasn't won a playoff game since 16.
They collapsed last year in spectacular fashion,
and
though.
Tomlin's teams haven't collapsed?
No, they did. They have, but the Eagles' collapse last year was one for the books.
But the year before that, they were in the Super Bowl.
To win one game, not knowing what your roster would be, who would you want, Sirianni or Tomlin?
Probably Mike. But does Sirianni get to take Fangio and Kellen Moore with him?
I'm picking head coaches.
Then I would probably say Mike. Thank you, Charlie. That was the tail of the tape. Let me see. For you, Chris, you had the Eagles better in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 12.
And you?
I had the Steelers better in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's dead even. And here I am saying they're going to lose the game by 3 touchdowns. What the hell am I talking about?
Our buddy Hoagie is upset that no one's giving the Steelers a chance. You're calling for a blowout. He doesn't understand it. Maybe you have to rethink this thing. You think this game has the potential for a pony 11th hour switch-up with that Bengals game?
I do not. Odell Beckham Jr. released in Miami. People are asking, should the Steelers be interested? Here's my take. If the Pickens injury is serious and your wide receivers look like crap, you'd be foolish not to bring him in for a workout. Desperate times call for desperate measures, in my opinion. I don't think OBJ
You're turning over every stone, but I think you're going to find out there's nothing left.
Yeah,
but it hurts you nothing to try.
I don't have high expectations, or I wouldn't have any expectation that it would work. But if Pickens is out for a considerable amount of time, and you think Mike Williams is just a dude, I agree with what you said earlier about Calvin Austin. I think he's actually had a very underrated season. I'd at least look. If part of the appeal of Mike is, as a coach, he gets guys to buy in, could he talk Odell Beckham Jr. into just accepting a role of just being a
complete role player? Man, you would hope Odell has read the writing on the wall by now and kind of understands that about himself.
But he might be cooked. I mean, he might be absolutely awful at this point. He's had knee injuries.
Well, if Mike McDaniel couldn't find a use for him.
Yeah, but a lot of that was when, they had Tua out.
Yeah, I guess. And maybe they have a surplus.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 18 tonight. Hodgepodge coming up. And then Austin Bechtold hosts from 6 to 10. A hot rumor that he's going to have a Pro Football Hall of Famer on his show tonight. So stay tuned for that. Right now, here comes a message from Melzi.
Thank you, Pony. It is a message from me about your game day snacking. Make it better with Daisy Sour Cream's new French onion and ranch sour cream dips. Just launched to your grocery store shelves. Grab them both. I'm a huge fan in particular of the French onion. That's always been my favorite dip flavor, and nobody's doing it better than Daisy Sour Cream now. It tastes just as good as a homemade dip. Real herbs, real spices, stuff you'd find in your kitchen. It's going to make the wings, the chips, the veggies, the pretzels, whatever it might be, taste so much better. Upgrade your snacking experience with Daisy Sour Cream's new ranch and French onion and ranch sour cream dips.
The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Happy hour starting in about 90 seconds. And that goes for 3 hours, 3:30 until 6:30. The kitchen goes until almost midnight. An awesome menu up there for everyone, even vegan options. If you want to go that route, get some friends, head up to the Steel Mill Saloon. They have plenty of space for any party or event. A great spot for sports, food, and beer. The Steel Mill Saloon, meet me there in Mount Washington.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Limit 2 per account.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up Week 15, Pro Football Sunday, huge game in the AFC playoff race. 8-5 Denver, a 4-point home favorite against 6-7 Indianapolis. Total in the game is 44. And if Indy wins this game, one game behind Denver with the head-to-head tiebreaker. So this is a huge real-life game in terms of wins and losses. As far as the point spread goes, I like the 4 with Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis' young quarterback back in the lineup unlocks upside with this team. Maybe Denver wins the close game, but I think Indy covers the spread. So coming up on Sunday, let's go Indy +4 on the road in Denver. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
One night, one stage, Billy Joel and Rod Stewart. Saturday, July 5th, one special evening at Acrisure Stadium. The first time together in Pittsburgh. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Saturday, July 5th. Don't miss Billy Joel and Rod Stewart.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray. And Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new, all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money. No hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn. Look how this worked. Calling Top Dog. Like it's me again. Another accident. It's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit the bank accounts harder. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Things are pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be seeing delays from the Birmingham Bridge through Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, December 20th, come celebrate the holiday season in style for the Cheerleaders' annual Christmas party featuring the legendary Fat Joe.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Lincoln Corsair. Only $389 a month plus tax for 24 months with a total of $2,500 due at delivery. This is your first payment, plate, all taxes and fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
We're seeing pretty serious delays on the outbound side of 28. You're backed up from the north side all the way through Millvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. We'll pick the game, maybe get to an abbreviated hodgepodge, and then pitch the ball over to one Austin Bechtold, who might have a Hall of Fame Steeler on his show tonight. Malzy, are you up next here for picks, or is it me?
You'll be happy to know that I actually workshopped this since we failed to yet do our picks for the week.
Yep.
I workshopped how the order would go through all of the first 5, and I am up first. Did you know that because you did it in your head?
No, I did not. I didn't even think about it, but that's well done. All right, so we have Steelers and Eagles, obviously, and the line right now is Philly minus 5.5.
I'm taking Philly. I just think they're what did I say? 8 of 12 categories I had them better than the Steelers. I even give them just a slight edge at quarterback, despite how well I think Russell Wilson's played, because Jalen Hurts tests you in many ways, and I ultimately think Jalen Hurts, the running threat, is going to be what does in the Steelers. We know Mike Tomlin keeps himself up at night thinking about mobile quarterbacks. It's why he wanted a mobile quarterback after Ben was going to hang him up. Because he knows how dangerous they are. It's not the same kind of player as Lamar Jackson. He's more of a bulldozer. He's low to the ground. He has shown the ability to beat the Steelers with his arm in the past. I think the combination of his skills, as much strife as there is right now in Philly, his legs, and then Vic Fangio's defense, which takes away big plays in the passing game better than any other defense in the league, are going to be too much for a Steelers team that's just too short-handed. They might not need George Pickens to beat a team like the Cleveland Browns. I can damn sure tell you that they need George Pickens to beat a team like the Eagles, particularly in Philly, where they've won and scored about as often as, well, I was going to say something mean, but I won't.
Who
Eagles,
sings the song that goes,
minus 5.5.
Everybody hurts sometimes.
That's REM. That's REM. It sounds just like them.
Is that not an appropriate song for this game? You were expecting the Steelers to feel pain. And the man doling it out will be a guy named Hurts.
Yep.
How about this for an appropriate song for the game? Hurt so good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good.
How about this as an appropriate song?
Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You know that one, Charlie?
No, he's never heard
it. So good.
Never, not once. Here's another one. I will let you down. I will make you hurt.
Oh, that's Johnny Cash.
No, actually, 9 Inch Nails, Johnny Cash did.
No, I was doing the Johnny Cash version, and even
Fair
Trent
enough.
Reznor said that it was basically his song now because it was
absolutely.
better received. Trent Reznor sounds like somebody's like screeching in the background. It's kind of a classic.
I like the song by Johnny Cash that goes, "You can run on for a long time.
Sooner or later, Hurts will cut you down."
That's
Isn't Trent Reznor from Newcastle?
Huh?
Isn't Trent Reznor from Newcastle?
Yeah, he is actually, or like near like Greenville, PA, or something. Yeah.
Trying to
Mercer
avoid.
County man. Trying to avoid just saying the Eagles are going to win because you know they are.
Eagles 28, Steelers 7.
Eagles 21, Steelers 10. Donnie's picking the Steelers to win, though, so we could reel him in if we're right.
Pickens being out was bad. I think Elliott just makes it even worse. And
run stuff, win rate guy, Larry Ogunjobi being out hurts.
We've seen a lot of Penguins Flyers games over the years. To make a hockey analogy, it just feels like they're going to play shorthanded the whole game. It feels like it's 5-on-4 with those injuries. So they can afford to lose this game, come back and beat Baltimore on Saturday, and we'll be going crazy here. It'll be an early Christmas present. All right. Can we hear the hodgepodge sounder?
Don't you have that?
Oh, I can do it. What am I talking about? Sorry, Charlie. I'm putting way too much on your plate.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Let's go Pitt volleyball tomorrow.
Olivia Babcock bailed him out against Oregon. I don't think they're going to need as much from Olivia Babcock. I think that was their close shave, their close scare.
Their white knuckler.
Their white knuckler. Almost every tournament team that wins it all has one.
Exactly. That's one of the great cliches in sports.
Connecticut hasn't had one in the last 2 years of men's hoops. They've just destroyed everything in their path. I think Pitt is going to beat Kentucky and advance yet again to the Final Four, and I think they're going to get it done. And the way you know that they have arrived is, I think if they don't win the entire thing, it's a massive disappointment and should be talked about as such, because they are still the odds-on favorite.
I tweeted after their win, I would love to get to a game. If I were single and didn't have Stella at home, I would probably go to the game tomorrow, but I will absolutely find time to watch it. What time's it start? 5? I think 5. 5?
Wait, why if you were single? What if you were just married and didn't have Stella?
Because, want me to just be completely honest with you?
Sure.
It just is hard sometimes to say I want to go support a Pitt team when you're married to a West Virginia honk.
That's a pretty good answer.
So
wait, is Amanda not supporting them?
No. She wants all of Pitt's teams to go.
But the whole city's gotten on board with Pitt women's volleyball.
Chris, if the whole city got into Penn State football in the college football playoff, would you go along with them?
Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
Penn State, by the way, looking to put away Marquette.
Might be here in the Elite Eight in a moment as well. All right. Austin is next. Austin pulling an Ernie Banks. He was producing the midday show. Now he's got 4.5 hours of fun planned for you. We'll see if some of our listeners are right and us two knuckleheads are wrong, because we're calling for a Eagles blowout win on Sunday. It won't bother me if they lose because I expect it, and it's not going to be a season ender. Either way, we'll talk at 2 if the Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, provided both of us don't get fired between now and Monday's show.
Something you know that I don't?
No. PM team signing off. Oh, wait, I have a message. Who's it from? I threw out my stuff. Do you know who I have to talk about here, Charlie? Oh, thank you. Charlie?
He's got it all ready right now, so I'll vamp for 10 seconds.
I got it right in front of me. Charles.
He's in charge, you might say.
I give Borges an A+ today. Usually,
what would you give us?
I thought we did B+ to A- work.
Usually, you give me a what?
Well, I think it's even more pronounced that he did a good job today, because usually we have the MILF Hunter Seth in here, and it would have been unbelievably obnoxious with him talking about how great the Eagles were for 4 hours.
He'd have been telling us how Cam Jurgens is going to be the difference in this game.
Jurgens, lube or lotion, Charles?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, never
Jurgens
mind.
Like hand lotion.
No, never mind. We'll get to FanDuel. The number one sportsbook in America, FanDuel, official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. I know what I will be betting on Sunday. It's going to be a Browns cover against the Chiefs. Kansas City complaining about the schedule, the 3 games in 11 days. They had a very early bye week. They think that they've been treated unfairly, unjustly by the NFL. I don't think they're in the right headspace. They play close games as it is. And the Browns are usually frisky at home. I like them to upset the Chiefs, but I will take the 4.5 points just in case you're on FanDuel. And make your first bet on FanDuel, $5 bet. If you win it, you get $100 coming your way, $150 coming your way in bonus bets. Even better. 5-2 win 150 on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew, America's number one sportsbook. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product. Just download the Sleeper app today. Must be present in certain states. Visit sleeper.com for details. In a conversation I had with RG3, he told me he believes Bill Belichick could win the ACC at UNC, and therefore he thinks Bill could actually win a national championship with the Tar Heels. I think the ceiling for Bill, though, at Chapel Hill is just an ACC championship. And to further back that up, does anyone actually think Clemson or SMU out of the ACC will win it all this year? I think not. I'm Zach Gelb.
Football season is in full swing, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash with Sleeper Picks. Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less than at least 2 of your favorite player stats. If you're right, you could win. You can pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. For a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer. New users have to play $5, and they'll receive $55 in free bonus entries. That's right. If you deposit $25 and play $5, they'll give you 11 $5 bonus entries to start playing. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK and get it on this promo before time runs out. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and unlock one of the fastest growing fantasy sports apps in the world. Use code BLOCK to claim the play $5, get $55 bonus entry offer. That's code BLOCK. Must be at least 18 years old in most states and present in state where it is legal to wager. Promo code location, other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details at sleeper.com. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and if you're planning on asking her to marry you this Christmas, you better have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford from a reputable family-owned business. And now through Christmas Eve, save 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassie Village, and Peters Township.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 22nd, get Thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. And keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan or auto-pay or stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual internet speeds vary and not guaranteed.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. That's right. Now's your last chance to trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Lowe's knows how to save you time and money. Order what you need by 2 p.m. to get it delivered the same day. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll receive a free $20 gift card. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or pay with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Breakaway. Ever the moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. That I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Discover unbeatable value at Giant Eagle, your go-to destination for all your holiday needs. With deals for days, stock up on everything from delicious dips and appetizers to fresh bakery treats and more. These special prices are available for a limited time, so don't miss out on the chance to make your gatherings unforgettable. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today and take advantage of these incredible offers.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Presenting Again Fling's Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28 in Millvale. There is a lane restriction that's causing a pretty severe backup all the way to the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back to more of the Fan Evening Show.
Make some noise for that.
Yeah, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, yeah, it's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Austin Bexel, your friend City Limits with you. Logan Arblaster, my friend from Waynesburg University, producing Behind the Glass. And what better of a matchup could you ask for? Steelers-Eagles, the state championship game, everything that you could want in a game between two teams at the tops of their game, playing in a matchup that I think arguably could say more about the Steelers than will about the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll be joined by Mark Caballi at 7:30 to talk a little bit more about the matchup. Andrew Destin will join us at 9 o'clock. Caballi will join at 7:30. Landon Tangwall up at Penn State and Happy Valley will join us from the Behind the Wall podcast at 7 o'clock. But Steelers-Eagles. More bad news continues to come in the Steelers' direction in the Steelers' way. And I was wary at the start of the year, wary that this would even be a game that the Steelers would be highly competitive in. At the start of the season, when you fill out your schedule, you go through all 17 games and you go win, win, loss, loss, win, loss, win, loss. The game that I circled the most out of any, as the one that I was the most concerned about, was the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. And sure, partly that's because the Steelers have not won there since 1965 when Ron Cook was covering the team. Back when the Steelers did not even have winning seasons for years. That was a team that did not perform too well. 2-12, one of the two wins coming in Philadelphia. Well, the first-year head coach that didn't make it out of the season. And well before the time of Chuck Noll and the Steeler glory days that we now know them to be. They've lost 10 in a row in Philadelphia. But it's not just that. Comments, concerns, question marks about how the Steelers would play to this point. And they have exceeded my expectations. I thought that this was a 10-win football team coming into the season. Had a good opportunity to clinch the final wild card spot. Now, in the driver's seat to win the AFC North, to have a golden opportunity at either a 2-seed or a 3-seed. Don't think that the 1-seed is reachable, despite playing Kansas City on Christmas Day in a couple weeks. And I woke up today feeling that the Steelers don't even have much of a chance to win this football game. It is the worst I've felt about the Steelers' chances in a game for a good Steelers team. Not talking about the Kenny Pickett teams of the last couple of years. Not talking about the Duck Hodges team. This is a good team. This is a division-winning team, which would happen for the first time since what? The 2017 playoffs hosting Jacksonville? And we all know how that went. I don't really think about the 2020 season. Kind of throw that one out the window, the 11-0 start, the COVID year, no fans in the stands. Just an oddity. It's one of those throw it out the window type of years, like baseball played a 60-game season. The odds continue to be stacked up against the Steelers in this game. Philadelphia is on a 9-game winning streak. They are a buzzsaw in the NFC. And it wasn't for Detroit, they would be the favorites to go to the Super Bowl. Steelers, I have third on my tiers list to go to the Super Bowl. And I don't think that they have a realistic chance to win this game. And you add on the elements to it. Sure, it's hard to play in Philly and you haven't won there since the 60s. Sure, recent history shows that the Eagles have beaten up on the Steelers in Philadelphia. But, and despite the Steelers looking like a team that I believe is a formidable team to be able to take down Buffalo and Kansas City, still think there's steps to take, I don't think they have a realistic chance to win this game. And you factor in George Pickens. Pickens is not going to play in this game. He is your most dependable weapon on the entire roster. If there is one player on this team you cannot afford to lose, we talked about it at the start of the year with the Brandon Ayuk discussion. What do the Steelers have to get up to get a number 2 receiver? Trading Deontay Johnson. They have to get a number 2 receiver. Omar Khan has a plan. And Omar Khan has done a terrific job with this roster and with this team over the last 2 years, especially in the draft. But number 2 receiver is a concern. We all asked the question, what would happen when George Pickens goes down? What would happen when George Pickens is hurt? If he misses a substantial amount of time, which he is going to miss out, which is going to be a couple weeks. It's going to be a second game that he missed on a short week against Baltimore. Potentially unlikely he plays in that, according to a couple different reports. Will he play against Kansas City? So no George Pickens. Did you see anything that you really liked from Mike Williams? I liked what I saw from Pat Freiermuth finally getting him involved. But Mike Williams, Scotty Miller against Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. It is a young, aggressive secondary for the Philadelphia Eagles, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good one. They've played significantly well. Not having George Pickens completely changes this game for me. And what makes it even worse? The most underrated player on the entire Steelers roster this year, Deshaun Elliott, now will not play with a hamstring injury. So now, Pickens was already the first domino where I start to get a little bit wary and teeter on the likelihood that the Steelers could win this game. Now you lose Deshaun Elliott, who in the back end, as a box safety, has played extraordinarily well. Now, Pickens has more than doubled everyone's receiving total on offense. Deshaun Elliott, statistically this year, signing a 2-year deal, and the way that he's played, Minka's the last line of defense. Deshaun Elliott playing up near the box, one of the best tacklers in space on this team, just an overall consistent player. I think we're going to see how big of an impact his loss is going to be. And I didn't think that he was going to be such a substantial player coming into this season. I wondered, why didn't the Steelers make a bigger splash in free agency at safety? Deshaun Elliott has been everything that you could ask for and more. He's had 3 games with over 10 tackles, including the last 2 weeks against Cincinnati and Cleveland. 13 tackles against Cleveland. 2 forced fumbles, couple pass defensed, 1 interception in the opener against Atlanta. Statistically, you could put it all to the side. What he means to this defense, from a communication standpoint, from a defending tight end standpoint, yeah, Dallas Goedert's pretty good. Arguably top 10. I'd put him top 7 in terms of tight ends in the National Football League, in the NFL. He is that type of player, that type of playmaker. So you have no Deshaun Elliott with an Eagles team that loves to run the football. Philadelphia with the leading rusher in Saquon Barkley trying to break Eric Dickerson's record for the most rushing yards in a single season. But that doesn't excuse Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown went off for, 150-plus yards receiving? 3 touchdowns the last time that these two teams played in 2022. And the only Steelers offensive touchdown was a 4th down, 4th and goal, Chase Claypool throw to Derek Watt. The offense will perform better than that in this game. But I wonder how it's going to perform in Philadelphia. 412-928-9370. What chances do you give the Steelers in this game? Larry Ogunjobi, one of your best run defenders, is also not playing. And don't we have the same song and dance with Larry Ogunjobi? Larry Ogunjobi seemingly misses game after game during his season. Sometimes it's spread out. Sometimes it's a chunk, 3-4 games, since he signed this contract with the Steelers. But still, when he's in there, he's a pretty good player. There's a reason why the Steelers paid him what they did. Ogunjobi's loss can be mitigated, and it has been mitigated in the past. But no Pickens and no Deshaun Elliott. I don't like the Steelers' chances in this game. Earlier today, before the news came down about Elliott and Ogunjobi, we kind of assumed that Ogunjobi was going to be out. I predicted the Steelers to lose this game by 6, so Philadelphia would cover. I'm starting to think that number is trending closer to 10 with Elliott officially out. Ray Vitapaldo came on the show and said if Elliott was either limited or a full participant in practice, he thinks that he would suit up in Philadelphia. Well, that's not the case. Injuries hampering the Steelers in this game, with Deshaun Elliott not practicing once again with the hamstring injury, and George Pickens with the hamstring also not practicing. Everyone else was full other than TJ Watt, who was a limited participant, just resting just because he's a veteran. And Larry Ogunjobi not practicing with the groin injury. Mo Adams potentially could be activated to replace Ogunjobi, currently in the 21-day window to return from IR. What chances do you give the Steelers in this game? Because I don't give them a great chance at it. At the start of the year, I thought this would be a loss. In the middle of the year, I thought this would be a loss. As we approach the game, and we're now what? Over 48 hours, under 48 hours away from it? I think this is going to be a Steelers loss. And I'm not in the free pass camp like some others of my friends on this station. But I will not be butthurt and heartbroken if the Steelers lose this game in Philadelphia. Partly one, because it's not a conference loss. And in this battle against the Bills for the 2 seed, because I don't think Kansas City is within reach, even though you do play them coming up, marking this down automatically as a loss. You're trying to keep up with Buffalo as much as possible. Not a conference loss. And sure, if Buffalo loses to the Lions, it's also not a conference loss. You're pretty much dead even, but still needing the Bills to lose a game. If the Steelers win this game in Philadelphia, with no George Pickens, with no Deshaun Elliott, with no Larry Ogunjobi, with history not on their side, with the start of 3 games in 11 days, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers will go to the AFC Championship game, and Russell Wilson will silence all the doubters. If Russell Wilson can find a way to win this game without his best weapon, without one of his best defenders, most underrated defensive players, if Mike Tomlin can find a way to win this, Mike Tomlin should be Coach of the Year, and Russell Wilson should be a candidate, not the front runner, not in the top 3, but a candidate to win the MVP award. 412-928-9370, you want to chime in on that. We'll also talk about the idea of sitting George Pickens until the playoffs. What? Also, Russell Wilson for MVP? If he would have started the year, I think is a really good argument, but is it really that far-fetched? Right now, yeah, Saquon Barkley, Josh Allen. But where could Russ finish? Top 5? Could he crack that? Tony Dungy had some thoughts. We'll also get into a college football playoff preview. The awards have been given out. And I have a very strong take on Bill Belichick. Is this Bill Belichick tenure at North Carolina, going back to college where his dad coached in the mid-50s, is this something that could realistically work out for the greatest NFL coach of all time? We'll see about that. Also, Rich Rodriguez was announced as returning to Morgantown today at a press conference with the Pat McAfee show there. Mark Cabali, the Pat McAfee show, will join us in an hour to talk about the Steelers. But can Rich Rod revitalize a program at West Virginia that pretty much over the last couple of years has just been not content, not satisfied, but just in the mushy middle? They didn't beat Pitt last year. They didn't beat Pitt this year, I should say. And that game, it's a 10-point game in the last 5 minutes. West Virginia, there's a possibility that if you win that game, Neil Brown's still your coach. So maybe you are happy if you're a West Virginia fan that Pitt ended up winning that game at home at Acrisure Stadium. And now they'll have the chance to play, 9-13. And Pitt should have Doran Dickerson and Pat Bostic be the honorary captains for a celebration of 13-9. 412-928-9370. We'll get into a lot more. Landon Tengwall will join us from up at Happy Valley at Penn State in about a half an hour to talk about Penn State SMU, the Nittany Lions' chances in the college football playoff. Am I looking a little bit too far ahead to the Orange Bowl and to Miami? Should I pump the brakes a little bit? We'll find out. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm also monitoring your text on the fan text line. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get to your calls, and we'll also get to some George Pickens talk. Should George Pickens be sat until the playoffs? Mark Cabali brought it up. Do I agree with Cabali? Do you agree with Cabali? That's next. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Looking for a rewarding and exciting career? Consider joining the Allegheny County Police Department. With a competitive salary and excellent county benefits, the police department offers a unique opportunity to provide professional advice and protection to all citizens and visitors of Allegheny County. The current application period is open through February 3rd, 2025, with a written test for all applicants on February 15th, 2025. Apply online today at joinacpd.com. That's joinacpd.com.
One night, one stage. Billy Joel and Rod Stewart. Saturday, July 5th, one special evening at Acrisure Stadium. The first time together in Pittsburgh. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Saturday, July 5th. Don't miss Billy Joel and Rod Stewart.
Stewart.
Megan Ford's got it, and now's the time to buy from one of the largest commercial vehicle dealers in the tri-state area. From now until year's end, businesses can write off the full purchase price of work trucks using the IRS tax code section 179.
Over 200 dumps, crane trucks, box trucks, chassis, transits, and more have all been discounted. That's Megan Ford in Connellsville, where trucks are cheaper in the country. 724-547-FORD or MeganFord.com.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise. This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. Plus special designer appearances. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
City limits, as Joe Starkey loves to dub me. So, George Pickens, out with a hamstring injury. And it seemed like the messaging as to what happened was pretty unclear at first. Pickens hurt in practice. Was it Friday? Was it Thursday? Did they hold him out because of the injury? What was the main problem with it? Was it, the speculation and rumor that it was maybe a punishment for something? Pickens hurt in practice Thursday, last week. Did not practice Friday. Tried to give it a test in the walkthrough and also in warm-ups, and then the Steelers ultimately decided, nope, we're good. That's okay. We'll just sit out George. Saw on the Hard Knocks clip on HBO on Tuesday, Pickens saying on the sideline, I really want to play, Coach. Like saying to Tomlin, I really want to be out there. So I think that was kind of telling to put to bed some of the rumors that maybe Pickens was punished for something. And Pickens, the way that it was handled with Tomlin and Tomlin talking to Pickens, that's kind of the impression that I got with it. At first, I was very skeptical. But now with reports from various reporters saying that George Pickens with this hamstring injury is likely to miss a couple of weeks, and with the Steelers playing 3 games in 11 days, Mark Cabali is now saying that the Steelers should sit George Pickens until the playoffs. What? Sit George Pickens until the playoffs? Aren't these games important enough? where you need George Pickens against Kansas City. The Cincinnati game, depending on what the situation is and the circumstances, okay, I understand. And you don't want to rush Pickens back onto the Baltimore game, then play him on a short week with only a couple days rest to play against Kansas City. I would want George Pickens to play as soon as possible as long as he's healthy. And yes, there is the potential for a re-aggravation of this injury. But if Pickens is given the all clear, he's given the good to go, isn't it important to keep winning games so that you don't fall further down in the standings? And what I mean by that is, if you beat Baltimore, and let's say you even do it without George Pickens, which seems like it's going to be what's most likely, and Pickens is not going to play, you pretty much have the division locked up. But do you want to fight for the number 2 seed? Is that a realistic thing for you? Does the number 2 seed matter? Because to me, it does. To be able to have the potential to play a Buffalo at home and not in Buffalo, I mean, we saw what the atmosphere is like in Buffalo last year in a snowstorm. At least it had to be moved because of it. I do not want to play there. And if you have to play in Arrowhead, so be it. That's the luckiest team since the 2020 Pittsburgh Steelers. Eventually, they're going to They're going to start losing football games. They've lost one. It was to Buffalo in Buffalo. Not a place I want to play. I would not want to keep George Pickens out for the rest of the regular season. I would not. And part of that is the risk worth the reward of keeping George Pickens out for the rest of the year? Sure. There could be a very high reward of having Pickens at full strength. But if he's full strength, or at least 95%, and the all clear is given by the doctors for the game against Kansas City, if you want to realistically win that game, I do not keep George Pickens out of the lineup. Because we know how daunting this schedule is, and I think we're going to continue to see, I think we're going to especially see in this game, Scotty Miller, the Mike Evanses of the world get exposed. I think Pat Freiermuth will have a good game. I think the run game is going to suffer without having Pickens. You beat a Cleveland Browns team by 2 teams because it's Cleveland at home and it was your get-back game. Maybe not a revenge game, but it was your get-back game after Cleveland beat you at their place in a snowstorm. Okay, this is a lot of different circumstances. And I think the Steelers are in desperate need of somebody to factor in offensively at the wide receiver position. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on the game. Your thoughts on would you keep Pickens out? Here's Daniel in West Virginia. What's going on, Daniel? In Virginia, I should say.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing today?
I'm doing great.
About the Pickens thing, I think they'll probably have him return against Baltimore. I know the game against Philly is not a conference game. So I'd rather have him sit out, Sunday. As much as I would love to have him because he's a menace on the field, he's a beast, he's a dog. But just hold him out for the game, so like Baltimore or Kansas City. When he's healthy, you don't want to risk him being out for the whole season and then we're doomed at the receiver position because we're thin already. But to go back on, you don't give him a shot at beating Philly and Philly, man.
Not a good one. No. Explain to me why you think they have a good chance.
I think they could pull it out. I know Elliott hurts. He's one of our best players on defense. I know Larry's out too. But we got depth at the D-line position. And KZ's already familiar with the system. Cam Sutton's already familiar with the system. I think now it's going to move to Minka into that tackling role and have KZ play the middle of the field.
So you think they're going to have Minka move up into the box despite playing back as far as he has been, basically as their center fielder, and they love him in that position. You think they're going to move him off of that because Elliott's hurt?
Yeah, they'll probably move up to the box and have KZ play the center field.
All right, Daniel, appreciate the call from Virginia. I don't think that, and he was talking about the defensive line depth. Losing Ogunjobi is not like the biggest thing in the world. I'm not very confident in Damontae Casey. I mean, what has Damontae Casey shown this year that makes you think that, yeah, he can step in for Deshaun Elliott and there's not much of a letdown? Everything's going to be okay. I really wonder, and I'm going to ask Mark Cabali about it. Cam Sutton, I think, has been fine. I mean, we've seen Beanie Bishop, him and Cam Sutton, depending on the game, depending on the matchup, kind of split reps. I don't feel like Cam Sutton has been a huge upgrade over Beanie Bishop. I don't feel like he's been a substantial player. Will he play some safety? He did with the Lions. So that could be a position that he shifts. Do they play him in center field? I don't think so. They're going to play him closer to the line. They're going to keep Minka in the same spot, hope he gets a turnover, and try to prevent big plays from happening. Let's go to Vincent in Columbus. What's going on, Vincent?
Hey, man. My question, too, now that Deshaun's out, I was kind of thinking the same thing of Minka playing more in the box, but I was going to ask, I feel like we're not talking enough about Devontae Smith, and I think what they could do is have Joe Porter on him one-on-one and then double team with Mink over the top on A.J. Brown.
I'm kidding. I mean, they probably have – Vincent, would you say it's the best wide receiver duo that they have in the league? I would argue yes.
Yeah, maybe them and Cincinnati, yeah.
Yeah, probably 1A, 1B regarding those two. So you think that Minkah also is going to move down into the box? See, I just don't see it happening because their role for Minkah is so defined. And Minkah, we saw it on Hard Knocks, sitting in on team meetings. He is somebody who I think is, he's obviously the quarterback of their defense. I think that Tomlin in the defense, Terrell Austin, whoever it might be calling the shots, likes Minkah playing so far off the ball where he can see everything and basically call everything out. So you think it's going to be a mix of KZ, maybe Cam Sutton playing in the back end. Do you think that's beneficial for them?
I don't know. Honestly, with A.J. Brown, I would have Minkah back there. Like, if he is going to be back there, I just have him over A.J. Brown almost the whole game, in my opinion.
Vincent, appreciate the call. I am more so concerned with the passing game than I am the running game. I don't care about Saquon Barkley with the New York Giants, the Steelers bottling him up for, 15 carries and 6 yards the last time that they played him. Saquon Barkley's a beast. He's going to rush for 2,000 yards. I don't think he's going to break the record. I think he'll be just short of 100 in this game. I think the Steelers' main focus will be stop Saquon Barkley. And Cam Hayward has had an all-pro type of season, turning back the clock. Well, I mean, has it really been a turn back the clock year for Cam? Other than last year when he was hurt, he's been terrific. He's aged like a fine wine. And I think T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith in the running game are going to do a good job. But I wonder, against a good offensive line for the Eagles, a physical offensive line. Look, Saquon's going to get his yards. That's just the reality of it. That Eagles offensive line, I think, when you look at the offensive line for the Eagles and the defensive line for the Eagles, they're going to win the battle in the trenches, I think, more so than the Steelers will. If you put it on a scale, I think it'll be more so 60-40 Philadelphia. And Philadelphia has had such a concerted effort, maybe a conceited effort, English language, to run the football this year. And they haven't really concerned themselves with throwing it as much. And that's why A.J. Brown is throwing a fit about, what's the main concern with this team after they beat Carolina by a score? Passing. Well, Philadelphia's favored in this game by 5.5. The Steelers have been really good as underdogs under Mike Tomlin. They've won their last 7 straight games as underdogs, the Steelers. And I still don't think that this is going to be a win for them. With Philadelphia, I mean, we talked about it with their running game. Total yards, they're 4th in the NFL. Passing yards, they're 31st. And they're number 1 in the NFL in rushing. Partly because of Saquon Barkley, who should be second in the MVP to Josh Allen. Let's go to Chuck in Newcastle. What's going on, Chuck?
Hey, Limits, what's happening, man?
I'm great.
Hey, got a take here, and it's my route to victory, and I really think after watching the Eagles play Carolina last week, the Boo Birds are going to come out if the Eagles don't start out good. The Steelers aren't going to lay it up. We know that they're not going to come out in the first quarter and just take Barkley out of the game.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that. But if we start to shut them down, man, those Boo Birds came out early and often against Carolina. Against Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina. They didn't play well, Chuck, against Carolina. Carolina was beating them.
I mean, I know it was maybe disinterested or whatever, but, I mean, come on. If we can get a few first downs and start making them punt a couple times, they're going to come out, and that's the route. That's where we can kind of slow them down into the third and fourth quarter and rely on, our running game, get Warren and get Najee going. I see a path, man. I do. I see a path. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we lose, but I really think that if we can not make mistakes, let the Eagles, because they were big on them last week and they've been doing it, this conservative approach with mistakes made, if they do that, we can win this game. And we can do it without having to throw it all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real possibility. I appreciate the call, Chuck. One thing that I look at in this game, which is just so odd to me. So Philadelphia in the first quarter, point differential-wise, is minus 42. They are over 100 in the remaining quarters. The same is, in fact, for the Steelers. The Steelers are minus 27 point differential in the first quarter. These are two of the worst teams in all football in the first quarter of play. Rams are negative 49. Giants, negative 46. Bears, negative 43. Carolina, negative 40. The Cowboys are negative 50. But if you want to talk about good teams in the first quarter of play, Rams are good. Philadelphia minus 42 and the Steelers minus 27. So if you want to, if you have something to do and you're a little bit busy and you're rushing to get home for kickoff, you might not miss anything. There might not be a lot of scoring in the first quarter, or that might be where a lot of the points are scored because the Steelers are plus 74 in the third quarter and Philadelphia is plus 64 in the second quarter. It took them, 7-8 games? Score a touchdown in the first quarter, Philadelphia? 412-928-9370. We'll also get to some college football coming up before Landon Tengwall joins us from the Behind the Wall podcast in State College. Mark Cabali will join us in just under an hour from the Pat McAfee Show. Your thoughts on Bill Belichick. Will Bill Belichick succeed in college? Why did the greatest coach in the NFL go to college football? Back to school with Bill Belichick. And will Belichick be able to get recruits to Carolina? They're putting up, $15, $20 million in NIL to make this happen for Belichick, giving him a 3-year, $30 million deal. Think that was further extended. And is Bill Belichick truly committed to college? He says he is. I'm not too sure about it. The 50-minute mark, we are at 7 minutes away from that. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Austin Bexel with you. Logan Arblaster producing Behind the Glass here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Outside of 28 in Millvale. The left lane is closed. That's causing a severe delay back to the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Russ highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
Football season is in full swing, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash with Sleeper Picks. Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less than at least 2 of your favorite player stats. If you're right, you could win. You can pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. For a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer. New users have to play $5, and they'll receive $55 in free bonus entries. That's right. If you deposit $25 and play $5, they'll give you 11 $5 bonus entries to start playing. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK and get in on this promo before time runs out. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and unlock one of the fastest growing fantasy sports apps in the world. Use code BLOCK to claim the play $5, get $55 bonus entry offer. That's code BLOCK. Must be at least 18 years old in most states and present in state where it is legal to wager. Promo code location, other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details at sleeper.com. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action with over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the pro football, hockey, and hoops action, as well as the college football playoff, Premier League, and college basketball. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray. And Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new, all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Do you have jewelry on your Christmas shopping list this year, but just dread going out to those malls? Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers. We can help you find the perfect gift for that someone special. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry, all at prices you can afford. Designer lines and all the classics. And now through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village and Peters Township.
Yeah, it's the great sound of college football music. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Low of 18 degrees tonight. It's going to get pretty cold, so if you're going out, you're doing something fun tonight, bundle up. Maybe you're ice skating at PPG. Whatever you're doing, stay warm because it's heating up in college football. How about Bill Belichick going to North Carolina to become the head coach of the Tar Heels? Shock, flabbergasted, surprised. Yeah, those are the correct words to use in terms of my thoughts on Belichick. I just cannot believe that Belichick is going to college football in the current landscape of it. That was my initial thought. Like, Belichick, you're what, 20 or so wins away from Don Shula? 15? You're close. You're closing in. You go to a good team, you're going to get there in 2 years. He was obviously not going to get close in New England. It was going to take 3 years, maybe with Drake May around that time. For Bill Belichick to go to college football, a place where his dad formerly coached in the 50s, for Bill Belichick to want to be a part of college football, I think is a complete shift in the landscape because of the NIL, because of the transfer portal. Bill Belichick is going to use the transfer portal like free agency. He's going to use NIL like free agency. And basically, Bill Belichick has the greatest pitch to any high school athlete. I am the greatest coach of all time in the National Football League. I am somebody who knows everyone in the NFL. I can do what is necessary to train you, prep you, get you ready for the NFL. And the number one quarterback in the class of 2026, Jared Curtis, said arguably the greatest coach of all time. He told On3, definitely want to get up there and meet him. He wants to meet with Bill Belichick. And when I hear that, and when I read it and think about it, I think to myself that, look, Bill Belichick is going to get some recruits. Bill Belichick is going to bring some people into the building. He has Michael Lombardi running as the GM. He's going to get some guys. Maybe it's going to be an effect in the first year or two. Yeah, maybe it works out for Belichick. Wants to be there for a long time and said, I wouldn't be coming here if I didn't want to, if I didn't want to be a part of this organization. I always wanted to be in college football. Now, I think a lot of that is the NFL saying, Bill Belichick, we don't want you. Belichick had interest in the Bears, so the Bears really have interest in Belichick. You would think they would after Matt Eberflus got fired in the middle of the season. Maybe Jacksonville, with Trevor Lawrence is an enticing position. So Belichick, yeah, recruits might like him. Sure, he might run it like it's an NFL team. I don't think that college kids, 18 to 22, are going to be very interested in the style that Bill Belichick likes to go about it. The do-your-job thing is great, but we're not going to have a lot of fun on this team. We're just going to go out there and play some football. These are college kids. These are guys who, it's true, you're going to go out and party. Logan, you are in college. You want to have fun. The NFL, it's a business. This is your job. This is your organization. College, obviously, it's much more important with your studies, but it's still, it's college. Come on, who are we fooling here?
I just can't see Bill Belichick standing in front of a bunch of college kids trying to recruit them.
Yeah, and I feel like Bill Belichick is going to more so be the closer. He's going to be the guy who sells the Jared Curtis or somebody else in high-level high school football on, come play for me, I'll get you ready for the NFL. Whew. Yeah, I don't see it. I just don't see it working with Bill Belichick at North Carolina. I don't. I look at the way that Nick Saban turned out, and look, these are all different situations. I look at the way I look at the way Bill Walsh turned out. And I feel like for Belichick, this is him taking the job that was available at North Carolina. There was interest, sure, whatever. I don't feel like Bill Belichick, because nobody wanted him in the NFL. I just don't see this thing happening and working out. Like, I think Rich Rodriguez is actually going to work out in West Virginia. He is coming back to a program where there is unfinished business. they have money. They have Rich Rodriguez now with Pat McAfee as one of their biggest donors, boosters, NIL collective guys, whatever you want to call it. He's going to shell in some money. I mean, West Virginia is a legacy program. That's a good program. There's no doubt about that. It's been a down program. It's been a Neil Brown saying, I hope you're having fun at the tailgates and partying and having a great job enjoying the atmosphere program. That's not West Virginia football. West Virginia football is hard-nosed, smash-mouth, in-your-face football. It's just like West Virginia. It's just like Western Pennsylvania football. And I think Rich Rodriguez is going to bring that West Virginia toughness back to West Virginia. And they're not going to be a team that gets rolled over like they've been in the last couple of years where they have not been a tough football team. They haven't. West Virginia has been lacking a lot, and they have not been tough. All right, Penn State. We'll talk a little bit more about this with Landon Tangwall in about 10 minutes. We'll play SMU in a week. I'm going to the game. I'm excited for the game. Penn State's favored by about 7 points, favored by a touchdown. Typically, when that's the case, James Franklin wins. James Franklin wins these games. So, yeah, maybe I have looked past SMU a little bit. Should I? No. It is a noon game. Once again, Happy Valley at noon. Great. Scheduling. I'm okay with it. Just I understand it from a flat-out scheduling perspective from college football. Because, I mean, look, you're going to put Ohio State, Tennessee at night. That's a 5-star matchup. You're going to put Notre Dame, Indiana, in-state rivalry at night, Friday night, 5-star matchup. Clemson, Texas, whatever, fine. I think it's a good game. It's a better game than Penn State, SMU on paper. So I understand why it's a noon game. I think Penn State should go into this game and win it by 2 touchdowns. SMU's big game was what? Pitt. They did lose to Clemson, who's lost to 2 SEC teams. I think, look, I am not saying that SMU is a bad team. I could see SMU coming in and making it a 3-point game. Penn State wins at the wire. On the final bell. On the final whistle. But I don't think SMU's going to win. And then they get to play Boise, if that's the case. I'd be feeling pretty good. But no, it's not a pushover. I mean, look at Pony, Muller, Donnie have all predicted Penn State to lose, which I'm not surprised about. But I do think that, and part of it is James Franklin in big games. It's more so James Franklin in games that he's not favored. I mean, Ohio State, Oregon. Most of these games, Michigan last year, running it 32 times in a row. Most of the games that Penn State loses is games that they're not favored. It's a weird thing about that. Where Penn State wins the games they're favored and they don't win the games that they're not. They can't upset anybody. So, yeah, I'd be very concerned if they get to the semis. But right now, I'm feeling pretty good about their chances. And Pitt's playing in the Game Above Bowl the day after Christmas with maybe some leftover presents from the day before. All right, Landon Tangwall from the Behind the Wall podcast, former Penn State offensive lineman, will join us. He's up in Happy Valley. What does he see from this team? What are the realistic chances that he gives Penn State of winning this game against SMU, moving on, and potentially how further? And am I getting ahead of myself saying that Penn State is going to win this game? And maybe not. It's not going to be handily, but I'm not sweating it at all. I'm not that worried. Will I be worried in the fourth quarter? I guess we'll find out. Austin Bechtel with you on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up Week 15, Pro Football Sunday, huge game in the AFC playoff race. 8-5 Denver, a 4-point home favorite against 6-7 Indianapolis. Total in the game is 44. And if Indy wins this game, 1 game behind Denver with the head-to-head tiebreaker. So this is a huge real-life game in terms of wins and losses. As far as the point spread goes, I like the 4 with Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis' young quarterback back in the lineup unlocks upside with this team. Maybe Denver wins the close game, but I think Indy covers the spread. So coming up on Sunday, let's go Indy +4 on the road in Denver. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state championship week. Luke and Neal rushed for 254 on 36 carries and 10 tackles defensively, but Avonworth came up 3 points shy in the state championship game. In Class 6A, Jair Walls had 129 yards. Chris Black had 11 tackles, but Central Catholic could not slow down St. Joe's Prep in a 35-6 loss. Giant Eagle, Gatorade, and 93.7 The Fan salute all of the high school gridiron performers who made this season special.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
This holiday season for the month of December, the Good Feet store will donate 1 pair of shoes per system purchased to their partner Souls for Souls, an organization that helps provide new shoes and clothing to people in crisis situations. Come to the Good Feet store and help care for people in crisis this holiday season.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Pierce the veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh, with Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Ever find holiday shopping overwhelming? We've got to figure out what they want and then find it all too. Enter Kohl's. They have the best gifts all in one spot. The toys your kids have been asking for, the silk PJs she's been eyeing, and the stylish sweater he'll love. And you can get 20% off some of your gifts during their customer appreciation event. Yup, holiday shopping at Kohl's is the move. Select styles. Offers end December 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to toys. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, this is Elena. Come to Leon's Billiards and More, where there is tons of games, bars, and bar stools to get at great deals for you to make your home fun and family happy. We can hold your purchase until the right time is here for you. So come down to Leon's Billiards and More, owned by Mike, my pap. Our number is 724-934-5888, and our website is www.leonsbilliards.com. Voted best family business in Wexford. Bye.
Everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. The year-end wrap-up is underway at number 1 Cochrane Buick GMC with amazing holiday offers and more than 360 new vehicles available. Get an extra $1,000 over KBB for your trade. And if you're serious about trucks, check out the Tradesman Special. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on GMC commercial vehicles. While this offer was crafted for business owners, all customers are invited to take advantage. Plus, similar discounts are available on other GMC trucks in stock. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at number 1 Cochrane Buick GMC in Monroeville and Robinson. Example, hashtag WG240096 with MSRP $74,343. Extra trade allowances over the Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash offering based on accurate vehicle condition reports. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/24.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
The Fan Hotline is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we go out to the Fan Hotline for the first time tonight. So welcome former Penn State offensive lineman. He's the host of the Behind the Wall podcast. Landon Tengwall joins us from Upton State College. Landon, really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me tonight.
Absolutely, Austin. Thanks for having me on, man.
So let's start with this. I've been called crazy around the office and really around the city, I guess, so far for, I guess, looking past SMU a little bit this week. And maybe I'm just having rose-colored glasses on, already looking towards the future of a Georgia matchup or someone else in the Orange Bowl in Miami. Do you think that this is a really good path to maybe not just the semifinals, but to the national championship for Penn State? And why should people watching these games for Penn State really take a step back and not get, like me, and jump to conclusions?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think first off, it is kind of crazy that the 6th seed, by far, I think, undeniably has the easiest path in the college football playoffs. I mean, you look what Oregon got for winning the Big Ten championship. You get a bye week, but then you're most likely facing Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. That's not exactly favorable. We are sitting anywhere, I think, around 8.5-point favorites right now against SMU. And then next week, we're seeing lines close to 2 touchdown favorites versus Boise State. So you're talking 2 teams that you're playing. If you're Penn State, if you win round 1 and then you get to round 2 and win that, both those teams just last year, neither of them were a Power 4 conference. Boise obviously still isn't, and this is SMU's first year in a Power 4 conference coming from the AAC. So you're absolutely, if you're Penn State, you woke up Sunday morning after the Big Ten championship and you said, damn, that really sucks. But, wow, we just got the best possible seed that there is. And then you even look past those 2 games. You mentioned a matchup maybe with Georgia, a Carson Beck-less Georgia. I think Notre Dame will beat Indiana. Notre Dame would probably be the hardest test. But you're telling me we're 3 games in to a college football playoff, and your hardest test is Notre Dame? That's an easy path. So, I mean, this is James Franklin's opportunity this year. I don't think he will find as favorable of a path ever again in the 12-team college football playoff, because I also think very quickly we might have this format for 1 more year, but I doubt they're going to continue the automatic bids with the conference championships because it's too messy. It's making too many people upset. So I don't know when they'll revisit it, but I think eventually it'll be altered a little bit. So here is James Franklin and company's chance to win something big because, you like I said, you got a really favorable path in front of you if you're Penn State.
So what, probably 1 through 12 is the more realistic way with the top 4 seeds receiving a first-round bye?
I think so. I think the top 4 teams should just get, I'm okay with the automatic bids if you win a conference but I just don't like you being automatically put at 1 through 4. You can be automatically put in if you're a conference champion of the top 5 because, that goes to the top 4 and then number 12 goes to, the next highest. I'm okay with that and with including 5 conference champions, but just don't make them automatic 1 through 4. I think it messes things up, and also we can talk about basically reseeding after the first win. Instead of no matter what 8 versus 9 playing 1, let's reseed and let's let 1 play the lowest seed. I mean, that is how any bracket ever has seemed to work, and I don't know why college football playoffs just wanted to go completely against that. But I will say, in my opinion, the good news about this year, it has been the most entertaining college football season in recent memory, and I think the playoffs are going to continue that.
What's the most important area that Penn State needs to succeed in to beat SMU that you've noticed on tape preparing for the game?
Yeah, I mean, so looking at SMU's tape, they're an explosive offense, and really, if you look at the first half against Clemson, they struggled. They came out and they ran a lot of gadget plays. It was double end-around pass. They were doing a lot of stuff that showed that they felt that they weren't necessarily the better team. They were just trying to sneak past Clemson. And then in the second half, they kind of just went back and just grinded it out. They ran the ball a little bit. They got Kevin Jennings going, and obviously you saw they came marching right back against Clemson, and then Clemson eked it out in the end. So I do think this is a good SMU team. Now, I think where the big difference is up front. And when you have been in the AAC for basically 10 years now, and this is your first year in a Power 4 team, you can got a lot of transfers coming from SMU, but you can get speed players, you can get Kevin Jennings, get some quarterbacks, but where it takes that long to really transfer from being a group of 5 team to being a good Power 4 team, it takes 4 or 5 years to get good offensive linemen and good defensive linemen. And I think that is where Penn State's going to be able to take advantage of SMU, is that they are, up front, Abdul Carter, I think he is going to have a day up front. I am really excited for the opportunity at hand for him. SMU gives their tackles a lot of one-on-ones. If you're a Steelers fan and you watch T.J. Watt get chipped 50% of plays, it's about the opposite of that for the SMU offense. Yep. It is they leave their guys out there to dry, and I pray they do that as a Penn State fan against not even just Abdul Carter, but Denai Dennis Sutton too on the other side.
Talking to former Penn State offensive lineman Landon Tengwall, the host of the Behind the Wall podcast. All right, Tyler Warren, he wins the Mackey Award. He's had probably one of the most impressive seasons at Penn State in years by an offensive player. I mean, maybe, am I going too far to say maybe since Saquon, the most impressive season? Take me behind the scenes with Warren. You know him. Well, what's he like, and why do you think he's been able to have such a huge breakout this season compared to last?
Yeah, I would say he is the biggest name to come through Penn State since Saquon Barkley, and the most impactful player, and you jaw-dropping on the field. I've known Tyler since he first got here. We lived right next to me for 2 years. That's one of my best friends. Truly, first off, just a great human being. He doesn't want anything. He's not about the money. You'll never see him in any designer clothing. Like, he'll just show up in flip-flops, have his hair out, have a little hat on, and that's him. And he's just there to chill, have a good time. So number one thing is he does not really like the spotlight. And our nickname for him around the facility is Psycho T. And that's because he's the most normal, nice guy when you're just talking to him. If a fan comes up to him, he'll interact, all that stuff. But when he gets on the field, he's one of the craziest dudes you'll ever see. And he'll go up, he'll block you out of bounds and pancake you. He'll go up, he'll moss you, and he don't care. And he doesn't say anything either. He doesn't talk trash or anything like that. But it was a pleasure to play next to him. I had a lot of combo blocks with him, me and him double teaming the defensive end and whatnot. So, but really proud of him, and he deserves it. There's a lot of talk about Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green. I think he's a glorified wide receiver, Austin. I think they made the right choice. And like I said, just proud of him, and he'll have a very long career in the NFL.
88 catches, over 1,000 yards receiving this year. I mean, he broke Pat Fryermuth's record for touchdowns this year with 17 and counting. All right, I want to switch gears now to James Franklin. Playing for Franklin, I want to know what he's like, because there's so much criticism that goes around with Franklin. He can't win the big game. And if Penn State's not favored in the game, it might not be a good idea to bet Penn State or think that the Nittany Lions are going to win it. What is James Franklin like in some of those moments? Do you hear the noise when you're on the team, and how do you try to block it out? And what do you think is the ultimate difference maker for Penn State to finally end that narrative?
Yeah, I mean, as a player, you absolutely know that the narrative going in, even my freshman year, going into Ohio State, going into Michigan, as players, we knew what the narrative was. And I always tell people, they say sometimes Penn State looks unprepared. James Franklin looks unprepared. And I'll say as a player, we were never unprepared. We were always ready to go. And just from a player perspective, and I all my content, if you follow me at Landon Tengwall on Twitter, I'm very real. That's how I go. And I always felt prepared. Like, I never felt, but going into Ohio State, like, kind of knew in the back of my mind, these guys are just a lot better than us. And at the end of the day, when you're Penn State and you are consistently finishing around, you might have a class that jumps up in the top 3 for recruiting, but Penn State is anywhere from 7 to 18 this past year in national recruiting. Oregon's number 1, Ohio State's 2, 3, 4 in that way. So when you stack years of being 12, 14, 15, and Ohio State is 2, 3, 4 in the nation in recruiting, well, that adds up. And if you know there's a little bit of a skill gap when we play Ohio State, you saw Oregon was just faster than us. They just had a couple players that were just better than us. And so I don't want to just point to recruiting and say it could be NIL and whatnot, But that is, at the end of the day, if you stack up the rosters, Penn State is generally less talented than the top teams that they go against. And that's why, in my opinion, it is so hard for us to get over that hump from really good to great.
But they've been in it, especially this year, Landon. The Ohio State game, I was at that one, a 10-0 game. The Oregon game was just really a track meet, and it causes a lot of concern, I think, with the secondary as well, and how they were just not able to adjust. What did you see in those two games where maybe a couple plays goes either way? Because it feels like Penn State is always one or two plays away from finally winning it, but James Franklin against top 5 teams, I think the record's 1-14 at this point.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to deny it. He's definitely got a rough record. But look at when watching the All-22 tape, the first thing I turned on, very first play, Oregon goes tackle over. That means they move their left tackle next to the right tackle, and they have a tight end playing left tackle. Penn State right away doesn't notice it. Defensive end denied Dennis Sutton is trying to get defensive tackle Zane Durant. Come on, like scream at him, come over. They're confused. They gash us for 15 yards on the first play. Next play, they stay in the same formation, and they go hurry up. The defensive line for Penn State isn't even set. They're all looking at each other, yelling, and Oregon snaps the ball. And then, continue down the line. Their first touchdown where their tight end hurdled our guy. And nobody was in the flat. No, there was no flat defender for Penn State. Just complete miscommunication. Kobe King, our starting middle linebacker, was throwing up basically right before the snap on that second drive for Oregon. So, the defense couldn't stop a cold, and it wasn't necessarily because, Oregon's offense was the most talented offense I've seen in a little bit. But it was communication errors. And to say, Oregon's offense was more talented than Penn State's defense, but I think there was times Penn State could have stopped them. There was a time in the fourth quarter, right when Penn State made it a one-score game and scored that touchdown to bring it within 8, we had them 3rd and 8 on their own 20-yard line, and they dumped it off to the running back, and there wasn't anybody within 15 yards of him. So just communication errors and letting guys get the ball in space. You can't do that against a team like Oregon with that type of speed.
Few more minutes with former Penn State offensive lineman Landon Tengwall. Landon, I am a Drew Aller disciple. I just absolutely love his game. And maybe a Drew Aller apologist at times, too, in some of the games where he hasn't performed the best. But I thought against Oregon, especially on 4th down when he had a defender draped all over him, to deliver the pass that he did to Harrison Wallace in the end zone, I feel like Aller played a pretty good game against Oregon. How have you assessed his season? And I personally think he should come back next year to Penn State. Before your thoughts on that, what do you see from him this year in the way that he's improved from a year ago?
Yeah, obviously I played with Drew on the offensive line. I was one of his protectors, and watching his growth on the field from a leadership standpoint, you see the fire out there. He's getting in guys' faces. He's yelling at defenders. That was not Drew. And having Sean Clifford before that at quarterback for Penn State, an incredibly emotional leader, it was a big adjustment for me having Sean Clifford year one. To Drew Aller was a little bit more quiet, but Drew Aller has really came out of his shell, and I think the team kind of needed that. And then you kind of see it in his play too. I will tell you one thing that is incredibly underrated is Drew Aller moving around in the pocket. He was very, very often got very narrow-minded with his passes, and if there started to be pressure last year, it did not turn out very well for Drew. It is the complete opposite. Not only can he evade, you talk about USC, 4th down and the game on the line, completely evading a free rusher and delivering a ball to Julian Fleming, but he's done that all year of evading guys. But he took that next step of being able to evade, but also keep his eyes downfield and make plays happen. So seeing him kind of take that next step has been really fun, not only as a leader, but on the field too. A couple places I think he can improve, and it's kind of funny after that 2nd and 1 play at the end of the game, throwing that interception there, a lot of fans saying, hey, just keep it on the ground. And I almost argued, hey, I don't disagree. It might have not necessarily been a bad call. It just wasn't a great play at the time because Trey Wallace did not beat his man and Drew Aller left it inside a little bit. But that playing loose, that was the reason Penn State was even in that game, because I've seen Penn State offense be tight and not loose, and it's not good. So we were out there just swinging it. And so that 2nd and 1 call that ended the game, at the end of the day, I don't think we would have been there if we weren't calling the game like that, if that makes sense. So Drew Aller's playing loose. He's playing confident now, and a big credit to Andy Kotelnicki for coming in year one and giving his quarterback easy passes, easy access, easy decisions where it's not all on the shoulders of Drew Aller. Now his biggest challenge, he has the best tight end in college football, but virtually no wide receivers. We need some help there. Some wide receivers are going to have to step up for Penn State if you want to win. That's the good news. You can win your first 2 games with just Tyler Warren basically carrying the load and Nick Singleton. But as you get to Georgia, Notre Dame, wide receivers are going to have to help out Drew Aller.
Yeah, Andy Kotelnicki coming back for another season, significant, and not ended up taking the West Virginia job. Final question for you, Landon. When I think about Penn State's chances in the playoff with a really good path compared to a lot of other teams, can't really get too overconfident if you're the team, though, with that. Can this team realistically win a national championship? Because I know there's a lot of skepticism from people that'll say, oh, well, I will never believe it until I see Penn State actually do it again for the first time in a while. Do you think this team is capable, and do you think that they can do it?
I definitely think they can. I think you just saw them against the number one team in the nation. I mean, in my opinion, Oregon is far and away number one. And if our defense played with a little bit of confidence in that game, I think we got a good chance. And I could say, a lot of and ifs or buts. I can do that all day. Drew Aller doesn't throw that virtual pick six that they were down on the 1 yard line. That last drive, it's a tie game. So you can do that all day. But like you said, Penn State has a favorable pass. Their offensive line is playing great. They just took Oregon's front seven, which is arguably the best front seven in all of college football, to the woodshed. 300 yards rushing, 297. So almost 300. And if they can play like that, that'll be great. Now, the middle of the field is where Oregon attacked us, and they had speed. So we will face that deeper in the playoffs, but I think it's anybody's game this year. This is the most wide-open college football has been in a long time. There's not necessarily a juggernaut. If you want to call Oregon the juggernaut, they are. But I think we've seen that Penn State can play with them. And let me just say, go Steelers, diehard Steelers fans. I was a young kid, so love Pittsburgh and everything about it. So home away from home over there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but you're not from around here, right?
I'm not. I'm in Annapolis, Maryland, which is crazy. So family's all Ravens fans. I'm diehard Steelers.
Why that?
5 days when we love. My stepdad grew up in Pittsburgh and raised me, taught me everything I know about sports, got me into sports. And I was watching the Steelers. I bought DirecTV Sunday ticket as a kid just so I could watch the Steelers in Maryland. I've been to a lot of Steelers games. Never at Heinz Field, though. Ton at M&T Bank Stadium. And I'm excited for this one. But it's been a ride of a season. Obviously, knowing Pat, knowing Joey, all that stuff. It's really cool to watch a couple of the Penn State guys, too, on that Steelers roster.
Landon, great stuff. You keep it real. Great analysis. Really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thanks so much, Austin. Appreciate you.
Talk soon. Landon Tangwell, former Penn State offensive lineman. Man, he brought it. That was a lot of really good stuff. Played for the team. He knows a lot of these guys. He's played with a lot of these guys. Landon Tangwell, the host of the Behind the Wall podcast. Yes. Our good friend Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show will join us next. We'll get back into the Steelers. I put the percentage chance right now of the Steelers winning in Philadelphia. We'll call it one coin flip out of 4. 25%. I don't see the likelihood as being very high with the injuries to Deshaun Elliott, with the injury to George Pickens. And Larry Ogunjobi, I mean, sure, you could just say, well, Larry Ogunjobi's not that big of a loss. It is a loss. I mean, you'll probably get Mo Adams back. We'll see how that results. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I just don't see, because of the way that Philadelphia dominates the line of scrimmage, and the Steelers, where, look, Dan Moore's been good. But Broderick Jones, I mean, he's been good over the last couple of weeks. Is this a time where Broderick Jones kind of gets exposed like it did in the first couple of weeks of the year? Zach Frazier and Mason McCormick, how do they perform against Fletcher Cox? How do they perform against Carter? How do they perform against an Eagles defense that is physical? Probably the most physical team in the NFC outside of Detroit. They might be more physical. I'd still say Detroit. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I've had some good texts that have rolled in. We will read some of the texts as well. Somebody told me to slow down a little bit, saying that I had maybe a little bit too many Red Bulls. Do you feel that same sentiment there, Logan?
I think your pace has been perfect.
I talk very fast. I will not deny that.
You do talk fast, but it's your pace. You're being yourself. I like it. I enjoy it.
Let's get to Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Austin Bechtold with you on a Friday night.
3-7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game. The guys break down the entire game and talk about what works. Today you did it and did it big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Lauren Lega from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Give the gift of wellness this holiday season. Purchase a holiday spa package and get a free massage or facial gift card. Visit any one of our 7 Hand & Stone spas or handandstone.com.
Restrictions apply.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
1 in 8 people, including 1 in 6 children under the age of 18 in southwestern Pennsylvania, are food insecure. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with 1,000 partners in 11 counties across the Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive. If you are in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Man, really excited about this one, man. This Pennsylvania State Championship. Excited about representing Whipple in this. I was just joking this morning, man. We could play this game in Breezewood, man. That'd be awesome.
And we can go at halftime to McDonald's or Arby's, and we can get some gas on the way back in Breezewood. Wouldn't that be a good place to play this game, though, Breezewood? Breezewood is literally like just one strip of land that is maybe a mile. Where would they put the stadium in Breezewood?
The only reason I know Breezewood is because that's where my family stops before we go on
That's
vacation.
where everybody stops.
Yes, when we go to Virginia Beach, that's where we stop. Otherwise, but I mean, it's nothing but just fast food restaurants and road, so I don't know.
We're joined by Mark Cavalli of the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, where would they put a potential stadium in Breezewood if Mike Tomlin actually wants the game there?
There's some room up by the Bob Evans up there, maybe up there. But it's interesting how they configure that road that almost forces you to stop at the Sheets, at the Denny's, at the Get-Go, at the whatever else is there. It's just like, can't we just make this road like straight? Why do we have to do some kind of crazy turns there?
Mark, it's Pennsylvania. There's hills. I mean, don't you know that? Driving all over like Ohio, Indiana, it seems like it's just flat and there's a whole bunch of nothing.
If you go to Baltimore, you have to go through the Breezewood. I don't understand why you have to get off the road. Can't we somehow figure that out? I mean, you're from the Baldwin area and the Streets Run Road. Why do we have to cross over 17 railroad tracks on the same road? Doesn't make any sense to me.
I personally love Streets Run Road. Sometimes it's fun, except when it's like icy and 10 degrees and snowing and Streets Run is not available or it's flooded. All right, Mark, let's get into it. As the more and more time goes on, in the day, in the week, whatever it might be, feel worse and worse about this game. Now Deshaun Elliott's hurt. Well, we knew he's hurt, but now he's out. George Pickens, you wouldn't even play him the rest of the year. We'll get to that. Percent chance that the Steelers win in Philadelphia on Sunday. I've put it at 25. Where are you?
Yeah, that sounds like a good number, right around 25. I'm never going to count this team out. There's no way. to do that. You've seen enough over the past couple of months to realize that they can go in there and they can dominate the Eagles on defense, shut down Barkley. Pressure hurts, turn it into a ugly game, and have Boswell kick 6 field goals and go out there with an 18-10 win. We've seen stuff like that before, so I'm not going to totally write them off, but it is a tough task. I mean, we all know about the troubles they've had in Philadelphia. I don't know how relevant that is to this team right here, because even a couple years ago, there's not many players still left on that team of note. So I don't think they say, "Oh, we're going to Philly. We're going to lose this game."
Do you know the only touchdown in that game? The last time the Steelers played in Philly, Mark?
Oh, I was in the hospital, but I do remember the old Chase Claypool to Derek Watt throw.
Were you okay, or was that with your Achilles?
No, that was with infection in my leg that just popped up, and my leg turned into about 18 sizes bigger than it should have been. So anybody who out there who thinks they have an infection, go to the hospital immediately. Don't wait 4 days and watch your kid play soccer, 4-year-old soccer. That complicates things, but I digress.
Can the Portview Bulldogs play in Breezewood?
Oh, man. You know what? They might even not be any more Portview Bulldogs.
What? No, why?
Might have to merge. Lack of participation. Nobody wants to play the Bulldogs. The 8-under team just demolished everybody last year, so might have to play up a classification like we're the Quips.
McAfee might have to come in and help save the day.
He does enough in Plum.
Yeah.
I mean, we need a. Well, I'm not even in Portview anymore, but
Richie Walsh's neck of the world.
Depends. I mean, he claims Penn Hills is his own. He claims Plum is his own. He's just a fair-weather individual with fancy hair.
Mark, how big of a loss is Deshaun Elliott?
Probably more significant this week than prior weeks because, he's a guy that likes to go up into the box and stick his head in there and make some plays. And if you're going to beat the Eagles, we all know what number one priority is. You can't let the old Penn State guy, your buddy Saquon Barkley, get loose here. So if there was one game you would love to have him there, this would be the one. But they might have to switch things up a little bit with KZ playing more center field. Maybe Minka come down and, Minka is third, fourth leading tackler on this team right now. It's not like the guy can't tackle. So they have options, but it's probably a little bit more significant. But once again, this is a guy that, I don't know how serious this injury is, but if you have any thought of him only needing 1 week to get back to 100%, might as well sit him down.
Oh, are we going to sit him for the rest of the year too, Mark? Everybody's going to sit out.
No, what I'm saying is if this was the playoff game, Elliott likely would play.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Right now you don't want to take any chances right now because at the worst case scenario right now, you go on the road for a first-round playoff game, which they've been able to win on the road this whole entire season. I'd rather much have a healthy team than a banged-up team playing at home in the playoffs.
So you're sticking by the idea also that George Pickens should sit out for the rest of the year and not come back if he's ready to go against Kansas City?
You know what limits? You know darn well he's not going to play against Baltimore. He's probably not going to play the quick turnaround in Kansas City. So what is the use of just bringing him back for Cincinnati? Unless we're talking about a number one seed on the line. If maybe that's the only way I would bring him back. If you had the bye week line and balance there with that Bengals game, but it doesn't look like that would happen. Now, once again, this is a guy you have to have in the playoffs to have any shot. So I don't care what he does right now. Get by. You got those 10 wins right now. They're in the bank. You're playing with almost house money. You're in the playoffs. 99.9% of the chance. I think that's the odds are right now. I want George Pickens 100% plus with no possibility to have a twinge in that hamstring, which tends to happen to players from time to time when they come back from this, and have him ready for the playoffs rather than playing him against the Bengals, limited snaps because you want him out there. That's all my point of view right there. I want him 100%. Anybody else, I mean, you could say limit Hayward, Watt, whatever. This is a guy that you absolutely need if you have any shot of going to the Super Bowl or being a Super Bowl contender.
So you're basically saying, Ben, everything that you've heard, there's basically no chance that he plays against Kansas City.
I mean, probably not. You think about it, if you look at Tomlin, how he's approached things this year, he's been very cautious. And to be able to ask a guy to come back for the Baltimore game, then the Kansas City game within, 4 days, 5 days? That's a little bit much to ask, and he's probably worried about the same thing. I'm sure he's going to say, and you'd ask him, I'm just doing what the doctors say, but that's not the truth. I mean, the degree they could clear him. I mean, when did they clear Russell Wilson? They let him go.
It's like 6
to
weeks.
Make sure he was 100% healthy. Same thing. I mean, you can go down the list. I mean, Highsmith looked like he was going to come back a week early, and they held him out for an extra week. They put Justin Fields as a number 3 guy because he twinged a hamstring. I mean, he's overly cautious right now, and I don't see why that would change moving forward here. So, at best case scenario, in my opinion, he would play against the Bengals. The ultimate for me would wait till the playoffs.
So you don't think that they really care about the seeding? Like, they're obviously going to be in. If they beat Baltimore, they win the division. They think that they can realistically still go on a good run to potentially get the number 2 seed, because I think the 1 is unrealistic at this point. To the point where no George Pickens, no problem with this receiving core that they have publicly basically tried to replace for months now?
I say no problem. I'm saying they'll take their chances. I mean, the only thing you have to worry about is probably going on the road. If you probably lose out in the division, you're probably going to go to Baltimore for that week 1 playoff game rather than Baltimore coming here. I mean, what are the odds of you getting a number 2 seed as well, which would probably be, you would avoid a team like Baltimore. I mean, you look at Buffalo, they got one tough game. They got this one with the Lions, but I think they got New England twice, and I don't even know if they have Miami. Whoever it is, they stink.
The Jets, even worse.
Yeah, there's not much room for error there. And plus, I think they might have the tiebreaker over the Steelers when it comes down to the strength of victories, I believe. It's one like 5th down the list or something. So you're looking at that 3 to 6 spot. So that's what I would do. I don't know what they would do. I mean, you don't agree with me that you would rather have 100% healthy team, even if it means going on the road, rather than some iffy guys, maybe not healthy and playing at home?
No, I don't want to go to Buffalo. I'll go to Kansas City, but I do not want to go to Buffalo.
You're talking about already winning round 1 now, right?
Yeah, they'd play what? I mean, if they're the 2, hypothetically, if they're the 2, you play George Pickens in the final 2 games, because I think he's going to be out against Baltimore. You're the 2 seed and you play against Denver. I mean, I like my chances there. Let's say Baltimore hypothetically gets the 5 seed. Are you saying that Baltimore would be maybe the 6 and the Chargers would be the 5?
I think Houston has a pretty simple schedule. So, I mean, I think Baltimore would have to be, Baltimore, the Chargers, Dolphins, and maybe the Colts.
They're also 2 down in the loss column.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, it's not like the Baltimore has Murderer's Row coming up here as well, but you can't even approach it that way. You just go try to win this game and reassess it next week and try to win that game and see where you're at and whatever that game is. When is that? January? I don't even know when the last game of the season is.
I think it's
probably
the 7th.
Like 2nd. Is it 2nd, 3rd? No, I thought the playoffs were at 10. I don't know. Whatever it is. 2nd or 3rd. You reassess then you move forward and go there. That's what I mean. I've heard. I mean, talking even Pony, he wants to, rest everybody today. I mean, that's just not how you are wired, and you don't want to be a coach that says, "Hey, we're taking it easy here because we don't need this, but next week we're going to need you." I mean, to me, that's not a message you want to send players.
All right, thank you so much, Austin.
Talking to Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. How about that drop in there, Mark? Pony must have agreed with the take.
Oh, did he? I mean, he's all into that.
If the Steelers win this game, Mark, I think that they realistically can go to the AFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl, because I think they're going to be so undermanned without George Pickens and without Deshaun Elliott, and you can also throw Larry Ogunjobi in there. Would you agree with that as currently a 5.5-point underdog as well?
Well, if they win, they're going to go to the Super Bowl?
I would feel much better about this team to go to the AFC Championship game. I'm still not saying Super Bowl yet. I got to see them beat Kansas City. I realistically think that I would be very confident that they will get to the AFC Championship game because I think this Eagles team is that good, and the demons around them since 1965 are that important.
Yeah, I wasn't even born yet. I don't know. I don't know if it's based on wins. If you go in there and you play a good game and you lose by a field goal in the last 2 minutes, don't tell me you're not going to feel good about their chances moving forward here. I don't think it's basically based on a win or loss. I think if you go out there and get totally outclassed again, even there you'll be like, okay, it's the Eagles. Let's see what you do with the Ravens. If you're able to beat the Ravens, then all of a sudden, yeah. But I still think this team has as good a chance as anybody else to make it to New Orleans. Why not? They can't tell me they can't beat the Chiefs. Tell me they can't beat the Bills. No, they already beat Baltimore. They already beat Denver. They already beat the Chargers. Houston's not really as good as they were last year. So, yeah, I mean, if they're healthy and they play well, the last couple of years when they lost, they were a inferior talented team. I think they have everything in with this team, with this roster, to be able, with the talent, with the leadership, with everything else, to be able to, with the coaching, and I'm not even talking about head coach, the assistant guys, to make a run at this regardless of what happens this week or even next week.
Talking to Mark Cabali, the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, a texter asks, please ask about OBJ with a lot of exclamation points. I have no interest in OBJ potentially signing with this team. Do you?
No.
He's washed.
He's been washed for probably 3 years now. It's a shame. He was one of the all-time, well, maybe not all-time greats, but he had a great run there with the Giants. But that knee injury wasn't the Super Bowl. Really cost him. No, you don't need that. I mean, honestly, is he going to be any better than what you have right now?
Probably not.
I mean, you do got to give these guys a little bit of credit. I mean, maybe they don't have that star number 2, but somebody steps up and does something every week that makes it almost feels like he's that 2 for the day. Now, do they have a guy to move to number 1? I don't know. Obviously not. But I think this group is good where they're at now. I think they're more than serviceable when you have a guy like Pickens in the roster in the lineup.
Mark, biggest key to victory in this game against Philly?
Well, I'm going out on a limb here and say you can't let old Saquon beat you on the ground. Man, he'll absolutely that combined with some of his long runs. I mean, you can't let him turn those 8-yard runs into 80-yard runs over there, and I think they'll go all out. I think they'll go all out to try to stop him and force Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and whoever else they have. I don't even know who else is playing. I don't think Devonta Smith is even playing. Maybe he is. I'm not sure. I didn't look at the injury report, but let those guys beat you rather than Barkley. I mean, you have no chance that Barkley does what he does 95% of the teams this year. So that's the number one key.
Yeah, I think all our wide receivers are pretty much healthy. The only guy that's been ruled out is Britton Covey with a neck injury. Mark, could I engage you in a game of free association?
Man, it depends. Is there any leniency on this, or do I have to do the one word and Starkey get mad?
Nah, it's not really free association. I just kind of wanted to say it. I call it the 7 shots.
No, I got a question for you. Do you think there's any shot in the world that Joe Starkey listens to the fan while he's like driving home or just sitting in his kitchen eating some potato chips?
Yes, I know he does, because sometimes he will call me and he says, "Limits, did you hear what Doug Whaley just said?" And I'll be like, "No, I'm in here clipping highlights and clipping other things that we need for the show." And then he'll let me know when it was.
All right, Joe Starkey. I give him some credit then.
Of course, he does his homework.
Although that was probably 5 minutes before he showed up to the station for his shift.
First question in the 7 shots, Mark. Should the Steelers and Eagles play every season in an AFC-NFC rivalry week game?
No. My goodness, I mean, people outside of Pennsylvania don't think they really realize that it's like a 5.5-hour drive, and it costs you like $97 on the turnpike to get there.
So why should the turnpike price have anything to do with them playing this game?
What I'm saying is it's not like it's a rival, like, oh, Battle of Pennsylvania. You can't get two further cities away, I don't think. So I don't really look at them as rivals. So, no, I would rather play – I don't even know here. I mean, that's what's great about the AFC North. Everybody within close proximity, they play because they're in the division.
Maybe it could become one. Bigger impact, Mike Williams or Pat Freiermuth?
Freiermuth. I mean, he's been good the past couple of weeks, and I think they will definitely try to have to target him because he might be the guy that is the de facto number one for the next week or two.
Cornerback you're most worried about in this game, Joey Porter Jr. or Dante Jackson?
Probably Joey. I mean, he's had, 7 flags in 2 weeks, 11 in maybe 5 weeks, and you got a big physical receiver who obviously they're going to try to get the ball to. As long as he stays with his technique, I think he'll be okay, but you can't really count on that right now. So I think he is one you have to keep an eye on.
How much of a role will KZ, Cam Sutton, and Beanie Bishop have replacing Deshaun Elliott? And who do you think will get the brunt of the carries or brunt of the snaps?
Well, I think it's going to be KZ. I don't know how comfortable they are of just throwing Cam Sutton back there at safety. He's done it. He can do it in a pinch, but he's more of a guy who's going to be when they try to spread it out with the 3 receivers to be in there. So I think Beanie Bishop he's getting weaned off a little bit maybe. Snaps have been going down a little bit. So I think KZ is your guy right now, but Sutton would be next.
Does Philly's offense really have a problem with his passing game?
Until they don't, right? It's funny how, people talk about how their offense hasn't been able to throw the ball, and all of a sudden they'll probably show out for 350 yards or something like that. Oh, I mean, when you have that type of talent, eventually things start to come around. And like I said, when you have that much noise around a certain position, a certain aspect of a team, it just tends to work out in their favor. So I don't think it's that big of a problem there, but I would much rather have them try to throw the ball than run the ball. So,
is there still a jail below Philly Stadium?
I don't know. I know that was old. Was
that the vet?
Used to have it. I think so.
I thought the Link had it too.
It probably is. It's not like the people have changed. I mean, I don't know. I haven't hung out in Philly enough to say one way or another if the fans they're fans. I mean, I can't see them being any different than Steeler fans, Browns fans, or anybody else. But I'd have to inquire about that because I do not know. If I walk down to the locker room and see a gel, I'll give you a holler. I'm not quite sure.
Who wins and why?
Is this number 7?
This is it.
Well, I think the Eagles will win this game, but I think it will be close. When I mean close, it might not be the points. What's the points, 5.5?
Yeah.
I think it's a 7-point game. Give me 28-21 Eagles with the win on this one. Although it's going to be a game that comes down to the fourth quarter. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Kenny Pickett's coming in and, they're resting people on defense because the game's out of control. I don't think that's the case.
Mark, thank you for your time. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. I liked Austin. City limits.
Have a good weekend. Goodbye. Fan weather. It's brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Low of 18 degrees overnight. That was Mark Cabali on the Fan Hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show, which was held today at the Rich Rod Press Conference in Morgantown, West Virginia. Cabali always brings it, and the national media is bringing it against the Steelers. The national media, everyone, and I mean everyone that I can find, is picking the Philadelphia Eagles to crush the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. Also, if the Steelers win this game, should Mike Tomlin catapult to the top of the list for NFL Coach of the Year? I don't think it's as far-fetched as you think. Or at least you might think. Could it be a realistic possibility? We'll talk about it. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits, with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't let winter catch you off guard. Be prepared with an Aaron's snow thrower. Every Aaron's 2-stage snow thrower is handcrafted in the USA with powerful engines that won't bog down in any condition. Aaron's builds the toughest machines for the worst conditions with a model to fit every need, including features like hand warmers, electric joystick chute control, and auto turn steering. Throw back what old man winter dishes out with an Aaron's, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Aaron's dealer today.
Pittsburgh, get ready for the slam dunk event of the season. The second annual Pittsburgh Holiday Hoops Classic returns to the hardwood at PPG Paints Arena on Sunday, December 22nd, with 4 spectacular high school games to light up your holiday spirit. See the Kiski girls take on the Fox Chapel girls, followed by 3 great boys matchups with Moon versus South Fayette, Montour battling Lincoln Park, and Peters Township facing Fox Chapel. Don't miss this action-packed day of high school basketball. For a full schedule and to secure your seats, visit ppgpaintsarena.com.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money. No hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn. Look how this worked. Calling Top Dog. Like it's me again. Another accident. It's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit their bank accounts harder. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, Call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Honey! Honey!
I'm coming. You found it.
Oh, I found it. Yes. It's expensive, but it's Christmas.
If they have it here, you know who else should have it?
Mac.bid?
Shh. Yes. I'm checking the app. Oh, way cheaper. And if I hit instant win, I can get it right now.
Do it.
Done. Let's have some fun.
What are you doing?
Hey, isn't this that gift everyone's looking for?
No! Run.
Christmas shopping at up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Andrew Filipponi at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore for an ultimate hockey watch party Saturday, December 14th from 7 to 9. Enjoy great prizes, 360-degree viewing, surround sound, and of course, great eats at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. Trucks are cheaper in the country. MeganFord.com. 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 Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Mention the Fan and save 10%. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state championship week. Luke and Neal rushed for 254 on 36 carries and 10 tackles defensively, but Avonworth came up 3 points shy in the state championship game. In Class 6A, Jair Walls had 129 yards. Chris Black had 11 tackles, but Central Catholic could not slow down St. Joe's Prep in a 35-6 loss. Giant Eagle, Gatorade, and 93.7 The Fan salute all of the high school gridiron performers who made this season special.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait. This is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
At Harbor Freight, our low prices make us the place for gifts that keep on giving. Because when you give the gift of quality tools, you're giving someone the ability to fix, restore, and build for years to come. And with savings like these, you can even get something for yourself. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Stop by and give yourself the gift of great prices.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Smale Kia is expanding, raising the roof, and during the Season of New Tradition sales event, we'll be offering huge savings out of tiny little trailers. Rates as low as 0% APR for up to 48 months on select 2024 Sportages and Serenos. SmaleKia.com.
0% APR financing subject to credit approval through KFA for well-qualified buyers. Not all will qualify. $20.83 per month per thousand financed at 48 months. See Smale Kia for details. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. Take delivery by 1/2/25.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Russ highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
4:25 on Sunday. You can hear Fan Game Day with Donnie Football Mark Cabali, who we just had on, as well as Jason Mackey beginning at 1 o'clock. Last time that the Steelers won in Philadelphia, Logan just said it, 1965. The Penguins did not even exist. The Beatles were on the Ed Sullivan Show the year prior. It was 3 years before the first Super Bowl. Joe Namath had just signed with the Jets. Houston opened the Astrodome for baseball. Muhammad Ali KO'd Sonny Liston. I mean, the Pirates were 6 years away from winning their fourth World Series. This was before Chuck Noll, obviously Bill Cowher, and Tomlin. It was a long time ago. John Henry Johnson was the best player on the team during some of those years in the 60s. 1965, the Steelers lost 10 games in a row in Philadelphia. And the national media kind of in step with it, including John Gruden, who has a new gig at Barstool.
We need to introduce all you guys to the star. His name is Saquon Barkley. Yep. And the films I have, just so you know, the offensive line, this Mekhi Becton playing right guard, he's 350 pounds. He almost killed an L.A. Ram on the second level. I really have the Philadelphia Eagles getting the boot and sticking it up Pittsburgh's ass in this game. Physical on the line, man. Mekhi Becton, Dickerson at left guard. Saquon Barkley's chasing Eric Dickerson's all-time single-season rushing record, man. Yeah, true. A.J. Brown, just stand over there. And as soon as they come into the 8-man fronts and start playing single high coverage, just be patient. We're going to get you the ball. That's what I'm telling A.J. Just be patient.
Man, I tell you what, John Gruden still brings it. I mean, he still has the fire, the flair, no matter where he is, podcast, coaching, color commentary. But he touched on something that is one of my main concerns. Can the Steelers win the battle in the trenches in this game? Because when you look on the opposite side, just first for the Philadelphia offensive line, I mean, they replaced Jason Kelce with a guy at center who, I don't know, might be an all-pro, second team, third team, that good type of player. Landon Dickerson's very good. Their tackles, decent, pretty solid, but their interior of the line, Juergens, Dickerson, that's where the strength of the Eagles truly is. And that's where I wonder, can Cam Hayward, can the defensive line for the Steelers, can TJ Watt, and can Alex Highsmith apply pressure? And how much pressure do they apply? Or is this a game that was kind of played like the Cleveland game was? The tackles shut down the Steelers' two star pass rushers, with Nick Herbig factoring in, but not enough. And same thing with TJ Watt. We're talking about the game on the road first. Or is this a game where the Steelers can feast? I don't think it is. This is going to be a grinded out, time of possession, win up front game. And I think that Philadelphia is just better up front. And Pete Prisco, who has been a huge Steelers critic this year, picked the Steelers to be worst in the AFC North. Well, he apparently is just continuing to double down on the Steelers, despite being, at the top of the AFC North, despite, only having 3 losses, despite being, the number 3 seed in the AFC playoffs right now. He thinks that the Eagles will, what?
I didn't give in. I'm taking the Eagles. I think the Eagles will physically maul them in the run game.
Physically maul them in the run game, Pete.
I think they're going to have success. I know it's 5.5 points. That's telling you.
Here we go.
And by the way, 59 years, I'm sticking with the history. I'm taking the Eagles.
Mauled in the run game. Mauled in the run game. The Steelers this season, look, their pass game defensively has been okay, pedestrian, 218 yards per game. That's 18th in the NFL. Philadelphia, by the way, second in pass yards defensed against. We'll get to some of the defensive numbers for Philadelphia in a moment. But rushing yards against, the Steelers are 4th in the NFL. They're giving up fewer than 92 yards per game. And I think that's the number that Saquon Barkley will probably hit. Either him or a combination of him and Jalen Hurts. With a couple of tush pushes pushed in there for Hurts will probably have 12 yards rushing. Barkley around 80 yards rushing. I think the Steelers are going to do a decent job there, but I'm more so worried about the offensive line for the Steelers getting pushed against Fletcher Cox and the defensive line for Philadelphia. What say you? Let's hit the phone lines. 412-928-9370. Here's Seth in Long Island. What's going on, my friend?
Hey, Austin. How you doing, sir?
I'm great.
Hey, good, man. You're doing a hell of a job tonight, man.
Thanks, Seth.
Hey, man, so I got to be honest with you. I'm listening to all these, talking heads, Crisco and John Gruden. You said he brings it. I got to be honest. I think the guy's a jackass, so that's a whole other topic. But long story short, man, they're not going to get mauled. They're going to be fine. I think it's going to be a close game, and the Steelers absolutely need to score first. They got to score TDs in the first quarter, man. They got a good start. They got to keep Saquon in check. Obviously, easier said than done. And they got to make sure they keep Jalen in the pocket, almost like Lamar, right? And if they do this consistently, I think it'll be a 23-21 Steeler victory. And it's a very, very important game, Austin, as you well know. You know?
Seth, without Deshaun Elliott, without George Pickens, what gives you so much confidence that the Steelers are going to win this game?
I just kind of feel like they all see the vision, man. You know, like I feel like you have Tomlin being, you have Caboli on, and he's talking about the Tomlin erring on the side of, being conservative with the players and, limiting the injuries. I think they all see the big picture. And, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing and listening to you guys all the time, the team's pretty tight, man. So, I think they understand the urgency. If they win this one and they take care of business next Saturday, and to your point, I feel really good about them getting at least one win in the playoffs, probably two, and maybe making it to the AFC championship game, and who knows what happens there,
Yeah, this game will prove a lot to me. Thanks, Seth. Appreciate the call. I mean, it'll show a lot just because of how good Philadelphia is. The stakes that are always stacked against the Steelers when they go there. They're missing significant pieces on their team on both sides of the ball. I think Deshaun Elliott, you could say, they signed him for a 2-year deal in the offseason. He's a decent player, but he's not as important as T.J. Watt. He's not as important as Cam Hayward. He's not as important as Minka. Sure. But after that, I would probably put Deshaun Elliott 4th or 5th. With Alex Highsmith interchangeable, depending on the matchup. And I wonder, at the point of attack, too, that's where I just continue to harp on this. And we'll do a tail of the tape up next. Where do the Steelers have the advantage over the Eagles? It doesn't seem like a lot of positions. Terrell Austin is worried that the tush push might crush the Steelers. Like, oh, yeah, it does to everybody.
When it comes to the push play, is there anything you can do sort of tactically?
Yeah, that's a hard one. I think just physics, they know where they're going. They got a yard to go, and they get a head start because they know the count. And so there's no way really to get the heads up on them in terms of when we can attack them or getting a jump start on them. So that's probably why that play is so successful.
This game really could be one where the Steelers have won a lot of games this year, and that's special teams. Chris Boswell's the best kicker in the NFL. He arguably might be the best kicker in NFL history. If you give it a couple more years, then I think it's pretty possible that that's the case. I mean, he keeps knocking down 50-yard field goals like this. He keeps winning games. He's won 2 with just field goals. Steelers have won 2 games with just Chris Boswell kicking, 5 field goals? 6, 4, whatever. Chris Boswell knocks it in. Here's Dante in Sewickley. What's going on, Dante?
Hey, City Limbs, what's up?
I'm great, Dante. How are you?
I'm great. I love listening to you on the air. I think you are amazing on the air so early in your career. I think you're gonna crush it. I really do.
No, I really appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words.
Well, it's all true. Hey, you're talking about the Steelers. I got a quick question. Who do you think is the funniest coach in pro football?
Funniest coach in pro football? Probably Dan Campbell with the biting kneecaps is the first thing that comes to mind. His press conference never seemed like a dull moment.
Oh, he's great. He's great. What about Danny Smith? You ever watch some interviews?
He's fun. Like, Danny Smith is funny. And, just his personality, I think, is infectious and is why he's able to get his message delivered so well to special teams players. They would run through a wall for Danny Smith.
They would. I just met him tonight.
Really?
And that's why I picked up Yes, I just met him, got my picture taken with him, and he had a great conversation with him. He is so funny, and I pumped him up a little bit. I told him he went from worst to first to be the best special teams coach in football, and he's the funniest.
You told him he was the worst special teams coach, and then now he's the best.
He loved it. I told him he went worst to first. Do you remember, 5 years ago, everybody was just wailing on him?
Oh, yeah, fire Danny Smith. That happened for probably a consistent 3 years in a row. Why is this guy still here?
Oh, people wanted rid of him in the worst way, and now we can't get enough of the guy. We think he's terrific. I think he's fantastic. I think he's so funny. Do you remember an actor? I think his name was Meredith Burgess. Do you remember him? He played looked just like him. He was the manager for Rocky in Rocky 1.
Oh, I'm going to get in trouble with Donnie not knowing that reference.
Because I told him he looked just like him, and he just about hit the floor. If you look him up, I think it's Meredith Burgess is the guy's name. He played the Penguin in the Batman movie, and he played Rocky's manager in Rocky 1. You know, that's Danny Smith. That's his face all over.
Dante, you have a prediction for the game?
You know what? Because nobody really knows what's going to happen in any of these games. I think the Steelers have a real chance, even without Pickens, and I think they might surprise it. They get a couple of big plays in ways that people aren't thinking that it's going to happen, where they get, a long interference penalty. They get, Calvin Austin catches a short pass and just with his speed breaks away, or some, for crying out loud, who's the number 2 running back? What the heck's his name?
Jalen Warren.
He catches like a screen pass behind the line of scrimmage and just wiggles his way, because they're over pursuing. And we get a couple of big plays like that. You never know. I think they're due. It's been, heck, I was born in 1965. You said on the air that was the last time they beat them. And you said that was 3 years before the first Super Bowl. The Super Bowl's always the same age that I am. I'm 59. I was born in 1965, so this will be Super Bowl 59 this year.
Happy birthday, Dante. I appreciate the call.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. Take care. Yeah, thinking about some of those old Super Bowls, yeah, my math was wrong. I was taught in my first 2 years at Robert Morris before I went to Waynesburg that people in journalism and broadcasting and mixing with math, Logan, I'm sure you can attest to this, very bad. I cannot do simple basic math, and I cannot stand it for myself. I just cannot do it.
I honestly thought that my high school math was arguably harder than my college math was. I'm very bad at math also, if it makes you feel better.
Yeah, the first Super Bowl was 1967, so I was a year off. Yeah, math. Hate math. 412-928-9370 if you want to chime in. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also monitoring your texts. I've gotten a couple on there. A couple of good texts that we've had a chance to be able to read off. Somebody texts in, Elliott is huge to the defense. He's been the third most valuable player on the defense on the team this year. That's a good text. That's from Tank in Beaver. A lot of texts from Tank tonight. So your thoughts? Philip in Alcupa says they need Pickens back ASAP, and I think that's important. And Troy on the Mound also points out that Cam Sutton has played some safety in practice, not having Deshaun Elliott, not having George Pickens. I don't want to beat this same drum, but I feel like that is just such a key part of this game that the Steelers are missing, where, those are key important factors, where Pickens is obviously the number one target on offense, but Elliott, he's kind of been the glue to keeping a lot of this together this year and allowing Minka the freedom to play so far off the ball. He's probably the best safety tandem pairing that the Steelers have had in a while. I'm not going to compare it to Troy Polamalu and Ryan Clark, but is that the last time the Steelers have had two safeties paired together this good? I know Minka, we give him so much flack because he can't create a turnover. Still a very good player. Fits his role. I don't really like the role the Steelers have they're playing Minka in. But Deshaun Elliott's a really good player. And it's a far cry from Terrell Edmonds, who I think got better in his career. Mike Mitchell. Marcus Allen. Some of those guys. So you want to chime in on the Steelers? We'll talk about that. And we'll also get into a little bit more on the keys to the game offensively. What do the Steelers need to do to get Pat Freiermuth and Mike Williams involved? And what are some of the stats and facts that matter? What are some of the things that most matter in this game? Also, a tale of the tape. Where do the Steelers have the biggest advantage of this game, and where can Philadelphia exploit them? Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits, with you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on a football Friday night.
7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer for network management.
The defining time of the season. Yeah, we've pretty much said that about 7 times with different stretches of the season. But this is when the rubber really meets the road. It was that way at the start of divisional play, but then, Cincinnati, they've kind of fallen apart. No, Cleveland, they're terrible, even though you did lose in Cleveland. And, you beat Baltimore to start the whole thing off at home. Having to play 3 games in 11 days is going to be a problem. Even Patrick Mahomes was complaining. Patrick Mahomes complaining. What a surprise. About the schedule for the Kansas City Chiefs. Steelers have a very similar one with the game on Sunday against Philadelphia, 4:25 game, then having to come all the way back. Mike Tomlin press conference will be on Monday. And with the short week. And then on Saturday, having to play against Baltimore. That's going to be a crazy Saturday. SMU and Penn State's at noon. And then Baltimore and the Steelers is at 4:30. That'll definitely dictate the mood of my weekend. Maybe, hopefully not my Christmas, because the Steelers and the Kansas City Chiefs will have a big factor with that. And Mike Tomlin, he talked about the schedule, and obviously not pleased with it. And he was on the McAfee show, the home of Mark Cabali. And, thinking about it, the Steelers have a gauntlet in that final in these last 3 games before playing Cincinnati at home. It is a lot. This cannot be a harder stretch of 3 games, I think, for anybody on any schedule all year. Philadelphia, 11-2. Good chance to go to the Super Bowl. If it's not them, it's going to be Detroit. I think it's probably Detroit the favorite right now, and the Eagles will be second. Then you got to play Baltimore. No explanation needed. And then, the team that's won the Super Bowl the last 2 years. They come to your hometown. Tomlin. Mad?
I try to keep the present challenges our singular focus. And so behind the scenes, organizationally, obviously, I've made some decisions about how I structure the calendar. I made some day-to-day decisions in terms of keeping guys upright, giving guys rest days and so forth. But it hadn't been anything that I've addressed in the big room, if you will, or in front of the group. I just don't want to give it that amount of credence at this juncture. I'm sure everybody's aware of the schedule. You know, our job this week is the Philadelphia Eagles. And so I'm going to delve deeper into that, probably more with the collective on the other side of this game. Right now, we're in the midst of a 7-day cycle in terms of prep, and so things are business as usual, but it's going to quickly change once we get on the other side of Philadelphia.
Commissioner Goodell trying to punish the Steel City.
Unbelievable.
I don't like that at all. All right, we'll talk for you, you know, because you get to Philly. Saquon's so good.
Hey, and please do a good job of it.
That was a great job from Pony clipping that. Man, yeah. I do think that there is a problem. There is a problem with the schedule. And the NFL, I mean, is it the NFL intentionally punishing the Steelers? I don't think so. Is it the NFL wanting the Steelers to be in the spotlight because they're the Pittsburgh Steelers and they have the brand and the recognition, and it's Christmas, it's the holiday season, people are going to watch football. I mean, a lot of people are going to watch these games. Kansas City, that game is probably going to be viewed by, I don't know, at least 18 million people maybe, all gathered around Christmas Day, 1 o'clock at Acrisure Stadium. So maybe that has a big part in this and a lot to do with it. But yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin, a little bit of shade thrown there at the NFL schedule makers. I don't blame him at all. Should it be set up this way? I don't think so. But, you know, it's all about TV. It's all about making money. It's all about ratings. And that's exactly what the NFL did to try to design this schedule. You know what? It's also about hard knocks. Because everything revolves around the almighty dollar, making money, TV contracts, all the above. And that's probably why the schedule was formatted this way. The keys offensively in this game, I think, are to get the ball to Pat Freiermuth and Mike Williams. I want to see Mike Williams get involved in this game. And I feel like Calvin Austin gets really kind of just left in the corner a little bit, where he only comes out to play every couple weeks. You kind of forget Calvin Austin's on the roster, and then he makes a big play over the middle, and you're like, oh, Calvin Austin, touchdown. Again, oh, Calvin Austin, punt return for a touchdown. What was that, the Giants primetime game? Oh, Calvin Austin had what, a long touchdown reception in that game? He has moments, but he needs to become more efficient and more effective in, obviously, every single game, become open. Maybe they've schemed him open really well. The punt return was obviously all his doing. For me to be consistently okay with Calvin Austin having a huge role on this team. Pat Freiermuth, I think, is really good. You paid him for a reason. Pat should be the number one target in this game. Now, you're going up against Eagles linebackers who probably going to play against a lot of Reed Blankenship in coverage. Maybe you're picked up by Nakobe Dean or Zach Bond at inside linebacker. Pat Freiermuth should be able to make some plays, but the Eagles typically do a pretty good job of neutralizing the middle of the field. Mike Williams, if that's the case, is going to have to step up. Williams and Freiermuth are the two that I'm looking at to make the biggest impacts in this game because Russell Wilson is not going to have the option on second down and short, on third and long to chuck it up and throw it to George Pickens. It's just not going to be there. And sometimes that's the best offensive play that the Steelers run. Give George Pickens a chance on a moon ball that Russell Wilson puts in a good spot, and his best player, the best wide receiver on the field this upcoming Sunday, at least it would have been with George Pickens. Yeah, I think talent-wise he's better than A.J. Brown. Talent-wise he's better than Devontae Smith, who, yeah, won the Heisman. That's just a testament to George Pickens, who's not going to be out there. So I think Pat Freiermuth and Mike Williams, if they can get going, it'll ease my nerves a little bit. We talked about the struggles in the first quarter for both teams. Steelers are negative 27 point differential. Eagles 42. Negative 42 in the first quarter. It's insane. Plus point differential for both teams after that. 412-928-9370. Let's check in with Teddy in Moon. What's going on, Teddy?
Hi, guys. Big fan of the show.
Thanks. What do you got for me?
Yeah, so I think a very underrated point, you know, it seems like week after week, we fail to mention that we have the best kicker in the league. And I think Chris Boswell has been a reason for a lot of our victories. And I'm not saying that Sunday's not going to be a big high-scoring shootout, but I think there is a good possibility that we get another of these, you know, not pretty wins where Boswell may nail 5 field goals and we get a couple turnovers, and that just may give us the edge to win the game. I mean, I'm curious if you guys think there's any possibility at all this may not go down as a high-scoring game.
Well, yeah, I think it's a pretty decent possibility, Teddy, and I appreciate the call because both defenses are pretty good. Like, I would say that both defenses are probably better than both offenses, and you might be saying, like, you're out of your mind saying that Saquon Barkley and the Eagles' offense, that their defense is better. I mean, I think it's close. You can make the argument for the offense. I mean, if we're really splitting hairs, Barkley is the best player on the field. He's going to be the best player on the field this upcoming Sunday. 41 degrees and cloudy skies on Sunday with no precipitation expected in the forecast. It'll be a good day for football. It'll be favorable conditions for the Steelers. It'll be a little cold. But, I mean, good football weather for December. So I don't think that you're dealing with significant conditions in that regard. There's not going to be, like George Pickens said, the weather was a significant factor in the Browns game. Was it? Chris Hoke kind of seemed to think that it was a little bit, but, I mean, both teams are playing in it. Tail the tape. First start with the quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts against Russell Wilson. And right now, Jalen Hurts with more rushing touchdowns than Saquon Barkley is pretty incredible. But the passing offense for Philadelphia, I mean, it's not been there. They have not been that good offensively throwing the football. I mean, they're 31st in passing yards, 180 yards a game. Steelers are 206, and that's including Justin Fields, the offense this year, where ever since Russell Wilson has come in, they've lost one game. They're, 6-1? And they continue to roll. So I give the advantage, actually, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I give it to Russell Wilson. He's playing better than Jalen Hurts is right now. And I know the touchdown-interception ratio for Hurts 16-5 is pretty good. Russell Wilson's at 2-3. He's got a better passer rating. If Russell Wilson would have played the first 6 games, he definitely has more touchdowns and he probably has more yards. Oddly enough, the Steelers and the Eagles in this game, the Steelers and the Eagles are tied for 5th with the fewest touchdown passes thrown this season. So it's basically been all on the ground and winning the battle in the trenches. Saquon Barkley against Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, no competition. The Eagles win running back. Wide receiver, no George Pickens against arguably the best duo in football with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. No questions asked. Offensive line, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Mekhi Becton at right guard, who was a tackle. Mekhi Becton playing right guard and doing a really good job of it, who is a force on the offensive line. You heard John Gruden talk about it. Becton is huge. He's 6'7", 363, and he's only 25. They have Lane Johnson, who's been there for what seems like 20 years at right tackle. Compared to the Steelers' offensive line of Zach Frazier, who I like a lot at center. As a rookie, could potentially be an all-pro type of player. I like Mason McCormick a lot, still has to grow. Broderick Jones has done well. He has recovered in the last couple of weeks. I mean, those guys did not do well against Myles Garrett. I think they did fine against Cincinnati, and that includes Dan Moore, who I've been very hard on, but he's had a good season. And Isaac Seumalo in his return to Philadelphia, I think he's just been okay. But again, the advantage goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. The Steelers only win the quarterback matchup. Defensively, on the defensive line, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Milton Williams against now no Larry Ogunjobi, so it's Keanu Benton and Cam Hayward. And I'm going to surprise you a little bit. I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers have the better matchup on the defensive line because of how Cam Hayward is playing. Jalen Carter's a beast. There's no getting around that. Jordan Davis as well. But the way Cam Hayward's playing and the way that Keanu Benton continues to come on and the depth that the Steelers have, I like them at that spot. On the edge, Josh Sweat as well as Nolan Smith. I mean, there are Georgia players everywhere for Philadelphia in the front seven. Sweat and Smith are really good, but Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt's going to be the defensive player of the year. I predicted that at the start of the year. PFF likes it, and if PFF likes it, maybe finally T.J. Watt will win the award after winning it a couple years ago and not winning it last year, even though he should have. Edge to the Steelers on the edge. Inside linebacker, Nakobe Dean or Zach Bond. Against Landon Roberts, Patrick Queen, and Peyton Wilson. I like the Steelers here in this matchup. I like Patrick Queen, and really the way that he's in the last couple of weeks performed. I mean, there are sometimes when you just scratch your head and say, what is Patrick Queen doing? He's not finding the right gaps. He's not finding the right lanes. Really good run defender. They bring Peyton Wilson in for some passing situations with Landon Roberts. Landon Roberts has had a good year. And he said with Donnie, on Tuesday that his plan is to retire a Steeler, and I'm completely fine with that. Give him another 2-year contract. His contract is up at the end of the year. So inside linebacker, I favor the Steelers, and Peyton Wilson has also had a very good rookie season, could potentially step in to a starting role depending on what happens with Landon Roberts next year. Cornerbacks, Darius Slay and Quinyon Mitchell, as well as just the nickel corner of Cooper DeJean is playing so well. And Avonte Maddox they have also off the bench that comes in for certain packages. Same thing with Ringo, another Georgia guy. I like the corners significantly more for Philadelphia. Mitchell and DeJean are playing so well as rookies. Darius Slay, been there, done that guy with Detroit. He's played really well with Philadelphia. Dante Jackson has had moments, but I still worry about him in zone coverage. Joey Porter Jr., some people are calling him 6 flags. Way too many flags for Joey Porter Jr. He has to work on that. So, I mean, even though Dante Jackson has really done a really nice job of forcing turnovers, more so than Joey Porter and especially Minka, I worry about him in coverage against A.J. Brown, against Devontae Smith, without the help of Deshaun Elliott on the field, in the middle of the field, and Minka potentially maybe feeling an obligation to play more closer to the line and have to work on some things without Elliott, his partner in crime. Safeties, because of that, even though Minka's so good, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship, I give the advantage to the Philadelphia Eagles. No Deshaun Elliott. That is huge. Minka has not had a turnover in like 2 years. Starkey thinks it might not be until 2027 when Minka has another turnover. So I have the Steelers on the edge at defensive line, and same thing with linebacker, winning those advantages. But in the secondary, it's all Philadelphia, and I think that's pretty fair. Special teams, Chris Boswell, dominant, best kicker in football, and I think Corliss Waitman has done a really good job. So special teams-wise, plus Danny Smith, I have the Pittsburgh Steelers. Coaching, I mean, they've been trying to run Sirianni out of town there. I like Nick Sirianni. I like him a lot. I think he's done a really good job. He has the best winning percentage by any coach. Any coach active right now with his team. Sirianni has the lead and the advantage. And I mean, you're 11-2. The success that they've had, even though they've been trying to fire him for years. I think Sirianni's done a really good job, but I think Mike Tomlin, if he wins this game, is the coach of the year in the NFL. And the way that he's been able to dial his guys up, made the change, which was a good one, to Russell Wilson, plus Danny Smith. Terrell Austin, I think, has been fine. I think Philadelphia's coordinators are pretty solid as well. But I think Mike Tomlin gets the edge over Sirianni. And I think the coordinators, because of Danny Smith and Terrell Austin, is, I don't really think, a huge difference maker. It's Mike Tomlin's defense. I think the Steelers win the coaching battle. So I have the Steelers winning coaching, special teams, linebacker, pass rushers on the edge, defensive tackle, and quarterback. I have them winning 6 of the spots. Philadelphia at wide receiver, running back, the offensive line, corner, nickelback as well. So, I mean, right in that area, I think at some points in the offensive line, tight end I didn't do. Tight end, Dallas Goedert against Pat Freiermuth. I like Pat a lot. I think Goddard, though, with the opportunities that have been presented to him, has had a better season. I want Freiermuth to be more involved. But also with Grant Calcaterra at tight end, I wonder what's the state of the Philadelphia passing game, and this is something that I missed. Dallas Goedert's on injured reserve, so the Steelers get the advantage with Pat Freiermuth. So there you go. I think the Steelers, when you look at it position by position, it's pretty even. And at certain spots have a better advantage. But on offense, it's only the quarterback, and that one's a coin flip. And it could be where Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts at home makes a significant advantage, and it's a full Philadelphia offense that just hands it to the Steelers defense. I predicted 27-21 earlier today. What do you say at 412-928-9370? What's your score prediction? Do you think that at the tail of the tape's pretty even? I think Philadelphia has a distinct edge on offense, and the Steelers have a better edge on defense, coaching, and special teams. We'll also talk to Andrew Destin in 20 minutes. Andrew is at the Pirates winter meetings, at the MLB winter meetings, covering the Pirates. Pirates will pick 6 in the draft. They just signed Carson Fulmer to a minor league deal today. Hooray. Andrew of the Post-Gazette. What are his thoughts on the idea of potentially trading Mitch Keller and Jared Jones? We'll get into that next. Would you trade Mitch Keller? Would you trade Jared Jones for a potential bat? And who would that bat be? Who potentially would that bat be that you would want to get back? At 412-928-9370. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also tweet me at Austin R. Bechtold and tweet us at 937 The Fan.
Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with the hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money, no hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was gonna do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn, look how this worked. Calling Top Dog, like it's me again. Another accident, it's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit the bank accounts harder. Any accident.
This is Nicholas Harry Callis for the Fan Morning Show, and let me tell you, Awaken 180 isn't just working, it's downright refreshing. I lost almost 40 pounds, and I just started Awaken 180. Also, Thanksgiving week wasn't much of a challenge either. I had 2 different dinners with my family, turkey, mashed potatoes, pie, some adult beverages. I cheated where I knew I could through advice from my coach, and it still worked. Instead of gaining the usual 5 pounds, I lost weight. Who have you heard loses weight over Thanksgiving? I didn't feel deprived for a second. The Awaken 180 program taught me how to enjoy life, stay in control, and keep seeing results. And I'll tell you what, walking through the office here in Odyssey, Pittsburgh is a confidence booster. Crowley's noticed. Doran's noticed. I get compliments all the time. I'm loving it. 40 pounds in 7 weeks. If you're ready to see real results without feeling like you're suffering, Awaken 180 is the way to go. Call 844-346-1800 or visit the website awaken180weightloss.com today.
We're sharing more love than ever before during the 2024 Subaru Share the Love event. By the end of the year, Subaru and its retailers will have donated nearly $320 million to charities like the ASPCA, Make-A-Wish, Meals on Wheels America, and the National Park Foundation. Contact your local Subaru retailer to learn more or visit Subaru.com/share. The Subaru Share the Love event, November 21st through January 2nd.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes 1 router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Who's ready for White Elephant?
Okay, I'm up. Yeah, I'm taking the big one.
Of course he is.
Every year. Let's see.
Whoa, it's a roller carry-on suitcase. Wow. Wasn't our budget $30?
Yup, exactly what I paid for it on Mac.bid.
Oh, Mac.bid. Good idea.
That is so smart.
Don't get too attached to it.
I'm gonna steal it.
No, don't you dare.
Everyone knows the real winner of the White Elephant is the one who brings the best gift. Fit every holiday budget with up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
On Saturday, January 25th at the Oaks Theater, don't miss the all-female tribute to Zeppelin, featuring Les Zeppelin, performing physical graffiti and more. You heard right, Les with a Z. Originally an all-female Led Zeppelin cover band, they were described as the most powerful all-female band in rock history by Rolling Stone magazine. And they've since recorded 3 albums and toured the world to rave reviews. It's Les Zeppelin live at the Oaks Theater, Saturday, January 25th. Tickets on sale now at theoakstheater.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
It's that holiday time of year. Give the gift of hearing to you or a loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today. Audien Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices. Just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Hurry, don't miss Audien Hearing's Christmas sale live, now through December 15th.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Andrew Destin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join us in about 10 minutes to talk about the Pirates in the winter meetings. They made a move. Spencer Horwitz, they traded for him from Cleveland basically via Toronto, and we know how much Ben Cherington, a former disciple in Toronto, loves the Blue Jays organization and loves the players that Toronto has to offer. So the Pirates give up Luis Ortiz and 2 pitching prospects, Josh Hartle and Michael Kennedy, for Spencer Horwitz. And you might be wondering, who is Spencer Horwitz? Well, he had 12 home runs last year, 40 RBIs, a good OPS guy, 790 for a rookie is pretty good, 19 doubles, not much speed though. I mean, decent strikeout to walk, 42 walks, 70 strikeouts. That's pretty decent. He had a 1.2 WAR in Toronto last year. He's a left-handed batter. He's 5'10". He's as tall as me. And he's going to be your everyday first baseman, it seems, for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2025. I guess my expectations were too high and my hopes were too high for a potential, I don't know, Christian Walker, even Anthony Rizzo. I mean, I just want a proven commodity. Somebody who can come into the organization, be a bona fide hitter, somebody with a track record that you know, okay, there might be something brewing here. The Pirates have a guy who is impressive, has a history, we know can hit, and has a chance to step right into this lineup and hit in the middle of the order. And Andrew Destin and Noah Hiles do a terrific job with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And the Pirates have hired a new bullpen coach today, Miguel Perez, who was the AAA manager at AAA Indy. But the main thing that's really stood out, other than the trade, is multiple sources telling the Post-Gazette that the Pirates are interested in potentially trading Mitch Keller or Jared Jones. The Post-Gazette learned Monday that the Pirates were open to the idea of trading Mitch Keller. And a day later, a league source said that Jared Jones was also, quote-unquote, very available. Very available. Jared Jones, who throws 98 with ease, does only have 2 pitches. He's a fastball slider guy. Hasn't really developed another pitch. Wants to throw the splinter. Wants to see if he can learn that from Paul Skeens. We'll see if that ends up developing into anything. The first reaction that I had to the Spencer Horwitz trade was that's all you got for Luis Ortiz, who I called a dynamic starter. Okay, maybe not that dynamic, but he performed very well in the bullpen. This was kind of the prove-it year for Luis Ortiz. It was the prove-it year for Roansy Contreras, Luis Ortiz. Basically, you play well, you pitch well, or you're gone. And I guess pitching well and being gone is the same thing. Maybe the Pirates thought it was lightning in a bottle and they tried to capitalize. They must really like Spencer Horwitz. Because Josh Hartle, somebody that I talked to, said that that's really not a piece that you're going to think much of, that, you know, you give up. Michael Kennedy, similar boat, but it's a better projectable starting pitcher. But Jared Jones being very available, that was surprising to a lot of people. It was surprising to me. I mean, are the Pirates trying to bank on high value at this point with Jared Jones? I would not trade Jared Jones. I would not do it. Word of the Jones' availability came to the Post-Gazette's attention Tuesday evening, not long before the Ortiz deal was made, meaning his trade status could have changed with another young right-hander no longer in the picture. That's from Destin and Noah Hiles, who we will talk to, Andrew Destin is, in about 10 minutes. I just want to see the Pirates in this type of situation. I'm okay with giving up prospects. We talk about prospect derangement syndrome, hoarding prospects, wanting to keep all your prospects and hoping that they all bank. And they all work out. You have to trade prospects. You do. You do have to move some. But Mitch Keller, Jared Jones, I would have kept Luis Ortiz and maybe even moved off of Mitch Keller. I have been a staunch do not trade Mitch Keller type of person. You need a huge top 3 in the front of your rotation. You need to be able to have the horses in the front to be able to take you to the playoffs, take you where you want to be. Skeens, Jones, Keller. If you trade Jared Jones, Paul Skeens is going to be angry. Angry. You are going to basically bite off the hand that feeds you with Paul Skeens, who you're going to for quotes about new coaches like Brett Strawn that's coming in and working with the organization. That guy is going to be furious. Furious. And he already has one more year that's taken off his deal that he no longer has to be here. I want Paul Skeens here as long as possible. I want the window with Paul Skeens to be as open for as long as possible and to be taken advantage of. And maybe you have to trade Mitch Keller to be able to get a high-profile bat. I would have traded Luis Ortiz in this package with the 2 pitching prospects for a better bat. I don't think Spencer Horwitz is enough. I want to see a proven commodity at first base. Somebody like Christian Walker, who's 35, they could have paid. Pete Alonso's unrealistic. To come in here and have a high impact on the lineup, and they need an outfielder. They were talking about potentially moving Brian Reynolds to first. I mean, that maybe solves first base, but it creates another problem in the outfield. You need 2 outfielders with O'Neal Cruz in center field. Maybe just one with Brian Reynolds in left. I would rather get 2 and have another one as a 4th outfielder. Maybe you can put him as a DH as well when Andrew McCutchen needs a day. 412-928-9370. You want to chime in on the Pirates? You want to chime in on what we've talked about with the Steelers? I think this game for the Steelers, they're going to lose. And I don't feel good about it at all, about their chances in Philadelphia. And I think they're going to get beat up in the trenches, despite thinking that the Steelers' defensive line can really hang and wins the battle and wins the tail of the tape. I think Philadelphia offensively is just too strong. And their defense is very good in the back end. With no George Pickens, that's going to be a significant issue. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models. Up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. A low of 18 degrees overnight. Andrew Dettmin of the Post-Gazette joins us next. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits, with you on a football Friday night on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? Little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, a little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush, or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho! Say hacksaw. That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free, explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
The following is furnished by Excel Media Pros. Are you battling addiction? Call Rehabs America for a free consultation. Drugs and alcohol can destroy your life. Our program offers a complete medical detox plus inpatient drug and alcohol treatment. Your insurance may cover 100% of treatment. Many have already completed our program and are living substance-free lives. Call for your free consultation now. 800-210-5811. That's 800-210-5811. Hope is one phone call away. Call 800-210-5811.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait. This is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Hi, I'm Lauren Lega from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Give the gift of wellness this holiday season. Purchase a holiday spa package and get a free massage or facial gift card. Visit any one of our 7 Hand & Stone spas or handandstone.com.
Restrictions apply. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored goals in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
For service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And on the hotline, we find my good buddy Andrew Destin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Does a great job covering the Pirates, also does some stuff covering the Penguins. Andrew, how are you tonight?
Doing well, Austin. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little beat up after the week in Dallas, but we made it back safely today. We're back in Pittsburgh and enjoying the week, week and a half or so leading up to Christmas time. So just glad to be back in the 4-1-2.
Good to hear. Take me through the week. What is the main takeaway that you had from the MLB winter meetings in Dallas?
I think the Pirates think they found the first baseman of the future. I would say that on the Pirates' perspective, if we're keeping it localized here, the biggest takeaway from me would be just that the Pirates think they got their guy. I would say that I am not entirely convinced. I really like Spencer Horwitz as a player. I'm not sure that he's necessarily worth that haul. That package was a big one. I really liked Michael Kennedy as a prospect. He's a lefty that I thought pretty darn highly of. But, I think the Pirates really do think they have something in Horwitz, a guy who fits a lot of needs, checks a lot of boxes of what the Pirates like, gets on base, hits for a high average, not exactly a huge power guy, but he works deep at bats, and in theory should be an excellent to potentially elite defender at first base. And, of course, has that position versatility. So it took a lot to get him, but this is a cheap player. This is a club-controllable player. And it's somebody who, albeit a late bloomer, was at a point in time a solid prospect in the Blue Jays farm system. So I think that's my biggest takeaway is that, if anything else, the Pirates got a guy that it took a lot to give, but it's somebody that they think highly of.
The first thing that I thought of when I saw this trade, Andrew, was, what? Luis Ortiz, 2 pitching prospects for Spencer Horwitz, 1 season, doesn't hit for a lot of power. I mean, did I overvalue, and did a lot of people overvalue the value that Luis Ortiz had on this team? Was he a lightning in the bottle candidate? At least do they think that?
Yes, and I fully believe that personally. Listen, I like Luis Ortiz as much as anybody I've covered. Nice enough guy, has really demonstrated a lot of maturity in his time in Pittsburgh and taken strides forward. The reality is you look at the underlying numbers. This is not somebody who struck out a lot of guys last year, especially considering the arsenal that at a point in time, this is somebody who used to be able to throw 100 miles per hour. If you're not able to light up the radar gun and get strikeouts, there's an issue there, right? So the fact that he kind of took a little off the velocity, pitched to contact a little bit more, that's not exactly a sustainable trait. And the second component here is, as much as, Ben Cherington and these guys want to talk about the ability to deal from a surplus, guess what that means? When you have a surplus, other teams recognize that, and you kind of lose a little bit of leverage there. So as much as the Pirates, yes, they're in a position of strength. They do have a lot of starting pitching candidates. They do have some depth there. It does mean that they recognize that if the Pirates want to make a trade, hanging on to all these guys, it doesn't necessarily behoove them. They knew that the Pirates were going to have to overpay for pitching a little bit. The league knows that. So, yeah, Luis Ortiz, he's a solid starter on pretty much every team in the big leagues, I think. But the reality is that he's a solid starter. Maybe Cleveland takes him to the next level. Maybe not. But coming off last year, I got to believe it's a little bit of an aberration. There were some underlying metrics that point to this guy maybe taking a step back next year.
Because I know Noah Hiles thinks pretty highly of Luis Ortiz. Like I do too. Like, he proved me wrong when he got back into the rotation. I feel like this type of package could have gotten them more. No?
I don't know. It's tough because when you include Luis Ortiz in the combination here, I mean, I steadfastly, I'm a staunch believer that it's the guy who is a solid major league pitcher, but to me, he's not a 2. He's not a 1. He's a 3 at best, probably more likely pegs as a 4. That's a nice guy that anybody would like to have in their rotation, but the reality is you can look at it. His ground ball rate, his hard contacts rate, this is somebody that I genuinely believe that is due for a little bit of regression. He had an excellent second half. He certainly pitched his way into rotation. He learned a cutter midseason, all of those things. But I have to sit here and wonder and think, this guy in the AL East, the ballparks, or the AL Central, the ballparks he's going to be pitching in, squaring off against some good AL foes throughout the regular season, I think he's going to take a little bit of a step back, and I think the league knew that. So, listen, I really like Ortiz. I think he's a solid pitcher. I don't think I'm necessarily as bullish on him as some of my cohorts are, and I think that, frankly, at least in my opinion, that's why it didn't necessarily fetch the same return. Perhaps you could have gotten a bigger one elsewhere, but I really think if you're going to do business with a team like the Blue Jays, who the Pirates have demonstrated, or the Cleveland Guardians, excuse me, I think it's demonstrated the Pirates. These are teams that are going to maybe not necessarily get the better of them, but when they're doing business with one another, they kind of recognize what's at stake.
So they're done at first. Spencer Horwitz is their first baseman, end of story, despite not having the best splits.
I think so. And I'm not going to dispute the splits. Not here to disagree with you, Austin, but I'll say that this is somebody who I would say the bigger point there is that it's a little bit unproven. It's not so much that if he's able to provide what he's demonstrated in parts of 2 big league seasons, I think the Pirates will be very happy. If he can be a close to 800 OPS guy, provide elite defense at first base, draw walks, put the ball in play, work long at bats, be a solid 6-hitter, I think the Pirates would be really happy. The bigger question on my end is that a guarantee? This is a guy who has not been a big leaguer for a long time. He's 27 years old. He was certainly a late bloomer, a 24th round draft pick. He didn't go to a top college. There's a lot of question marks there that, yes, he has contributed at every level, but he's never been an elite contributor. So I have to sit here and wonder, will the league figure him out? He doesn't hit the ball particularly hard. He's a soft contact guy. He's not going to put the ball in the cheap seats. I have some question marks there. But in the Pirates' perspective, they think they have their guy. My questions lie in, is this sustainable?
Yeah, I was looking more for like a Christian Walker, thinking maybe at 35 that was a potential. Even Carlos Santana at 39, bringing him back with what he did a couple years ago. But you dropped the hammer, you and Noah, this past week, saying that the Post-Gazette learned Monday the Pirates were open to the idea of trading Mitch Keller, and a day later, a league source saying Jared Jones also very available. What has transpired over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, listen, the Pirates recognize that they have some flaws on the offensive side, and if you're going to, and using their words, if you're going to upgrade your team, you're going to have to deal from a position of strength, and I think the matter is this. This is saying less and less about Mitch Keller and Jared Jones as it is about the depth of the Pirates farm system. They think really highly of Bubba Chandler. I think Thomas Harrington has exceeded any expectations the Pirates placed upon him when they drafted him. If he can return to form, Anthony Solometto is a very intriguing left-handed arm that I personally think projects more as a bullpen option. But hey, this is a guy who at a point in time, top 100 prospects. Braxton Ashcraft, if he can stay healthy, that is a guy who has starter potential. Hunter Barco, the list goes on. There are a lot of quality pitching options in the minor leagues, and I think that's why you have an opportunity to potentially deal from strength here, is that Mitch Keller is on a very affordable contract. He is locked up to the deal that he is on, whichever team gets him. Most teams around baseball would be able to afford that and would be more than willing to pay that for a mid-level to potentially front-end of rotation guy. I personally think Keller is more of a 3 at this point than a 2 or a 1, but very mature, very proven, a workhorse. He's going to pitch, give you 200 innings. And then Jared Jones, the potential is endless. This is somebody who needs to develop that third pitch, has discussed it as much, how he has made strides with the slider and the changeup, but those pitches certainly still lag behind his ability to tunnel the fastball and the slider. So, aside from the nuance, I think what's transpired the last couple of weeks is the Pirates recognizing, hey, outside of maybe a Paul Skeens, got to be willing to listen to trade offers. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is an impending move, but the Pirates would be foolish not to at least take phone calls, see what's out there, see if there's a team that has a plethora of hitting options that wouldn't be willing to deal one of those guys, or at least a couple of them for somebody like a Jared Jones or a Mitch Keller.
So you think it's more likely that they would trade from their already known commodities in the starting rotation instead of the farm system? They'd rather get rid of one of their top 3 guys who's already somewhat proven it. I mean, in Jones's case, was hurt last year. Than some of the guys that they'd rather bank on Bubba Chandler and Thomas Harrington and these guys being good than what we already know is good?
Pure speculation on my part. I think the point there is that it's neither. I think it's that you have to keep all options on the table. See what you could get for Thomas Harrington. See what you could get for Bubba Chandler. But if you restrict yourself to just those guys, you're not seeing what the entire market has to offer. We have to remember, these are just conversations in December. This is just communication between teams. Hey, who's available? Hey, who's not? I'd be willing to speculate that if you reached out to the New York Yankees and called up Brian Cashman, he'd probably say the only player on the team that is truly unavailable, or the only 2 players, would probably be Aaron Judge and Garrett Cole. Outside of that, I would say that there's a lot of guys who are perfectly available there. I think that same sentiment applies to the Pirates. If you ask me who are the guys that are really not available, it would probably be Brian Reynolds and Paul Skeens. Outside of that, I would say that everybody's at least fair game in the frame of mind of see what you could get, let's have a conversation. If it goes nowhere, it goes nowhere. But I think it would be foolish business on the Pirates' end to not at least listen out offers, because if somebody blows you away and says, hey, Jared Jones, we really like him, we believe in him, here's 4 position player prospects that are all major league ready, the Pirates would be fools to not take that deal, or at the very least consider it. So I think that's what this is more about, is that nobody's off limits, and frankly, nobody should be off limits within reason for the Pirates, because you're not the New York Yankees. You're not the Los Angeles Dodgers. You're not one of these teams. If you are going to take strides as a franchise, you have to be willing to do something a little bit unconventional in the hope that it works out.
In your story with Noah, it says the ultimate goal of trading Keller per sources would be to trim payroll while also upgrading other areas on the roster. I mean, Andrew, we're talking about, a $60 million payroll at this point? That was, 80 at the end of last year? Would you expect, 2-parter for you, would you expect Keller, if either of these guys were traded, at least in my mind, it would probably be Keller over Jones more likely to go, in trimming payroll? What could be the realistic number that this team, are they going to add resources back to the payroll if Keller's off the books?
I'll start with the first one. I think it's speculation on my part, but yes, I would agree that Keller is the more likely one to be dealt just for logical reasons. He's already on the books for a contract. He's a more proven commodity. He kind of is what he is. There's, a much more manageable path to being able to remedy that. But in terms of the payroll, I think really it's not terribly much to look into other than the fact that if they were to move Mitch Keller, it would give the Pirates the financial flexibility to remedy other areas of the roster with that money that was previously to be allocated to Mitch Keller. So the fact of the matter is, if you got Keller's contract off the books, you'd have more flexibility. That's not to say that this payroll is going to be $32 million. It's not going to be that. I don't necessarily have a perfect number in mind, but I tend to think that it's going to be something similar to what it was last year, $84 million. I think it could be right around that. Could it maybe take a slight step back? Is that a byproduct of the changing finances of the post-cord cutting era? Perhaps that's what's at play here. Or it's a reality of, the payroll was a little bit too high last year, that maybe spending $10.5 million on Aroldis Chapman wasn't necessarily the best investment, and maybe that's why he moved on to the Boston Red Sox. So I don't know that there's an exact number I have in mind, but I would tend to think it's probably going to be pretty similar to what it was last year. I think with moving Mitch Keller, it just gives you more flexibility to, you could more realistically go out and get a free agent. That's just not necessarily a path that the Pirates are pursuing right now, of getting a bona fide top-tier free agent and giving them a big long-term contract. I don't think that's necessarily in their future.
A few more minutes with Andrew Dettmin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. What do you expect the Pirates to do with the outfield? I mean, Brian Reynolds, there's been thoughts, rumors, whatever, that he potentially could move to first. Is that pretty much out the table at this point? And what are you hearing about potential options there?
I don't think that the Spencer Horwitz trade does anything for Brian Reynolds. I think the reality is that he's going to take ground balls at first base this offseason. I think that's going to be part of his program. I think he's going to play a little bit of first base next year. Now, with getting Horwitz, the key there is Brian Reynolds doesn't need to become your everyday first baseman. Maybe he becomes, part-time at first base, keeps getting time in left field. Maybe you increase the DH reps in the anticipation of a couple years down the line. But I would say Brian Reynolds could still very much play a little bit of first base. In terms of the outfield, at least from conversations I've had, and I'm sure, similar on Noah's end, the path here to remedy that is going to be via trade. That's how you're going to improve this team and get a legitimately impactful outfield bat. They tried that with Brian De La Cruz. I asked General Manager Ben Cherington about that at the winter meetings of, was that at all difficult to part ways, maybe more difficult to part ways with Brian De La Cruz given the assets they gave up for him. He viewed it as in totality that was not necessarily a bad thing, that they got better in totality as a team. But regardless, I think trade is how this team is going to be improved. I think that's how they're going to get an outfield bat of some sort. I can't imagine they won't get an outfielder. There's not necessarily any particular names that come to mind, but I have to believe that the most likely outcome there is maybe you deal a couple of pitching prospects to get yourself a controllable outfield bat for years to come.
Current outlook for the 2025 Pirates before any other additions are made would be what?
79 and 83. I think this team is looking at a third place finish as the best, maybe fourth place finish. I really struggle to see how this team is going to take many tangible steps forward as currently constructed. You have to bank on so much. You're banking on a bounce-back year from Jack Sawinski. You're hoping for more contributions from Henry Davis. You're hoping David Bednar returns to form. The bullpen right now is not in a position where it could be counted upon in any circumstance. You want O'Neal Cruz to keep taking steps forward in center field. Shortstop is still not remedied with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa playing there, and he's certainly out of position there. He can do so in a pinch, but I don't personally believe so on a regular, everyday basis. You need Joey Bart to repeat what he provided offensively last year and do it all over an entire season and stay healthy. Brian Hayes' health remains in flux. To me, there are just so many questions that it's hard for me to pencil them in as anything more than a 500 team or slightly below it.
Will they be competitive going into September?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's certainly in play. I think this is a team that is going to stick around. I think it'll frankly be relatively similar to last year. We're going into the trade deadline. They're either entering it on a hot streak or on a cold streak, and they're right around 500. It's just a matter of whether or not they're able to take some tangible steps forward with a trade that can take the team to the next level. Last year, they weren't able to because Jalen Beeks was not the answer in the bullpen. Brian De La Cruz certainly wasn't the answer. So it didn't work out. But who's to say that if you repeat it again, simulate it out to the end of July, and get a couple of trade deadline acquisitions, and that takes the team to the next level, they could be a playoff team. But I think the point here is that there's still more work to be done this offseason, and I think there still is going to be more that is done. It's a little bit premature just so here in December.
One quick follow-up to close. If they win 79 games, do you think that the current administration and group going into year 6 would return for year 7?
I don't think so. I think the reality is that this team needs to be a above 500 team. If not, then that's 6 straight seasons of demonstrated losing under the current regime. So I don't know exactly which individuals would be most at stake if that were the reality. If it was 80 and 82 per se, maybe people keep jobs, but I think the benchmark everyone's looking for is 500. That's tangible steps forward. That positions the team well for a postseason run next year, if not this season. I think a good team to look to is the San Francisco Giants. They went 80 and 82 this year. That was enough to send Farhan Zaidi packing, the former president of baseball ops there in San Francisco. So, listen, you got to go 500. I think you got to demonstrate progress. They did that in 2023. It was stagnant in 2024. Got to take another step forward, and it has to be a meaningful one.
Has to be 500. It's not playoffs or bust.
I don't think so. I think it's a little bit unfair. A 76-win team to go to a 90-win team, which in my opinion is what it will take to be a postseason team, that's a pretty big ask of anybody. So I think that's a little bit much. I think that 8 to 10 win number, if they could get to 84, 85 wins, to me, that would be a success. If that doesn't get you in the postseason, that's okay. That's still a significant improvement over last year.
Andrew Dettmin, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, covers the Pirates and the Pens. Your quick takeaway on the Penguins. They, scored a touchdown and a safety, 3 field goals, whatever you want to call it. Has their output changed a little bit in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, touchdown and the missed 2-point conversion because James Franklin went for 2, and then they had a field goal. I think my outlook has changed in the sense that Tristan Jarry looks better. That's the big takeaway here. You know, it's all well and good that the Penguins scored 9 goals last night, but if Tristan Jarry can play up to his capabilities, this is a 2-time All-Star. If he keeps playing the way that he has for the most part recently, save that Colorado Avalanche game, this team can go places. It is not so insignificant to suggest that if Tristan Jarry plays at this level, the Penguins can sneak into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, that's a big ask. It's a big ask to have him be consistent. But if he's playing well, if the first line is playing well, if the defensemen are able to pick it up and guys can continue to steady themselves, if Ryan Graves can be solid, if Matt Grzelcyk can be solid, these things are happening right now. They are trending in the right direction. The team is playing well. They're picking up momentum. They are not as bad as they were the first month and change where they were a bottom 5 team in the league. I personally don't think they're as good as they're playing right now. I think they're somewhere in that happy medium, that sluggish medium. It's just a matter of whether or not they can take it to the next level and actually be a playoff team, or if they're just going to kind of hang around until March, and then we see where things go from there.
Andrew, appreciate your time. We'll talk soon.
Yep. Thanks so much, Austin. Have a good one.
You too. Andrew Dettmin, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Andrew has them winning 79 games right now. 79 games, Logan. That just doesn't cut it for me right now. They need to make significant additions, I think, in the outfield. I still want to see somebody added at first base. I wonder about Brian Hayes at third. And where does Andy Rodriguez play? Where does Henry Davis play? There are more questions than answers on this team for me, and that doesn't even get to the bullpen yet.
That would be heavily disappointing if they finished under 500. I mean, getting Andy Rodriguez back is a huge deal. They're also getting back Johan Oviedo.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they can figure out how to utilize those guys the best way possible. But with Paul Skeens in the starting rotation, I don't think he's going to tolerate a losing season again. I think the Pirates are going to be better than 500.
So you're talking, let's say they don't trade any more pitching, starting pitching that's currently in the Major League roster. It's Skeens, Jones, Keller, probably Oviedo, and then you've already moved off Luis Ortiz. Do you bring Bailey Falter back until a Bubba Chandler or a Thomas Harrington? I like Harrington a lot. Is that the way that you would roll with it until Bubba Chandler's ready?
Well, they need a lefty in the rotation, I think.
Yeah.
So I think you bring Falter in until then. Bubba Chandler on the way, Harrington on the way will be a big deal, but starting rotation's the strength. I wouldn't want to get rid of Jones or Keller.
I would think about moving one of those guys to the bullpen, though. Not the top 3, but Luis Ortiz was probably my candidate. Go to the bullpen, see if it works. Bailey Falter, I don't know if it would work in the bullpen. Potentially. They might end up moving a Mike Burrows, one of these starters. Maybe Oviedo. I doubt it. Would probably rather have him be a starter than to the bullpen. All right, Andrew Dettmin, Post-Gazette. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, one fan host said something today that it got my attention. It surprised me about this upcoming Steelers game. What prediction did this fan host make today that, if it happens, would bring the house down? It would be the ultimate. If the Steelers-Browns game was the get-back game, this would be the revenge game. What did this fan host say? That's up next. Austin Bexley, your friend City Limits, with you on a Friday night, a football Friday, as we'll get back to the Steelers and the Eagles. Also taking your calls at 412-928-9370. I don't see the Steelers having a great chance to win this game at all. I think Philadelphia is going to win it. I think it's going to only be a one-score game, a touchdown game. I predicted 6 points. But I think Philadelphia wins it, and the Steelers have to move on quickly to Baltimore on a short week. 412-928-9370 on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. For 12/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. All remaining 2024 Hyundais are priced to go. Take advantage of 0% financing and over 40 in-stock 2024 Sonatas, Elantras, Tucson, Santa Fe's, and Ioniqs. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
This is Nicholas Harry Callis for the Fan Morning Show, and let me tell you, Awaken 180 isn't just working, it's downright refreshing. I lost almost 40 pounds, and I just started Awaken 180. Also, Thanksgiving week wasn't much of a challenge either. I had 2 different dinners with my family, turkey, mashed potatoes, pie, some adult beverages. I cheated where I knew I could through advice from my coach, and it still worked. Instead of gaining the usual 5 pounds, I lost weight. Who have you heard loses weight over Thanksgiving? I didn't feel deprived for a second. The Awaken 180 program taught me how to enjoy life, stay in control, and keep seeing results. And I'll tell you what, walking through the office here in Odyssey, Pittsburgh is a confidence booster. Crowley's noticed. Doran's noticed. I get compliments all the time. I'm loving it. 40 pounds in 7 weeks. If you're ready to see real results without feeling like you're suffering, Awaken 180 is the way to go. Call 844-346-1800 or visit the website awaken180weightloss.com today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
I'm Rhett Lewis with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 15 kicked off with a rainy NFC West battle in San Francisco, where the Rams beat the 49ers 12-6 in a game that featured 0 touchdowns and 13 punts. Matthew Stafford throwing for 160 yards. Kyron Williams ran for 108. Puka Nacua added 7 catches for 97 yards, and the Rams moved to 8-6. For San Francisco, Brock Purdy was just 14 of 31 passing and threw an interception. Dre Greenlaw made his return after tearing his Achilles in Super Bowl 58. He had 8 tackles. San Francisco, though, falls to 6-8. In other news, Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth $82 million with $42 million guaranteed. That according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. And Bill Belichick was introduced as head coach at the University of North Carolina. 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach said, "I've always wanted to coach in college football." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Big news, Pittsburgh. G&G Fitness Equipment is moving out of its McKnight location, and everything must be cleared out. Right now, save up to 70% off premium fitness equipment, treadmills, ellipticals, home gyms, and more. Visit them at 7725 McKnight Road. That's 15237. Take advantage of these massive discounts before they're gone. Once it's out the door, it's gone for good. Don't wait. This opportunity won't last. Visit ggfitness.com for more details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke, and I was down real bad. No money, no hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn, look how this worked. Calling Top Dog, like it's me again. Another accident, it's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit their bank accounts harder. Any accident, Top Dog Law.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Pittsburgh, get ready for the slam dunk event of the season. The second annual Pittsburgh Holiday Hoops Classic returns to the hardwood at PPG Paints Arena on Sunday, December 22nd with 4 spectacular high school games to light up your holiday spirit. See the Kiski girls take on the Fox Chapel girls, followed by 3 great boys matchups with Moon versus South Fayette, Montour battling Lincoln Park, and Peters Township facing Fox Chapel. Don't miss this action-packed day of high school basketball. For a full schedule and to secure your seats, visit ppgpaintsarena.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Off the wall prediction. Here we go. Kenny Pickett will have a touchdown in this game. Yes, he will.
What? Kenny Pickett will have a touchdown in this game, Doran? Look, I think Kenny Pickett's going to get a play. I think you'll have one play, maybe two plays, but Kenny Pickett will score a touchdown against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the ultimate revenge game where some people in Philadelphia don't even think he's their second-best quarterback?
How's he going to get on the field? Are we saying that the Steelers are going to get blown out so bad that in the last 2 minutes he's going to find his way into the game?
That might be what Doran's saying. Or that they're blowing out the Eagles, which I think is highly more unlikely than the Steelers getting blown out. Kenny Pickett to score a touchdown. I don't know. Are they going to do the Philly special and throw it to Kenny like they're back at Pitt? Or is it just going to utilize Kenny on a jet sweep? I don't know. What's going to go on with Kenny? Are they going to throw it to him? Kenny's hands?
If Kenny Pickett scores on a Philly special, I'll wear a Kenny Pickett Eagles jersey for the next week. I won't even wash it. I'll just wear it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see him. I think he's going to play a play or two. And I think Justin Fields is going to play 2 plays in this game too. But I don't see Kenny Pickett scoring a touchdown. If so, that would be hilarious. And that would be the first thing I think we talk about on Monday. That would be the first thing we talk about. Here's a text. Something that makes me feel less stressed about the Steelers on Sunday is that Baltimore and KC also had to play 3 games in 10 days. So it's not like we're playing rested teams. Great job, Austin. Thank you, Texter. I understand the sentiment with that. But I also look at the history of Mike Tomlin playing games with short rest. And I think of the game, especially against Cleveland on Thursday night, after the emotional, tough, physical Baltimore Ravens game. And I think that this game against Philadelphia is going to be pretty similar. It's going to be a rough and tumble. Who wins the trenches? I've said trench. If every time that I've said trenches today, you'd probably have $20 in your pocket because that's going to be the key in this game. That, Russell Wilson protecting the ball. Pony made a bet with the sideline reporter for Philadelphia. $500. Russell Wilson doesn't throw a pick. You donate $500 to a charity of our choosing. Other way around, Pony will do it. Russell Wilson has to protect the ball. This is a type of game where the Steelers cannot afford turnovers. They cannot. And if they receive them from Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley fumbles, which I don't think is going to happen, or maybe there's a special teams blunder, then those are the ways that the Steelers can best capitalize. But just on the face of it, Pony and Howard Eskin making that bet, saying that Russell Wilson will not throw an interception, I really do wonder the best ways that the Steelers can win this game. What are the best ways that they can win it? Time of possession, control the clock, stop Saquon Barkley, and I think you have a chance. So I talked a lot about not really thinking that the Steelers have the biggest chance in this game. Okay, so how can they win the game? How can the Steelers win this game? Of course, time of possession is going to be critical, not turning over the ball, and Russell Wilson being his best. If Mike Tomlin wins this game in Philadelphia without his best offensive weapon, without one of his best defensive players, without one of his top defensive linemen, and if you don't think he's one of their top defensive linemen, they're paying him, $10 million a year? If the Steelers find a way to win this game, Mike Tomlin is the coach of the year. To this point. Now, who knows what's going to happen with the next couple of games. Right now, I have Dan Campbell 1. I have Mike Tomlin at 2. Dan Quinn is also hovering around there. I think Sean Payton deserves some recognition as well. Sean McDermott, maybe. I don't even put him in the top 5. Andy Reid deserves it because they're 12-1 at this point. 13-1 they'll probably be after this week. I think Mike Tomlin could, with a win, jump Dan Campbell as the favorite, because we could also see the Lions lose to Buffalo this week and knock down Dan Campbell a little bit. It seems like Dan Campbell, with all the aggressive moves that they make going forward on 4th down, all the decisions, he's kind of prone for a little bit of a drop-off. Maybe Mike Tomlin can take that step.
What would you say if the Steelers lost this week and then won the last 3 games?
I'd be completely okay with that. Because, one, it's not an AFC loss. Still in the battle against Buffalo, Kansas City, because you're still going with Kansas City on Christmas. So there's still a potential, even though I think it's really fleeting that you could have the number 1 seed. It's more likely that you get the number 2 seed. So I would rather beat Baltimore, know you have the division, beat Kansas City on Christmas. Yeah, it's Christmas Day. I'd rather take that than a win against Philadelphia when you're already banged up. And then Cincinnati, I think that'll probably end up being a win. But I'm glad you asked, Logan, and we'll have Logan's choice coming up next. Whatever Logan wants to talk about, whatever he wants to ask. As a producer myself, I know how much fun it is for producers to be on the air and be able to contribute to the show. So Logan's going to have his opportunity to do so next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models. Up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Tonight, a low of 18 degrees. Weather looks pretty good, about 40, really in the mid-30s, mid to upper 30s in Philadelphia for Sunday's game for the Steelers. Austin Bechtold with you here on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers with a little help from McAfee Total Protection. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look incredibly convincing. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. So go ahead, manage your finances and shop online. McAfee will help keep your device's privacy and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? Little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush, or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Here we go. Hold on to your microphones.
Back to the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a Football Friday night on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Austin Bechtold with you. Thanks to everyone that joined us earlier today. Landon Tangwall from Penn State, former Penn State offensive lineman, host of the Behind the Wall podcast, Mark Cabali at the Pat McAfee Show, and Andrew Destin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. It's now time for Logan's pick. It's the last hour of the show. We're going until 10:35 tonight, so just an hour left for me on the air. And Logan, you have some Steeler edition Would You Rather questions for tonight's Logan's Choice, your pick of the segment.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you letting me pick out this segment. Just 2 years ago, we're in the Waynesburg University Buell Hall.
How about that?
And now we're here at KDK. It's pretty cool. The Steelers, they have a pretty big stretch coming up, so in light of that, we're going to do a Steelers edition of Would You Rather. So I'll throw out some questions. We'll give our answers and then give our explanations for it. The first question here as we start Would You Rather Steelers edition is...
There we go.
Would you rather start George Pickens on Christmas Day if he is less than 100% and the Steelers are still in contention for that first or second seed, or would you rest him until the playoffs? Austin, I'll let you start.
Man, I would rather start George Pickens on Christmas Day if he's less than 100%. The Steelers are still in contention. And this is something that I talked to Mark Cabali with. Game off in the last game playing against Cleveland. Game off this week playing against Philadelphia. Not playing the Baltimore game. 3 games off. Look, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what George Pickens' medical is. But at the same time, I feel like the Steelers need George Pickens to be a top 2, I mean, maybe even a 3 seed. I don't think they're going to fall below Houston. But, I mean, the possibility is there with how hard that their schedule is that the Steelers, Logan, are going to be the number 2 seed just because I think that they need it if they're going to play Buffalo to be able to beat Buffalo. I don't think they go to Buffalo and win. I think Buffalo's the best team in the AFC. So I would rather play George Pickens if he's like 95%. Anything lower than that, probably I would not play him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I would also start George Pickens on Christmas Day. The reasoning for me is that I don't think there's going to be much of a risk for re-injury at that point. Tomlin could limit his snap count, and maybe he would only play even 40 or 50% of the snaps. So he doesn't have to play the whole game if he plays. He could just play on a snap count. But if the Steelers are in that situation by Christmas Day, Austin, I really think they're in that situation against the Chiefs, that they could get a second seed. They're still competing for the 3rd seed. You have to play him. His impact on the field is just too major. But let's switch over now into the next question. We have 7 of them here. We'll try to get to them all. The next question deals with a couple guys who have been struggling. Those guys are Mike Williams and Minkah Fitzpatrick. The Steelers likely will need both of them to step up. So with that said, would you rather see Mike Williams or Minkah Fitzpatrick have a big game this week?
I would rather see Mike Williams have a big game this week. Now, this is a really good question because I worry about Minkah Fitzpatrick not making plays in the secondary. And do I feel like Minkah is still being valuable for the Steelers in the back end? Yes. I think that the role that they're asking him to play, the Steelers are completely fine with it. We saw in Hard Knocks, they invite him into all these special meetings and all these important things and basically tell Minkah, like, you are the quarterback of the defense, and he has so many different decisions that he can make with it. Man, this is a really good question. Mike Williams or Minkah? I still stick with Mike Williams because if George Pickens is out through the Chiefs game, maybe they bring him back for Cincinnati, maybe they just decide to bring him back for the playoffs, I have to see something from some other wide receiver. There are a lot of defensive playmakers. There are not a lot of playmakers on this offense. So I would much rather see Mike Williams go off for like 5-6 catches and 70 yards plus a touchdown, maybe 60 yards and a touchdown, to be able to feel good about what the Steelers have below George Pickens, especially with Pickens out.
Yeah, great minds think alike. I'm with you again on that question. I would rather see Mike Williams have a big game for a few reasons. You kind of already touched on them there. Minkah hasn't made splash plays at all, but I think he's playing at a fine enough level, also considering the fact that he's playing next to Deshaun Elliott, who you've mentioned throughout the night has been the Steelers' most underrated player this season. The Steelers' longest passing touchdown they've allowed this year is just a 35-yarder, which was last week actually to the Browns. So I'm not all that worried about the secondary. I'm not all that worried about the safety play from Minkah Fitzpatrick, although it would be nice to see him play at that all-pro level we know he can. I want to see Mike Williams have a big game in this one. This is why the Steelers traded for him. If George Pickens goes down, they have another guy. He can prove this week he can be that threat across the field from George Pickens. I think it would really solidify Pittsburgh here as a legitimate Super Bowl contender if he does have a big one. He was traded over to Pittsburgh, and at that point, since 2018, had the second most contested catches in the NFL with 91.
That was a really good play. I mean, he lit up Pitt as a member of Clemson.
He did.
What, over 140 yards, 8 catches or so?
Would you rather play the Ravens for a third time in the playoffs or play the Denver Broncos?
Oh, this is easy. I'd rather play Denver. Give me Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix. But I feel like Denver in a game that's played at Acrisure Stadium for the Steelers and the petty game ball that was handed out to Russell Wilson, who did not play in the game at Denver, there's going to be a real-time petty game ball, a MVP of the game petty game ball given to Russell Wilson in this game. I think the Steelers would clobber Denver. I think Bo Nix has a good future in front of him. But Russell Wilson, after 2 years, 26-8 last year with Denver, he is going to have revenge on his mind. And he doesn't seem like that type of guy that he would, but I think he would be extra motivated and locked in to beat Denver. And I don't really want any part of the Ravens until the AFC Championship game.
I was talking to some of my friends this week about this same topic, actually. And one of them was telling me that they would take the Ravens 3 times in a year.
Really?
Never in this world would I ever do that. I don't think that's...
What was his reasoning?
He just thinks that we have Lamar's number and that...
I agree with that.
And that's true.
It doesn't mean I want to play them
more.
There's
no way I'd want to play them 3 times. And I saw a post this week that if all one-score games were flipped in the NFL season this year, the Broncos would be the best team in the NFL. Yeah. This is not a bad Broncos team whatsoever. So I would also play what I'm saying here is I would play the Denver Broncos because I don't want to play the Ravens, despite the fact I still think the Broncos are a very good team. So kind of keeping it in the realm of the playoffs here with the Steelers on the brink of a playoff berth. Would you rather play Buffalo or Kansas City in the AFC Championship game, considering this is probably going to be on the road?
This is surprisingly easy for me. I think Kansas City is very vulnerable. I have compared them to the 2020 fraud Pittsburgh Steelers when they went 11-0 and then lost in the playoffs to Cleveland. I really liked that team. I really did. That was Marquise Pouncey's final year, but they ended up being frauds. That's just the unfortunate reality of it. After losing to Washington, they got exposed. Kansas City just knows how to win, man. They've won back-to-back Super Bowls. That's what I worry about Kansas City, that they would just find a way to beat the Steelers in the AFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl. They would just find the best way possible. But I feel like Buffalo, and maybe I'm just getting way too far over my skis and putting the cart before the horse and thinking that Kansas City would not just beat the Steelers because they're Kansas City. But I think Buffalo, with Josh Allen, is on a collision course to do something special this year. And I think Buffalo, if they play the Steelers in Buffalo, I think they'd win that game. And I think the game in Kansas City would be closer.
The Steelers score more points per game than the Chiefs. They give up less points per game. And the Steelers, to me, have a more complete football roster here. But by no means are the Chiefs not talented. You have Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, Andy Reid calling the plays. But they have been so lucky this entire year. I just don't think that the Kansas City Chiefs would beat the Steelers in a playoff game. But with that said, I think the Steelers would have an even better chance against Buffalo, and I would rather play Buffalo. I think the Steelers could beat either team, but I would rather them play Buffalo because even last year, the Steelers were a fumble and an interception thrown by Mason Rudolph inside the 5-yard line away from potentially shocking the Bills in the first round.
Yeah, but things do change year by year, and I think that's where the biggest thing is. This is not as good of a Kansas City team this year than it was last year, and last year's team was vulnerable.
It could definitely go either way. We'll see how it pans out. So one of the moves the Steelers could make to try to boost their wide receiver core here, Austin, is they go down to the end of the season is signing Odell Beckham Jr. So would you rather sign him or not sign him?
I would rather not sign Odell Beckham. I don't feel like Odell Beckham's any good. I feel like he's washed. You know the meme that's going around Twitter right now where
I haven't seen it.
It is somebody sends a picture of something. Like maybe we would send it to Odell Beckham. Somebody would say, "Are the dishes washed?" And somebody sends a picture of an athlete. I saw somebody do it with Deebo Samuel. I don't know if that's true. And they said, "What does that mean?" And the responding person who sent the photo said, "They are washed."
He's washed.
Or they are not washed. Like Russell Wilson. He is not washed. Odell Beckham, he is the picture for the dishes. He is washed, and I would not want to bring him in. No, I don't think Odell Beckham at this point is a good enough wide receiver, and he also has a lot of diva traits and qualities that I don't like that we've seen in the past, depending on what organization he's been in. I mean, look at what happened with Cleveland. And the injury that he had with the ACL in the Super Bowl, I don't think he's ever recovered from that. So, no, I don't have any interest in bringing Odell Beckham in.
I think the Steelers like the team chemistry they have right now. I also don't think Odell Beckham would fit the scheme the Steelers have offensively whatsoever. I also wouldn't bring him back. Second to last question here. Would you rather get no gifts on Christmas for the rest of your life or watch the Steelers lose to the Chiefs on Christmas Day?
Yeah, I have to go for the long play here. I'd rather watch the Steelers lose to the Chiefs on Christmas Day. As long as it's not like a complete blowout. No gifts for the rest of your life on Christmas?
Yeah,
maybe that's the selfish approach, but that's all. I mean, I'm hoping to live until I'm like in my 90s. That's a long time.
I don't view you as a self-centered guy, Austin. I don't.
Yeah, but you're talking about, like, I'm 23. You're talking like another 70 years, I hope, for me. Not receiving any gifts? Am I allowed to offer gifts to people?
If the Steelers won the Super Bowl, wouldn't that be the best gift?
Yeah, but this is not the Steelers winning the Super Bowl. This is the Steelers losing to the Chiefs on Christmas Day. It's one game.
If they beat the Chiefs, it could help them.
It could help, but it's one game. If they beat Philadelphia, it could help them.
Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree, I think.
You would rather watch the Steelers.
I would.
You would rather have them win against the Chiefs than receive no gifts on Christmas for the rest of your life.
I seriously would.
You are out of your mind.
I might be.
You are out of your mind. One game out of 17 where they're already in a playoff spot. You would rather have them win this game than not receive another gift ever again.
I would.
Maybe that is self-centered.
Put me on the record. No, it's not. I don't think it is. I might just be on the opposite end of that spectrum.
Now, if you said Super Bowl, maybe it would be a little bit different. But
last question for you.
You could get a gift on Christmas being another Super Bowl. Like one of your gifts could be Super Bowl tickets. So no, I don't want to bypass the potential for surprise.
Would you rather not have Chris Boswell the rest of the season or Najee Harris?
That's a good question. It's hard to judge because they're both valuable in their own ways and they play such different positions.
Yeah.
I would rather have Boswell just because we've seen how bad other kickers are, especially in the division. Evan McPherson's missing kicks. Dustin Hopkins has been like the worst kicker in football. And Justin Tucker has become pedestrian. Like, Justin Tucker, who was the best kicker in football, has become average, a regular guy. And Chris Boswell, I mean, if you would realistically consider a kicker, could be in the conversation for MVP. Najee Harris, you still have Jalen Warren. And Cordero Patterson's slow, but I still think he can make a couple plays. So, no, I would much rather have Chris Boswell stay healthy.
I think this is Najee Harris's best season by far in a Steelers uniform. And this is really no discredit to him, but I think I'd keep Chris Boswell the rest of the year if I had to choose. I'd have to go the rest of the season without Najee Harris. Chris Boswell has pretty much been the MVP of this team. He leads the NFL in points scored, field goals made, field goal percentage. It would be absolutely devastating, I feel like, to the Steelers team if Boswell wasn't there.
Logan, great topics.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for letting me host.
Thanks for bringing it with Logan's Choice. We'll go around the NFL next. So, the Steelers game is a big one. But there's another game in the NFL that I think probably has all the attention. And to be completely honest, it should. And did the NFL get it wrong with how they scheduled this week? We'll get into that. We'll also take your calls in the final half hour. 412-928-9370. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits with you on a Football Friday on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Landon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Landon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Landon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Now through Sunday, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait. This is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, December 20th, come celebrate the holiday season in style for the Cheerleaders' annual Christmas party featuring the legendary Fat Joe.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you donate to the Salvation Army's Red Kettle campaign, your love lasts all year long. It puts a present under someone's tree today and a roof over someone's head tomorrow. It brightens Christmas morning and the hardest nights for hardworking families. Together, we love beyond Christmas. Support local families by donating today. Text the word KETTLE, Kettle, to 313-333 or visit SalvationArmyWPA.org.
Hi, I'm Lauren Lega from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Give the gift of wellness this holiday season. Purchase a holiday spa package and get a free massage or facial gift card. Visit any one of our 7 Hand & Stone spas or handandstone.com.
Restrictions apply.
O'Reilly! Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Austin Bechtel with you on a Friday night. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Logan, have you seen this trend that's been going around? Well, it's not a trend, but this post that this guy continues to make. Big Red Dave on Twitter. So there's a guy in one of his classes that comes to class with a random jersey on every single class. Have you seen this?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so there's this guy that he wears like all kind of random jerseys. Like Big Red Dave will tweet like Steve Largent jersey at 9:30 geometry class. Awesome. And it literally gets like 1 million views almost every single time that he tweets it. And that went on for the entire semester this year. So Big Red Dave, this Twitter account, for whoever this is that's in the class with this guy, I don't even think they're friends. I just think it's like somebody goes to class and he thinks that it's interesting, all the jersey choices that he has. So they made it a setup today for, I think it was their last day of classes in college, where there was on the blackboard it was written, Jersey guy, we got you a full year of jerseys. Your fans at Fanatics. It's written in chalk. It's pretty funny. It reminds me of my Catholic school days when they'd write on the blackboard and with the chalk and everything like that, and it's all written on there. And this guy has about 60 jerseys that are laid out for him, all brand new jerseys. There's also a Pirates jersey included. What Pirates jersey do you think that is?
It's got to be random. I mean, if this guy has 60 jerseys, first of all, how does he have the money to get 60 jerseys?
Well, no, Fanatics gave him 60 jerseys.
Okay.
So this guy's worn different.
How did that happen in the first place?
This guy's wearing different jerseys, like a Jackson Smith and Jigba jersey in the middle of class. He's worn like a Magic Johnson jersey. They're like the most random jerseys. Aaron Judge, no correlation. Karl Malone.
Was it like a GIF?
Nick Van Exel.
Was it a Gift Ngope jersey?
I would doubt that it was a Gift Ngope jersey. Do you think they'd give him a Paul Skeens jersey, Fanatics?
I don't know.
Fanatics takes a lot of flack for a lot of things that they do with like the quality of the jerseys that went down with baseball this past year. And somebody found the jersey guy live in the flesh. They called him Met Jersey Guy. Maxwell Anderson is his name. He's a UNL sophomore from Hyde Park in Chicago. So he's a Chicago guy. Says Fanatics sent him 70 jerseys to end the semester as a total surprise. Good for him. That's awesome. Good for Fanatics for doing that. And good for the jersey guy. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. So I found that kind of fascinating. All right. Let's go around the NFL. Maybe we can get some NFL music also sprung on here from our good old keys that we have with my good old folder. There we go. So let's start out with the Rams and the 49ers last night, 12-6. Oh, what a disaster that this was for San Francisco. They just continue to fall further and further down into just dismay. 6 points. Brock Purdy, you're really going to pay him? I would think not. I would hope not. That's a problem. The Rams are really good. I think the Rams can go into the playoffs and maybe get to the NFC Championship game. That's their ceiling. They'd probably win a playoff game as their realistic ceiling. It's them in Seattle right now in the race for the NFC West. I think it's probably going to be maybe even Arizona that has a chance as well to factor into this division. But the Rams, they're a good team with Cooper Kupp and also with Puka Nacua as one of the best receivers over the last 2 years in all of football. I mean, he lit up the Steelers last year. I was at the game in L.A. The game plan was to take away Cooper Kupp. He only had like 2 catches, 3 catches, 20 yards. Puka Nacua had almost 200 yards receiving and a couple touchdowns. Dallas and Carolina, the Does Anybody Care game. I care about Bryce Young and seeing that he's pretty good. Cooper Rush, Dallas, whatever. I'm not interested at all in them. But I am interested in seeing how Bryce Young can continue to develop. I think he has a chance to be able to lead Carolina to maybe a couple more wins this season, but more importantly, be their franchise quarterback moving forward. Miami at Houston. This is an important game for Miami. They basically have to win out, maybe lose one game the rest of the year to have a chance at the final wild card spot because Denver's just not losing games. They do have Kansas City coming up on their schedule later. Houston, it needs to be a get-back game for them. Every game needs to be a get-back game for them. Sure, they're 8-5, but they're not a pretty 8-5. C.J. Stroud has been pedestrian this year at times. I know he's thrown for 3,000 yards, but they've had games, Houston has, where they just have not looked good. I mean, they've lost 3 out of their last 5 games. When you look at their schedule, they've played who? Tennessee they lost. They beat Dallas, congrats. They did lose to Detroit. It was a close game. But they lost to the Jets. They beat Indianapolis. They did beat, and give them credit, they did beat Buffalo. That's a huge win. They lost to Green Bay by 2. So I go back and forth on Houston. I mean, they lost to Minnesota 34-7. They've had some clunkers. I would feel confident if the Steelers played them in the playoffs. That would also mean that the Steelers have dropped to a wild card team because nobody's going to catch Houston in that division. Indianapolis, I don't believe it. They play Denver. I think Denver will win that. Baltimore is 16-point favorites against the Giants. That is a huge line. It's also in New York. I think the Giants will cover. Baltimore's going to win, but I think it'll be more like 2 touchdowns. 16 points is just so much. I think it's the biggest spread all year. Tampa Bay's at the Chargers. LA's favored by 3. I still call them San Diego. I don't care. This game starts at 4:25. They should be in San Diego. Tampa Bay is an odd team to me because they've been banged up. No Chris Godwin. Mike Evans has been hurt. They're 7-6. They're first in the NFC South. A really bad division. I mean, Atlanta, do you stick with Kirk Cousins at this point? Michael Penix Jr., he is that meme with the eyes just kind of peering over you, that WWE meme. I think the Buccaneers are going to probably lose this one. The Chargers will win it and continue their ascension up the wild card standings. I think that they have a chance at the number 1 wild card. It might go to Baltimore, and that'll definitely determine who the Steelers will play in the first round of the playoffs in the wild card round. Kansas City is at Cleveland. Kansas City is 4.5-point favorites. I think Cleveland's going to cover. I might sound like an idiot. I might sound dumb thinking that, and I think I'm going to be dumb by the time 4 o'clock rolls around because Kansas City will have beaten the Browns by like a touchdown, and that spread wouldn't have mattered. But Kansas City, to me, has been such an odd team with the fact that they've won, 10 straight one-possession games? That just does not happen. I know that the Patrick Mahomes factor is a big part of that. I would not be surprised to see – well, I'd be surprised to see Cleveland win. I would not be surprised to see them keep it close because every Kansas City game this year, despite them being 12-1, has been close. I mean, they beat the Chargers on a couple last-minute plays, 19-17. They beat the Raiders by the exact same score. The Raiders would have kicked the game-winning field goal. It wasn't for a bad snap. Should have been a penalty, and the Raiders would have kept the ball. They beat Carolina by 3. Carolina had the game tied in the final couple minutes. They lost to Buffalo, their only loss. They beat Denver because Denver's field goal was blocked. Sure, they beat Denver. Congrats. You blocked the field goal, and it was, you blocking it that made you win it. That is true, but still, Denver at home, and you almost lose that game. Tampa Bay, there's 2 different ways to look at Kansas City. Either they're a really good team that finds ways to escape, or they're an average team that is just finding ways to survive. And I'm more so Kansas City is just finding ways to survive at this point, despite them winning 3 in a row. And I know it might be frowned upon because they've won back-to-back championships, and I was giving them the benefit of the doubt up until a couple weeks ago when Buffalo beat them. I think Buffalo is just at this point the better football team. All right, further throughout the NFL schedule with Cincinnati and Tennessee, a game that I literally don't think much of because Cincinnati's going to win. It's probably going to be by a touchdown. It might be by 2. Will Levis is not a franchise quarterback. The Jets in Jacksonville. Is this the last 4 games of Aaron Rodgers' career? It very well might be. And Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville, is he going to play? If not, they're going with Mac Jones. Don't think Lawrence is going to play. I think that's already been ruled. So, Mac Jones against Aaron Rodgers. What a matchup for the NFC East, even though Mac Jones in Jacksonville is not moving the needle. Buffalo and Detroit, this is the game of the week. I think Detroit's going to win it, and I know that Detroit plays with fire. They're playing with their food every week, going for it on 4th down. Dan Campbell's at the 30, his own 30-yard line. Whatever, we'll go for it anyway. Not really mattering, not really caring to Dan Campbell. They play with a lot of fire. And Buffalo, at the same time, they're my top team in the AFC. Detroit is my top team in the NFC. I think this is the collision course to meet for the Super Bowl right now. This game is a Super Bowl preview. I think Detroit wins it, and I think that if these two teams do meet in the Super Bowl, that's going to be the end result of it. New England and Arizona. Arizona holding on. Maybe not holding on is the best way to put it, but Arizona fighting for their lives in the NFC West. They're now 6-7. They've completely fallen apart. They've lost 3 games in a row. They lost to Seattle 30-18 at home. They now play New England. They need this game to hold their small playoff chances and to really be able to hold on to any playoff chances that they have. Green Bay's at Seattle. Really good game. I think Seattle's a fraud. I don't think they're that good. I know they're 8-5. They're leading the division. When I look at the overall numbers, they're 11th in yards per game. They're 3rd in passing yards. Partly because of that is Geno Smith. They're down in games, and he has to bring them back, and he does a good job of being able to do that. I wonder about Seattle's defense. They're 21st against the run. They're 19th in yards per game. Green Bay, I picked Jordan Love to win the MVP at the start of the year. That won't happen because he was banged up, and he's played an all-right season. He does have 21 touchdowns. He's been very good. I think Green Bay wins it, and they will cover on Sunday night. 2 Monday night games, Chicago and Minnesota. Minnesota's saved by 7. The Bears are a mess. Matt Eberflus is gone. Caleb Williams looks like a disaster right now. They've lost 7 games in a row. They got blown out by San Francisco 38-13. They had 4 yards in the first half. They had negative passing yards against San Francisco. I don't even know if they can keep this close with Minnesota. Like, when I look at the line and I see 7 points, that seems like a lot for a divisional game, but I think Minnesota's just going to blow them out. Atlanta and the Raiders. Atlanta needs this one badly. The Raiders are just so bad. They're 2-11. They're probably going to fire Antonio Pierce. But Atlanta's lost 4 in a row. Kirk Cousins had a game where he threw 4 picks. He has 17 touchdowns on the year. But this is just Desmond Ridder against Kirk Cousins. All right, whatever. I think Atlanta will win. I don't think it'll be a pretty game. And the Steelers against Philadelphia. We'll get to that next on the other side. I'll also be on the air tomorrow from 1 to 5 p.m. Pitt Volleyball will play against Kentucky at 5 p.m. Really excited to see what the Panthers do tomorrow. And also, Jim Colony will start off the day 9 to 11. So be curious to see what Jim has to say, as he was at Hampton Beer Outlet earlier today and joined the guys. So I'm fascinated to see what's going to happen in this game with the Steelers and the Eagles, and we'll talk about it. And I'll give you my official prediction. Coming up next, Austin Bechtel with you on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
I remember when I got into my accident. I remember who I called. I called Top Dog Law. Got me a whole lot of money. I had so much fun with that money. It was a lot. I did what I wanted to do. I went out. I might have tricked a little, but then I went broke. And I was down real bad. No money. No hope. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. Then I was coming home one night. Car went through a red light, hit me, an accident. I'm like, jackpot. Damn. Look how this worked. Calling Top Dog. Like it's me again. Another accident. It's me again. Like you ready to run this back? Let's get more this time. Let's hit the bank accounts harder. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
The holidays are just around the corner, so now's the time to shop new deals at Lowe's. Make your home even merrier with up to 50% off select holiday decor clearance. Plus, don't miss our limited time weekly deal drops on items like appliances, tools, grills, and more. There's something for everyone on your list. Count on Lowe's to help you save all season long, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/12 through 12/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
At Harbor Freight, our low prices make us the place for gifts that keep on giving. Because when you give the gift of quality tools, you're giving someone the ability to fix, restore, and build for years to come. And with savings like these, you can even get something for yourself. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Stop by and give yourself the gift of great prices.
Good to see those guys as they're made their way back from the station, including our guy T-Bird, Tom Catanzarite. I always find a way to pronounce his last name incorrectly, but I think I got it right this time. Steelers and Eagles. My thoughts, my feelings are not great without the likes of George Pickens, without Deshaun Elliott. Larry Ogunjobi, throw him in there as well. I don't feel necessarily good because of some of the history involved with losing 10 in a row. No, none of we talk about the longevity of Steelers coaches. Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin. Some teams like Carolina and the Saints and the Raiders, they roll through coaches every couple of years. Yeah, and the Steelers have had the same coach or same three coaches for 50 years. None of them have beaten Philadelphia in Philadelphia. They've had 10 opportunities to do it. The last coming a couple of years ago when Chase Claypool threw a touchdown to Derek Watt. That's the last touchdown that the Steelers have scored against Philadelphia in Philadelphia. I think that has a factor. I don't think it plays a huge role in this game. But I do think that Russell Wilson in this offense, like, if they're competitive, if it's a one-score game, if it's a field goal game, and they lose, I feel okay. I'm not handing out a free pass, but I'm not completely losing myself on Monday saying this team doesn't have a shot, call off the dogs for a potential Super Bowl run. That would not be my reaction. My reaction would more so be that this team fought with a really good Eagles team. What is a de facto night game? It's a 4:25 game, basically a primetime game at night. I mean, it really is because the sun sets at like 5 o'clock. It'll probably be dark by around 4:30. That is the one thing I like about that late window NFL games. It feels like it's a primetime game, but it's really not. It's not an 8:30 game. I feel like Cooper DeJean, Mitchell, Dean, Carter. I mean, their defense is really good. And I know I gave the tail to tape to the Steelers' defense. But I feel like the offense for Philadelphia is going to be a lot for the Steelers to handle. It's going to be difficult with Saquon Barkley, the MVP of the league, other than Josh Allen. I think Saquon Barkley will be number 2 this year. And we haven't really talked a lot about Saquon. The key to this game is to stop Saquon Barkley and slow him up as much as possible. Barkley has a realistic chance to reach 2,000 yards and break Eric Dickerson's rushing record this year. 266 carries. He has over 1,600 yards and 11 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts has more rushing touchdowns than Saquon does, which is insane to think about. Barkley's averaging over 6 yards per carry. And if this ends up being a game where the Eagles run the tush push a couple times, continue to sustain drives, I'm going to be worried about how the Steelers can completely keep up. If this turns into a shootout, it favors Philadelphia. Being at home, having that defense. And we talked so much about Philadelphia's offense, where their passing game, A.J. Brown's calling out the offense, their passing isn't good enough. Even though their rushing game's number 1 in the NFL and they're 31st in passing, definitely an unbalanced offense. Philadelphia's defense is number 1 in the NFL in yards per game defensively. 2nd in passing yards. They're 8th in rushing yards, and they're tied for 2nd in points. That's one thing that's been really lost in this entire shuffle. And the other key part of this game is going to be 3rd down. Both defenses, Steelers, 2nd in the NFL, giving up 3rd downs 32.5% of the time. Philadelphia is tied for 3rd at 34.5%. And the offenses, Pittsburgh picks it up 39% of the time. Philadelphia is 43%. So Philadelphia tied for 7th in the entire NFL. Those are the key numbers and the key factoids that I think are going to matter in this game. Points per game, it's pretty much even. Rushing yards goes to Philadelphia, but by 60 yards. But I think the Steelers are going to be able to do okay in that situation. Russell Wilson against Philadelphia's secondary, because I think the battle in the trenches is going to be won by Philadelphia, is going to be what's most important. How does the offensive line hold up for Russell Wilson, and can Wilson find the likes of Pat Freiermuth, Mike Williams, Calvin Austin, and who steps up? Who can step up in this game and make a significant impact? Logan, I think that's going to be the biggest thing in this game. What's your prediction?
They're definitely going to need somebody to step up. I think Mike Williams is going to have a pretty big week. To me, the Steelers, they're the only team since the NFL merger to have all 6 divisional matchups in the second half of the season, late in the season. And so far, they've been able to deal with that type of schedule. They've had 2 total short weeks this year. They've already had one. The other one's coming now with 3 games in 10 days. And back in 2020, whenever the Steelers started that 11-0 season, they ended up finishing 1-5. It was because of a short week like that. So I am a little bit concerned about this short week coming up, but I don't want to overlook the fact that the Eagles just played a really close game with the Carolina Panthers. I think that the Steelers are not getting the credit they deserve in this game just because they're down George Pickens and Deshaun Elliott. A championship team isn't built on the fact that they have 2 guys out. They're going to have other guys step up. I think the Steelers are going to win this game over the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll give the score of 28-24.
I'm 27-21 Philadelphia. We'll talk more about this tomorrow. I'm on 1 to 5 right here on 93.7 The Fan, so hope you're able to tune in then. Thanks to Landon Tangwall, former Penn State offensive lineman, Behind the Wall podcast, Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show, and Andrew Destin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette for joining tonight. Jeff Athorn will join me tomorrow. Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live as well, and I'm efforting a NFL Hall of Famer and a legend in this area. I've talked to him a couple weeks ago, and I'm efforting to try to see if he can join the show tomorrow at some point. So could be a really good surprise and a good treat if I hear back from him. Hopefully that's the case. And if not, we'll get him on at some point, I hope, before the end of the year. Thanks to Logan Arblasser for producing Behind the Glass. Doing a great job. The Nightly Sports Call is next. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Austin Bechtel signing off. Have a great night on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Penguins defeated the Montreal Canadiens last night by the score of 9-2. 5 Penguins scored in the game. Brian Rust highlighted the scoring with a hat trick. Ricard Raquel also had 2 goals. The Penguins are winners in 6 of their last 8. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not won a game in Philadelphia in nearly 60 years. That is where Pittsburgh will be playing on Sunday against the Eagles. Kickoff is at 4:25. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in! What a catch by Canate Monfield!
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Gifted Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura. Let's go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired of spending money on copays? UPMC First Care offers $0 copays for your first in-person and virtual PCP and specialist visits, $0 copays for all in-person and virtual behavioral health visits, and $0 copays for all virtual urgent care visits. Choose UPMC First Care for affordable health care that puts individuals and families first. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to enroll. Enrollment ends December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
This holiday, it's game on with Fios Home Internet. Because for a limited time, when you switch to a Fios 1 gig plan, you'll get an all-new